Daddy, help me. See? Where are you?
Hello and welcome to episode 42 of Voices in the Static, a Silent Hill fan podcast. My name is Whitney, and I'm a longtime fan of Konami's survival horror series and the owner of the fan site, SilentHillHistoricalSociety.com, which I don't update now unless I make a new podcast episode, yada yada yada. It's currently Saturday, January 18th, 2025, and I'm here with two of my friends and fellow Silent Hill fans to talk about Bloober Team's Silent Hill 2 Remake yet again. But this time there's a twist. So I think it's fairly obvious from my last two podcasts that I loved the game, and so did my usual podcast guests, but I thought it would be interesting to have a discussion with a friend who was disappointed, as well as thoughts from a friend who's actually new to playing the games. Kind of compare thoughts. Say hello to Bob and Josh. Bob is a longtime fan like me, and if you've been in the fandom a while, you've probably seen some of his awesome Silent Hill content over the years, over on the Great Debate YouTube channel, or caught one of his wonderful streams or Let's Plays of the series. He's been a guest on here many years ago, I think around Downpour's release, which, oh my god, that was over a decade ago.
Yes, it was.
My bones are disintegrating as I speak. Anyway, it's great to have you back on here, bud.
Thank you for having me.
Also joining me is Josh Moniz, whom you guys might know hosts the awesome movie nights over on my Whitney Plays Discord channel about twice a month, and he's also joined me while streaming various multiplayer games over on my Twitch channel. So I'm glad you could come on, Josh.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Anyway, kind of like my last podcast episodes, this is not going to be that structured, more of just us conversing, so I like to warn my listeners that this will be a spoiler-filled conversation, and I highly suggest you play the remake before listening to this episode. Alright, Bob, let's start with you. Because you've been pretty vocal about your fears on Bloober Team's handling of the Silent Hill 2 story ever since it was announced a few years ago. Could you explain why you were so worried that they might drop the ball? And now that the game has been released, are you still fearful of them remaking other games in the series? Did they surprise you? Yeah. So why don't you explain it?
Yeah, sure. So I've been kind of monitoring, I've been keeping a finger on the pulse of Bloober Team for a while, ever since Layers of Fear 1. And I've been, at that point when I was playing Layers of Fear, nothing really jumped out at me as like overtly like terrible. But I did have a thing in the back of my head that was like, there's something weird is happening here. I don't know what. I couldn't really put my finger on it at the time. But then later on, I realized like, oh, right. Bloober Team, kind of what they're doing is they're kind of, I made a video about it. It's called Bloober Team Bites. And by that, I meant that in two ways. One of the ways is bites, as in bites meaning they just kind of, I just don't like them. I think they kind of suck. But the other meaning of bites is that in the graffiti world, biting something means you're copying something, kind of like your wholesale, like kind of, tracing it, or like your idea isn't your own. So that's the other reason why I use that title, and I explain that at the end of the video. And so basically what I realized is that throughout the majority of Bloober Team's time being Bloober Team, they were a different company called Nibris originally. And Nibris also had the same problem, but that's a topic for another video. But basically, they have been kind of copying things throughout their entire like existence, and they are sometimes better and sometimes worse about it. And that was kind of my initial sort of like my initial sort of reaction to Bloober Team, and just like kind of like, oh, they're kind of they're kind of derivative. They kind of wear their inspirations on their sleeve. I'm not trying to say that they're plagiarists, but they definitely, like, if you play Layers of Fear and then look at the way that the wife in that game attacks you, and
Hmm.
then compare that to the way that Lisa from PT attacks you, it's pretty obvious that it's like, oh, they just straight up copied this wholesale. And even Bloober Team have been open about like using PT as inspiration. It's just
As
that
like a lot of games.
exactly. And that's the other aspect of this where it's like, it's not really a crime. And honestly, a lot of, game companies use inspiration pretty. So yeah, I'm not trying to say that like being inspired by your peers in the space or being inspired in general by other works is bad. That's great actually. That's what makes, Silent Hill itself was inspired by Resident Evil. So
Yeah.
like I would be the biggest hypocrite if I had an issue with that. My issue is more that Bloober Team don't really see, or they don't really seem too interested in evolving their ideas. They really just, especially when they were Nibris and early on in Bloober Team, they were legitimately like. There's a rumor that the reason why Nibris changed their name to Bloober Team was because they were going to be sued because they straight up copied a game wholesale. Again, that's another topic for another time, but just to kind of get you in my headspace.
They copied a
Excuse me.
game?
Yeah, they copied multiple games. So River Raid?
No.
There's a game called River Raid. It's an older game. There's also a game called Gender Wars and what was it called? Buster Bros. Let me see. I just want to double check everything because Buster Bros had a couple different. Yeah, Pang. So Buster Bros was originally called originally released. I'm looking at the wiki right now. Pumping World. But it changed its name to Pang, and in North America it is known as Buster Bros. It was a game from 1989 by Mitchell Corporation. So I found a bunch of articles from a long time ago when Nibris originally was making a game called um, Double Pang. So Double Pang, there is actually footage of it on YouTube. But basically, what Pang was it was this game where you control a character at the bottom of the screen. And you shot like a weapon up to the top of the screen, and you attacked like little balls basically, and then you shot them, and they turned into smaller balls, and you shot those. It's kind of uh invasion-esque, I think. Hold on, invasion.
Or like Breakout?
Yeah, Breakout. Yeah. But they keep falling down. So yeah, so basically it was similar to like Space Invaders, and basically actually this is interesting because this is where Bloober Team get their name. Is the game they were originally making called Double Pang eventually became a game called Double Bloob, and the team that was working on it was called Bloober Team. And so I think it was at some point in development, they changed their name to Bloober Team.
Oh.
Um, and so it's this really interesting thing of and some of the articles that I found from way back when referenced a potential lawsuit by Mitchell Corporation on a Nibris. And that's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I believe that, but when you look at the history of Bloober Team and Nibris in particular, it's like that kind of thing was inevitable because they were legitimately plagiarizing.
Yeah.
Like at least the name. Like you can't do that. You can't just like call your game by another game's name. And that's the other thing. The games that I referenced before, like River Raid, um, Pang, Nibris was making a game called Raid Over the River, and it was the exact same thing as River Raid.
Wild.
And Gender Wars was also a game originally called Gender Wars that was the exact same game. It's like, so you can kind of see how like, a person like me who dives into the history sees all this, like, let's just call it what it is, which is plagiarism
Yeah.
and copyright infringement at the very least. And, you know, they eventually sort of like learned to like, you know, hide it a little better and it get to a point where it wasn't as overt, you know, and you know, at a certain
And
point
it
it's
comes
like,
off more like as homages instead of just straight up
yeah,
plagiarism. It's a
yeah, like inspirations and that kind of
yeah.
thing. And they eventually moved into that space, you know, especially with Layers of Fear. Because Layers of Fear, it was a PT clone, but that's not necessarily, you know, a bad thing.
No, there were
You know,
so many of those.
yeah, exactly. Like that said, you know, I think that they also did trace some art from Indiana Jones, but again, just watch my video on it if you want more information on that. And really,
Yeah, I'll make sure to
I
link it.
yeah, and really the point that I was making with that video was more so that they're being hypocrites basically. Because back then one of the things that blew up when they came out with their game, The Medium, was this idea that they were copyrighting the way that the dual screen sort of
Oh yeah, I
nature of that
remember
game.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so to me that was like just pure hypocrisy. Like how could you as a company like copyright this feature of your game that not only had been done before by another game, and because it was done on the Nintendo DS, that game was on the Nintendo DS, and they were and Bloober Team were making Nintendo DS games at the same time, and so it was like for me, it's like they must have known about that game. But anyway, how could you as a company like copyright that while also yoinking so much stuff.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't exist as a company if, you know, other people had copyrighted their ideas. So it's like it's very anti-art and that kind of infuriated me. But not as much as the game The Medium did. See,
Yeah. This is
I
something I've
talked to
always glossed over because I never
Mhm.
really understood and I didn't want to put words in people's mouths. So yes, please tell me what happened with the medium that got you mad.
yeah, so The Medium I've been working on a video for way too long about it. So
Years now.
yes, because it's one of those kinds of angry where I don't know if anyone's ever done this, but you get so angry that you just you shut down. You're like so frustrated that and everything is just like it just like compounds on your brain and it just like powers off like a computer. I keep doing that. I keep trying to write about how much I despise the ending of The Medium and how like bad it is just in terms of the way that it represents sort of mental health and people struggling with mental health issues and trauma in general. Um, so I won't get into the nitty gritty. Suffice it to say, basically, The Medium has one of the most reprehensible endings of a game that I've ever played, with the single exception of a game called Martha is Dead. But that's another thing entirely. The Medium basically ends, and I have a whole thread on this on that one site that I do not post on anymore,
Oh,
twitter.com.
you mean Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, we're calling it Twitter. We refuse to call it
Oh yeah,
anything else.
I don't call it its rebrand. It's stupid.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will never. You can take it from my cold dead hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I am not on that website anymore. Follow me on Blue Sky at
I'm
bobvids.com. Anyway.
I'm still on both because some people have not left.
Oh god. Oh god. Anyway. But yeah, that's frustrating. So yeah, I have a whole thread on that, and basically boiling it down to its bare essentials, basically the Medium represents its story, and without getting into, well, I actually kind of have to get into a little bit of spoilers, but basically there is a character in that game who basically comes to the realization that her trauma is being basically manifested in this like demon that's like attacking everybody, and the game
Is
ends
that
with
the
basically
Troy
saying
Baker character?
yes, the maw.
Okay.
And so it is, and I'm not like, you know, I'm doing very little inferring. The game is explicitly stating these things. Like I've gotten into a lot of fights with people over on over the internet about these things, and like it's I don't think I'm doing a good job just explaining it right now, but suffice it to say, um and play the game if you don't believe me.
I still
But
need to play it myself. I mean, I just keep hearing about it, but I really don't know the
yeah,
game.
I think that it's worth playing just to come up with your own like sort of ideas about it.
Maybe
And
my PC could run it now.
you've got a 4090,
Yeah.
so no, it can't.
What? But it could run
Well,
Silent Hill too.
well, that's another conversation that we'll talk about. But yeah, no, the medium is yeah, I've tried to play it on my 4090. It runs. It's just the two world stuff. It never hits like a solid 64K, like especially if you have ray tracing on. It for some reason it worked better on my 2080 Ti, which
Oh.
is I don't
Wow, that's
I
wild.
I don't know
Is
what's
it because
happening.
it
But
had to
either
be more
way,
of a potato and maybe use less resources that way? Or
I don't know. Maybe it's maybe my CPU is a bottleneck. I truly do
oh.
not know. It is the wildest thing to me because uh, I also think that DLSS is really messing up with that game. But we're getting wildly off topic. Anyway, but yeah, basically there is a character in that game, which funny enough is a reference to a Nibris game that never came to be called Sadness. And so Sadness is a character who I won't get into the specifics, but basically the game is about the end moral of the game is how you can't save everybody. Like, and I don't know if there's like a mistranslation happening. That's kind of one of the things that I've been struggling with to kind of understand like how Bloober Team originally intended this, but like on its face, it's a game about a person who's suffering from um, well, trigger warning, sexual assault
Okay.
and childhood sexual assault specifically,
Ew. All right.
who is suffering from yeah some really really bad trauma, and um, they are they're being told like basically you have a character who's talking to Sadness, aka Lily. So the main character is Marianne, and Marianne's basically like, well, you're suffering from childhood sexual assault, so that sucks. Anyway, can't I gotta write you off. Sorry, bye. Like,
Oh?
and the game ends with a fade to black and a gunshot, and it's implied that Marianne shoots Lillian because she is beyond saving. She is a yeah, basically there's nothing to be done. She's like a rabid dog that needs to be put down, and
Okay, I can see how
it
that's pretty upsetting to hear.
yeah, there's more to it. I'm not doing a very good job right now in the moment, just like kind of explaining it. But
Okay, well now I can see why you're worried about how they would handle Angela's story since it's childhood
exactly,
abuse and stuff like
exactly.
that.
And in my opinion, the reason why I was talking so much about Bloober Team kind of yoinking stuff is because I feel like the medium is basically their version of Silent Hill 2. The medium is kind of Bloober Team's, for all intents and purposes, like not a remake, but sort of a kind of like how Silent Hill Shattered Memories worked, where it was like,
A
okay,
reimagining?
yeah, kind of a
Mm.
reimagining, exactly. And so if you look at it in that lens, you can definitely see some parallels. And I think that especially at the end with Marianne talking to Lily and basically saying like, hey, you know, you're basically Angela, and I think it comes from a misinterpretation of the fiery staircase, blunt about it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I think that Silent Hill 2 was a major inspiration for all of that stuff. And there are some even references to, in my opinion, references to Silent Hill 2 and Angela in the final monologue. Like, you know how there's the part in the fiery staircase where it's like uh Angela's basically like it's what did she specifically say? It's like
Don't pity me. It's
I'm not
always
worth it.
like
Or maybe
this.
you can save me, and all this stuff where she's basically like sarcastically saying it
Yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
yeah. Maybe
There's
you think
kind
you
of
can save me, and
yeah,
yeah.
and it's kind of it's sarcasm. It's sarcasm. It's like like you know she her feelings for James are really coming out in that scene. And
Mhm.
at the end of the medium, you've got a kind of a version of that, but it's like like inverted, because Marianne's basically like, how James is basically like, no, Angela, it's not true.
There's
That
always
wasn't your
another
fault.
way.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then you have in the medium basically, Marianne is basically like, hey, this is my story. This is mine. Like in that moment in the fiery staircase scene, it becomes brutally obvious that like, um, James isn't like fully equipped to handle everything that's happening with Angela. He kind of almost gets there when it's like it's hot as hell in here, and suddenly it like dawns. I don't know if it dawned on you, but it dawned on me as a kid when I played it over 20 years ago that like,
Oh, we're
oh,
old.
if I can just understand the world through her eyes, maybe things would turn out differently. Maybe if I can empathize with her in that way, maybe maybe something different would happen. But it's the kind of inverse of that in the medium, where it's like Marianne basically being like, no, 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 this is my story. This is mine. Like, no, I'm the most important one. And this doesn't concern you, basically. And it's like, it's so wild and weird. And it's so messy and fucked up, quite honestly, that it's really, I'm not doing a good job explaining all of it, but basically it hit me in a way like I have during my stream I am just like mouth agape, like what it's like someone played Silent Hill 2 and took all of the wrong lessons. It's
I'm
like you have
surprised
sound
more people haven't like talked about this. Like, I have not played the game or anything, but it just seemed like it was people were praising the medium. So like, does it come down to like just in player interpretation? Because a lot of people did not come away with that reaction from what I've seen online. Like,
right. And yes, and that's one of the things that I think annoyed me a lot,
mhm.
if I'm being frank. I've also made a bunch of videos about CinemaSins, a channel that basically tries to,
Oh yeah,
that has, basically no like media literacy,
there's
and
satire.
it's satire. No, it's a joke. See,
Yeah,
it's a satire joke, but also real criticism anyway.
yeah.
So it's if their criticism is correct, that's because it's real criticism. If their criticism is wrong, that's because
It's a
it's either
joke.
satire or a joke. And if
Yeah.
it's not funny, it's because it's satire. And if it's not satire, that's because it's just
Okay.
a joke, bro. So
So I can see why you're worried then, like especially playing that game and you had that like kind of visceral reaction while you saw the ending. I could see why you were very like, oh God, Bloober Team um it's going to remake this like story that Angela's story that affected me a lot when I was a kid, and I want them to do it right. So I can see why you're so like gun ho about, I don't know, making sure that they don't mess that up. Did it? I know before the game came out, we were told that Konami had a tight leash on them. Like, they couldn't stray from the story that hard or anything like that. So, what I want to know, after playing it, do you think your fears were overblown, or do you still feel like they dropped the ball, I guess?
that's kind of yeah, it's an interesting question, because at a certain point, actually, I have the email right here. I will click it. I've been accused of faking this email, but
Email. Okay.
on Twitter, from Wednesday, June 28th, 2023, I got an email from Bloober Team. Their first name is Anna. I will not say anything more than that, but
Cool.
basically, someone from Bloober Team hit me up and invited me to Krakow and
Oh,
said,
that's
"Hey,
amazing. They wanted you
yeah,
to be one of the whatchamacallit, consultants that we saw
yep,
like the credits. Oh, that's awesome.
one of the sensitivity consultants." And yeah, it was. I was shocked. I was yeah, kind of blown away. And I was like, "Wow!" There, and that right there, like that made me completely like rethink like what was happening.
He's like, oh,
Um,
they do care, and they want to make sure they're doing this right. So that's
right, and
awesome.
I wanted to believe that. There was a part of me that was like, I don't like this. This feels like something strange is going on here. And then they sent me a contract where it was like, like a NDA kind of thing
Well,
where it was like
isn't that typical though? Because it
it
seems like a
is.
lot of people who are consultants on games, they're not allowed to talk about it at all. Because I remember after Silent Hill 2 released, apparently someone else, like a YouTuber or something, was a consultant, and they weren't
I
allowed to
believe
say.
Jacob Geller, I
Yeah,
believe
I think
maybe.
that's it. They weren't allowed to say anything at all until after after the game released. So, and I know one of my friends works in the industry, and they're like, yeah, that kind of thing is typical where you really can't say shit. They just want to cover their asses, you know.
Right. The problem is that they covered their asses a little bit too much, and
Mm.
the contract they sent me was basically like, "Hey, you can't talk about Bloober Team anymore."
At all?
And so, no. So and it was kind of a weird timing thing. And I think it's one of those things looking back on it where I probably could have talked to them about it, but it was a couple different things that made me like really kind of cautious about what was happening. One of them was they didn't send me the contract, and this I was working with them to go out there for like half a year. I spent a bunch of money to update all of my passports and all this other stuff. Um, which what a process. Wow, America's cool. Anyway, um, so there was a point like like a day and a half before I'm set to go out there, and then that's when they hit me with the contract, and it really felt like in the moment I was like, this is fishy because they're sending me a contract that says explicitly I cannot talk about Bloober Team anymore. Like a day and a half before I'm set to fly out there, and so alarm bells were going off in my head, and I talked to a lawyer, and they were like, "Look, this might be one of those situations where, you know, they know you don't have a lawyer, you do not have a legal team representing you, so I would proceed very cautiously, and if you don't feel good about the contract, then just don't do it." And so I didn't do it.
Uh,
Um,
I wonder. I
it was
wonder
really
if
unfortunate.
it's weird that they waited until like a day or so before you're gonna leave. You think they would have sent that over earlier?
Yeah, and it's
Uh,
also interesting because they didn't send me like a media like contract or NDA. They sent me an NDA for yeah, someone who's like doing consulting work. And so at the at a certain point in our conversation, like I got the feeling that I was going to be like kind of media or like kind of not more media talking to them more so about how they feel about horror games and their general idea, not necessarily that I would be consulting with them. They talked to me. I can read the email. I don't think that that would be a legal problem. But yeah, it says, "Dear Bob, I hope that everything is going well. We are watching your activity and see that you have a big influence in drawing attention to important topics. We believe that this is very important, especially in difficult times. Also, thanks to you, we also tried to look at our productions from a different perspective, as you probably noticed in the Layers of Fear remake, which was Layers of Fear 2023. We thought that since the topics of social responsibility are important for both sides, maybe we could meet and talk. It would be a pleasure for us to accept if you would accept our invitation to Krakow, the headquarters of Bloober Team. This could be a great opportunity to talk about our development and publishing, talk to our development and publishing team to get to know each other better. We are constantly repeating that people are the most important for us because it really is. And Bloober Team is also a group of great people, big horror fans and specialists." So I didn't really get
yeah, that's
like,
pretty cool.
yeah, no, it was
I'm
really cool. When
amazed
I
that they
got it,
reached out.
yeah, and that kind of blew me away, especially with how
Yeah.
critical I had been of the entire company. And so it became this weird thing of like, okay, are they just like trying to humanize themselves to me so that shut the fuck up? You know, it's
No,
like,
I just think, honestly, it comes off like they're like, okay, we kind of fucked up, but we're interested in doing better, and we know how
right.
important this is to a lot of people. So let's reach out and see and make sure we're on the right track. It seemed like they really cared and they wanted to do justice to this game, I think. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what it
Yeah,
and
comes
that
out to
I
me.
think that's evident in the final product. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll get there, but
and not to be the cynical journalist, it also kind of comes off to be like this is a major project they can't afford to fumble, so they might genuinely care, but they could also not afford to have anything that would screw the pooch. So they need somebody to kind of guide them if they don't feel like they're competent enough in it.
And I
you
think
know.
that that's also evident in the way that the project changed over time. I think that I think even you, Whitney, a person who really enjoyed the game, can notice the differences between their initial trailer or teaser or whatever it was, and
Are you talking
the
about?
final product.
Oh yeah, I mean, they decided to age James back down because of the
Yep,
fan outcry.
yep.
Um,
They redid the lighting and
yeah, the lighting is
the
different.
entire intro to the game is completely different than the earlier trailers. So
I mean, they did. It seemed like to me they were trying really hard, and they did listen to fan feedback, which I thought was pretty amazing. Because you'd think that they would just kind of dig their heels in, but no, they're like, it's not hitting for the fan base, and we want this game to work for them, so let's make these changes. And
right,
yeah,
and I think that for me, that was the big thing. I mean, they hit me up, and it was like, I had a bunch of revelations. One of them was like, oh, you know, um, they're watching. I mean, if you read that email, they're reading everything that I'm writing, which
yeah,
is like, that's actually cool because we're all kind of, we all want people to read our stuff, but I guess I didn't think that the people I'm being critical of would like the people who are reading criticisms of themselves are people generally who want to do better or just want to like, they feed off of drama and shit. And
right.
for a moment, like the only reason that I could think of that a company like Bloober Team would be reading my criticism is because they want to do better. And I think that that was evident the more that I saw a lot of the feedback and the reactions to fans, and how quickly things were changing and being adjusted. I think that that was I think it's very clear, like Josh said, that like they did not want to screw this pooch. They wanted to, get it right.
So, like, knowing this, are you like less afraid of them if they were chosen to remake like Silent Hill 3?
I think that it's tough because if they are working on those remakes, which seems to be the case, I mean, based on all the production timeline stuff I've seen, like it definitely would line up that they're working on a remake of 1 and then 3.
Yes.
Um, yeah, well, I think people's reaction to 3 is going to be, I think it's going to be very interesting because, like, I get it to an extent. Like the way that sound. I mean, we'll talk about the remake in particular, but the way that they changed James and how James is characterized can't really, where you don't inspect anything anymore and hear his internal like sort of monologue and his internal thought processes and stuff. The way that they sort of represented him in the game, I think it works because it works better to not get more of James because he's got to kind of have that like sort of like plausible deniability about him being a just good on the up and up kind of guy. But then that's subverted by the end of the game. Well, to some people, apparently some people think James did nothing wrong, which is I that's one of the wild things. I love the great thing about the remake is that it has injected some adrenaline into the Silent Hill conversation, and seeing the TikToks of people being like, James did nothing wrong. He's also sexy, daddy, and shit like that. It's like
Imagine being Leave Britney Alone, but for James Sunderland.
leave James alone. Yeah.
He's just an innocent boy. He slipped while holding a pillow.
For multiple minutes, just
There
just
was
laying
oil
it.
on the
Yeah.
ground. His feet were just flailing.
And so the reason why I bring that up, the whole James thing, is because of Heather and how Heather is characterized in Silent Hill 3. And it's like we get all of her character through the little inner monologues, and that's one of okay. I'm just gonna say it flat out. Sorry if you disagree, but this what I'm about to say is a fact. Heather is the greatest Silent Hill protagonist. Period. Point blank. There's no one better than Heather. She is characterized so perfectly. She is such a teen girl, and it comes across so fucking like pitch perfect. Like everything about Heather is just fucking great in Silent Hill 3. I would
Yeah,
say it's
I
the best thing
agree.
about Silent Hill 3. And I, I just I don't know how you can do that without, like, they've got to do something. And the thing that I realized that in the medium, the main character, Marianne, is constantly like sort of talking to herself or inner monologuing, and it's voiced.
Well,
And
maybe
one of the
instead they'll have actual you can observe stuff again.
Yeah, maybe. I would be totally on board with bringing back just the text. I think that people like that stuff. I think there's an appetite for, just reading that kind of information. Maybe not making it like pages and pages long, but like I don't see why. But that's also it gets to the idea of like I'm perfectly fine with the Silent Hill 2's original like camera system. Like but, I don't know why we have to change it other than just, like, quote, unquote, "modernization," which is I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
could
The
take it or
camera in Silent Hill 2, the original game, sometimes would fight me.
Oh, yeah.
I much preferred the over the shoulder because I got a closer look at a lot of things and I I I liked it. I thought it was
Yeah,
an
yeah.
improvement.
And that's cool, I totally respect that, but I was also fighting the camera in the Silent Hill 2 remake. Like, whenever I backed up into a corner, the camera would go haywire. There's a part
Or you get stuck on a
Yeah.
radiator like
Yeah,
Mewtwo.
exactly, like
And I agree too, because you need to kind of set it up in a way that it's thoughtful. Because if you do it casually, you lose the kind of tactile feel of the set camera, the static cameras that they create, in exchange for unintended consequences. Like I think because of third person perspective, it kind of kills a lot of tension in a lot of areas
Yep.
because you can clearly see where there is no threat. I'll get into like
I
later,
don't
but
know.
like
I thought they did a pretty good job of still surprising with what they did with like the mannequins.
mhm.
Yeah, for the
Yeah,
first, like,
I still think they
5
did a good
times,
job
and then
there.
beyond that, it was like, "Oh my god, another fucking mannequin in a blind spot.
Yeah,
Can we
and that's the
please?"
problem, is if you don't have a thoughtful process, then you have to rely on the one thing that does work too much, then you overdo that, and then you kind of get these unintended results. I
Yep.
still think it's good, it's just if you're not thoughtful about it, you get these unintended consequences that can, like, drag down the longer your game is, and they made this game longer, so it kinda compounds the problem.
That's another thing the criticism, but, I don't I
We'll
guess
get into it in a minute, yeah, go
we'll
ahead.
get into it in a minute. But yeah, basically, yeah, I'm very curious what's going on with Heather. But anyway, yeah. So originally, I was very skeptical, but I also made. I just want to point out something real quick. I did make a tweet very early on when this project was initially announced, where I basically said, "Hey, this game actually might turn out to be good because this is playing to Bloober Team's strengths. Because if they already have a story." Then they can rely on their strengths, which is set design, environment detail,
Hmm.
and just general like they can copy the gameplay from Resident Evil 4. They're good at copying. I think I've made that clear. But I don't think I ever got credit for that one. I thought that was funny. But anyway, um, so like how eventually I got to a point where it was like, okay, maybe maybe I should get excited. But I'll tell you, that was there are a couple really frustrating things about this whole process. I think the fans being like really at the throat of anyone who had anything negative or critical to say was really kind of misguided, because I think at a certain point I personally was criticizing specifically because I knew that Bloober Team were reading what I was saying. And I think some of the stuff that I had said, some of my catastrophizing was taken a little bit out of context or like misunderstood. A lot of the time when I was catastrophizing it, it was specifically because I wanted Bloober Team to know this is the bad, like this is the red line. This is the stuff that you please do not do this. Like
Hmm.
this is bad, bad, bad. Because I think anyone at that moment could see that they were listening to feedback. They were watching feedback. They were reading what people were saying. I think at that point, one of the people on the dev team specifically said that they were reading like Reddit comments, or was it? It was something about reading reactions, something along those lines. And it made all the sense in the world to like, kind of get people to be like, yeah, well, here's the way that you could fuck it up so that we can provide guide rails for Bloober to be like, no, 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 don't no, don't make Pyramid Head talk. Don't do that. Like that, no, no, no.
Oh
Don't
my
turn him
god,
into
can you imagine?
that would be so funny.
Mm.
Oh my god. And yeah,
And people
my
need to give
big thing. Oh, go ahead.
well, and giving them credit, that is part of why they pulled out of some of the mess ups that maybe they could have made in this game. And it's not just you, it's like everybody talking online. Everybody was doing such a good job of shouting that it really probably got through to them what moves to make and what moves not, and that improved the game. And a lot of
Right.
people kind of blow that off because it is. I kind of get annoyed because I see a lot of people before and after the game kind of being like, everything's all one way or another. In reality, it's like even if Bloober is improving from what they maybe made mistakes on in previous games, it's a process, and they only improved on that process because of input given and actually listening to it. But then also you judge them on how good a job did they take that input and how well did they perform afterwards. Did they just technically get it through but mess up other places? Did they do a great job? That's for your people's opinions to make their own. But these comments don't exist in a vacuum. They're taking them, and because so many people saying them, they got the message. But that's not one and the same as them knowing not to do that in the first place, or the quality of their talent and stuff like that. So I think people kind of need to recognize this is kind of like a continuing spectrum of gradual improvement, and it's not inherently all one way, like they were perfect, and it's not all one way that they're all bad either.
Yeah.
And
And
I
I
think
think a
people
lot
kind
of
of need to
people,
recognize the nuance.
yeah, definitely. We all need to be better with nuance. I think that's one of the main reasons why I'm so annoyed with people like CinemaSins. But anyway,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that a lot of people, especially online, look at any criticism as just like yapping, and it's like, you're just
Well, what
speaking into
else
the
are you
void. Who
supposed to
cares?
do? We're on we're on our little soapboxes, and you're gonna yap.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's almost as if there was some systemic thing that encouraged all this.
Ah.
But I think that there's also a sort of negative connotation with criticism in general. I think that is at some
Is it because of like
degree warranted, but
is it because of like how popular angry reviewers got like over the years? Like that's just seen. You have to just be angry when you're reviewing and
Mhm,
over the
mhm.
top. I don't know.
yeah, potentially. I mean, I could definitely see that being the case. But regardless of its origins, it definitely seems to be like, I saw a lot of people I mean, I experienced it firsthand, where I would just say something like, innocuous about my feelings and just general personal criticism. And then I would get feedback that's like, shut the fuck up. Like, who fucking cares what you think? And it's like, well, Bloober Team, for one, they specifically told me they did, but I couldn't say that at the time. But anyway,
Yeah.
but like, the whole thing is just so fraught. And then you have, this general reaction when the game comes out, and it's like, oh yeah, anyone who had any criticism of the game leading up to its launch, signed this fucking, apology letter, and then
Yeah, I saw that.
I apologize for. And at a
Oh yeah,
certain
I
point, you
saw
have
that on
like,
Reddit. Yeah.
yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, let me apologize for it. Here. Well, where's the checkbox for pattern recognition? Like what? Where's the
If
checkbox for
anything.
having personal taste? Like what? I'm sorry, I used a trailer to come up with an idea for how a fucking game may look, because that's literally what the fucking trailer's for.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Are you cool with cursing? I hope you're cool with cursing on this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I
It's
have a
fucking
potty mouth.
ridiculous.
If anything, I mean, it comes off as condescending towards Bloober to be act like they act like, oh, they're just a little baby that doesn't know what they're doing. They're too stupid to do anything. It's like they're adults. They made the smart decisions and good, bad, and everything in the middle. In
Yeah,
fact, if you criticize something with detail, that shows you respect. I mean, if I don't give a fuck about a piece of work or a film, I got nothing to say about it. If I'm going in depth, it's because I respect you enough to have like wanted you to have done better. You know.
exactly. And that's the thing that I wanted. That's kind of why I'm pushing like to talk about this right now. And I'm sorry, I do be yapping. But kind of the reason why I'm yapping so much right now is because I want everybody to realize that like the reason why people like me are critical in the way that they are is because I care. I really care about Silent Hill 2 and its legacy. I really give a shit about how people played what used to be my number one horror game, number one game, like in general. Unfortunately, it's been subverted by the magnificent Outer Wilds. If you haven't played that, please do. It is so good. And then also my favorite horror game, which has been unfortunately supplanted with Devotion. So please play that.
I have played
Oh,
Devotion
Devotion.
is
really?
fantastic. Devotion is also one of those kind of sort of PT clones, but it does. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh man. Anyway, I have nothing good thing but good things to say about Red Candle. Anyway, that's the development studio. But yeah. So like, and that's one of the things that I was writing a little thing for Bloober Team when I initially got that message because I felt bad about being critical, but I also realized that like some of the things that I was saying, it was like in order to be seen, you kind of have to like break through, and some of the stuff that I was saying caused that breakthrough to happen. So I shouldn't be feel too conflicted about it. But the point being that I wanted to write something for Bloober to get them to understand why I was so vocal and so worked up about this stuff. It's not because I'm just yapping online to get like monetize like my fucking anger or outrage or something. If that were the case, I would be uploading YouTube videos like every fucking week and making and profiting off that shit, you know? Being like one of those right-wing fucking grifters just
Yeah, I
constantly
was about to
fucking
say that.
but I'm not doing that, and the reason I'm not doing that is because I give a shit, and I give a shit about having pointed criticism, saying what I feel, and the reason why I feel that way, and the reason why I have those criticisms is because Silent Hill 2 means a lot to me. Even though it's not my favorite game anymore, it is the game that got me interested in art, games as art. It got me interested in empathy and understanding things from people's perspectives. It got me interested in just talking about video games because there was so much about the original Silent Hill 2 that was interesting to talk about, to digest, to understand, to like dissect, to interpret. It did so much for me as a kid, and I desperately want that to be maintained. And I guess we're at the point where we can start talking about the actual remake. So
Can I say
right
something real
now,
quick? Is
yeah, go
I
for it.
thought like a good idea, kind of an idea I had that I kind of felt the same way about here. Is like, where I'm coming from is I actually think the game is good. I would recommend it to people. I think the remake is fantastic, and I also agree with a lot of people's complaints that criticism of the game often goes too far, partially because social media encourages all that. But I think the one thing I don't like, and I kind of see on the other side that really bothers me and kind of rubs me the wrong way, and I'm not meaning this to target any particular person, is I think I see this recurring thing where they treat criticism of the game, even from people that like it or have things to say about it, as insincere. Oh, they just want to admit we're not right. They just don't want to admit they were wrong. And I find that kind of like very toxic. I find that to
I
be
have seen that. I
like
have seen that on
disrespectful.
Reddit.
Mhm. And
Yeah,
I've even seen it from people I know that are pretty level-headed, and I get it. It's like this I think the story got a big boost. I think there's some gameplay stuff that's better, but I also think there's a lot of flaws that even though I like this game, it's exactly my bullshit. There's things that make me not wanna need to play it again when I just had a good time and I love the story and I think they did better on the story. I got no chip in my shoulder against this game, but the flaws are enough. It affects my thing, and I can only speak to my own experience, but it like I'm only gonna play this game again if I'm gonna do the whole story because the stories would work. But there's
mhm.
problems with games enough that
What
mixed
about
and
those
enough frustrating
Chivos?
things. Yeah, it's
You gotta
true. I
get the
got to go back to the
Chivos.
Chivos. But the thing is, like, I was going to play this right away afterwards, and there's enough things in it that frustrated me that I will do it later when I want to re-experience the whole story. So I can't just enjoy it in bites the way I could with some other games because there are some big flaws. So like, I just think we need to be like more respectful. It's like it can both be a good game and there can be flaws with it. And when other people have these sincere things, they really do feel it. Don't please people just don't be toxic and be like, oh, you don't really mean it. You're just saying that because you don't want to admit you were wrong. No, like there is a genuine things to complain about, and you
Yeah,
can say,
it's
okay,
not a
those are
perfect
good enough that
game.
it's not good for me, you know. But
Yeah,
yeah, I just
and
wanted to say that because I just and I don't mean this to target any particular person, but it's just like we got to show more respect for each other on all sides of this because it's like there's a reason this is being said and it's not out of business. It's because we wanted this to be better so we could enjoy it, it's like the equivalence of like I just wish this movie didn't have a cat getting killed in it because it kind of ruins the vibe if there was no good reason for it, so like
Yeah.
it's kind of same kind of thing. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
no, don't apologize. Yeah, no, I agree 1000%. I think that that's one of the things that was really frustrating, especially for as a Silent Hill fan, as a fan of a game, which probably the keystone of the franchise, which I would say is Silent Hill 2. I think other people would probably say it's Silent Hill 1. I agree, but at the same time, Silent Hill 2 kind of elevated the thing. There's a reason why Silent Hill 2 was the first remake, and then we're getting Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. Just saying. Anyway, Silent Hill 2, a game that is largely about interpretation, about having people having different, like seeing the world differently. That's why it was so frustrating as a Silent Hill fan to have other Silent Hill fans be like, uh, what are you talking about? This is ridiculous. Like, what you're just insincere, and I don't they would attack people for having different opinions, and it's like, isn't that the core of what Silent Hill 2, like the story of Silent Hill 2 is? Isn't
Yeah,
that
it's about
like teaching
interpretation.
us
Yeah.
about interpretation and having like different thoughts or views of the world, like literal views of the world? Like people in that game are seeing the world completely different from other people. For me, it's always like this.
Yeah.
Like, so like that's why it was really frustrating, because and that's one of the reasons why I kind of dipped out of the conversation, is because there were people in this space who were fundamentally like not ingesting the core message of the game that they supposedly love. And it's like it just got really, really frustrating. But that being said, yeah, Silent Hill 2 Remake. I said in a stream a long time ago that if Bloober Team didn't fuck up, if they made even a halfway decent game, that
You
I would
give
give
them
them
flowers.
their flowers.
Yeah.
I am here to say, Bloober Team, here are your flowers. You deserve your flowers. You did not make a game that I love, but and more importantly, you did not make a game that I loathe, that I think is just absolute garbage. You made a game that is perfectly,
Adequate.
uh, yeah, that's the perfect word. Thank you, Whitney. It is completely adequate. So here are your flowers. You, good job. Like you didn't, yeah, you didn't, yeah, catch the game on fire. So thank you for that. That being said, I do have a lot of criticism of it.
All right.
You know,
Well, I mean, it's funny you guys are talking about like the different sides, like, oh, it's completely terrible, or no, you're saying that you don't have any real criticism, because I've seen people say that the remake is like a complete bastardization of Silent Hill 2, and I just can't see it at all. It just seems like, I don't know. I see so much
I
love poured into this remake, and
And I wouldn't put that position at all, though I do think there's a kind of an inherent problem. And I kind of called this shot a little bit before the game got released. It's the same problem that happened with the Psycho, I think it was 98 remake, where it's
mm,
shot for shot, but there's very subtle differences. Is that can often be a no-win situation for people, is because then they're going to be comparing, contrasting very fine details that they would not look at if they had seen, like, say, the second movie the first time, the 98 remake.
mm,
So I don't think me and Bob are in the position where this is like a bastardization of terrible or anything. Like, that's not kind of our opinion, but like, I can understand at least why some people like that, because for once you're comparing them. So first of all, there'll be certain things that just were bad about Silent Hill 2 that they didn't realize until they were like looking at it with a fine tooth comb. And then there's other things that just, it's slightly different, so it's more annoying. It's almost like a dee 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 kind of sound, because you can see the differences and it's prominent. You know, my complaints are like more gameplay related stuff, because I think they improve the story in ways that make a big difference. But like, I can see where people get in that situation, because it's like, you can, because of the nature of it, you can notice these fine tuned details, and if you don't like them, they're just like constantly in your face.
it's like air raid siren, like blaring just constantly. I think it's kind of like my feelings when I try to play the HD collection. Like,
mm,
all I can see is everything that is different and or like messed
Yeah,
up,
yeah, yeah.
like the missing sounds, the wonky textures. So I guess it's kind of like that, but I don't know.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Trying
think
to
that'd be
get
probably equivalent if we interviewed these type of people.
I would love to hear from someone who feels that way, but without having them here to talk to about it, probably the only thing that I could think of in terms of bastardization of the game would probably be just the remake culture in general and the criticisms of that.
Mhm.
Because the only way that I can think of like probably my biggest criticism of the game is not one that's not one that necessarily falls at Bloober Team's feet. It's more at Konami's.
Yeah, they're not
It,
re-releasing Silent Hill 2 on modern platforms, the original game.
yeah, like and viewing this in terms of like a product that needs to be like updated, and then the old version just sweep it under the rug or delete it.
There
And
seems to be people thinking the remake's gonna replace the original, and it's just like, come on, Konami, if you just put it out on Steam or GOG or something, then
Yeah.
yeah,
you
that
won't
would
have this
assuage those
fear.
fears immediately. Like, I'm one of those people that, the longer that we go without a version on GOG or on Steam, the original version, I'm one of those people who say it is functionally a replacement. Like, just baseline, that's what it is. Because if you go on Steam and type Silent Hill 2, which is how most people get their games, or most PC gamers, or you go on PS5 and type it, any modern console, you're going to get the remake instead of the original. And so functionally, it is a replacement, which is it, it's really frustrating because all Konami has to do, like you said, is just put it out on GOG or Steam. But I
They're
feel
doing
like,
with
and I
Metal
feel like
Gear. They're doing with Metal Gear. Why can't they just do
exactly.
it with Silent Hill?
And so that makes me think that the real reason that they're not doing that is a holdover from the fucking HD collection
Fuck
fiasco.
the HD collection. I hate you.
It ruins so much. And for people who don't know, for those of you who don't know, so James Sunderland in the original Silent Hill 2 was played by Hatsune Miku, and yeah, they just don't have the rights for Hatsune Miku anymore, so it's just a problem. Now, Guy Seehee,
when they gave him
fucking
like this
goddamn it.
rough male voice, I think it ruined the whole game for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Guy Seehee.
And also, I
not
think sometimes there are concerns about the replacement. Like, I think let people overblow things in the short terms, but they can be right in the long terms. Because I'm going to give a really stupid example. In the long term, it's just going to be easier to just put this version out because it's
yeah,
going to be easier to translate to other systems and blah blah blah. So
Yep.
it can work that way, even if they don't intend to, even if they release another one over the long period. This can happen because the example I think of is I have a deep love for the incredibly stupid horror movie, The Lawnmower Man, which is completely garbage, but beautifully garbage.
Yes.
And there is the theatrical cut and there's director's cut. And the director's cut is objectively worse. The director was not very competent. That's why that movie's garbage. And it includes a bit with a monkey and a VR visor and a gun shooting people. And you see all the characters and then they forget to meet each other later. And all that was cut rightfully by the producers. But because putting the word director's cut gets more clicks, a lot of times in movies are uploaded into streaming and whatnot, which is the director's versions because it might make somebody that's not watched that movie before watch it more often. It is hard to get the theatrical cut anywhere, and it is the better version. Now, this is a garbage movie, so we're talking about going from 30% to 40% or something.
Okay.
But I will defend this thing to my death. But like, it is worse. Like the director's original intent is just worse. It's one of those weird cases where the director's cut is worse, and it is basically impossible to find if I want to show it to other people. So I'm kind of stuck with that because they just don't want to make it available. Because why would they? They don't care about this movie. It just exists. So if one person wants to click on it, we'll click on it. And maybe that director thing will encourage people. And so a similar thing can happen in these situations with these games, where it's just like, why would I put the extra effort of putting two things up? So maybe they will solve it now, but in the future, out of laziness, they won't want to.
At least with Silent Hill, like fans have done so much to preserve. I mean, we have the enhanced edition where, you just go to some site that starts with abandonware, and you can find the original PC version and just put in this fan patch mod thing, and it's a wonderful experience. I just wish it was something people could just buy on GOG for like $5.
Yeah, because sometimes it's technically challenging to do. I mean, that's what keeps some people from playing old games is they just don't know how to do any of that stuff.
I think it's also messed up that we're relying on the free labor of fans to like support these legacy.
I just want to say Enhanced Edition. Now they have like an install thing where you just push a button.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
It's super easy.
Simple.
It's super simple. I totally agree with that. However, I think a lot of people's barrier to entry with that kind of thing is going to the website with abandonware at the beginning of the site, because you have a lot of people posting a lot of really weird shit. I mean, I remember back in the Napster days when I would try to download a song, a Weird Al song, and I would get the weirdest porn I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
So, and that's God.
The weirdest owl porn?
Owl or what?
He said weirdest and he's a weird owl.
Yeah.
A joke.
Oh, I was like, what? Owl? What are we talking about? Is this a Kendrick Lamar? Are we talking about OVO or like anyway?
I think a lot of Silent Hill fans are kind of just on the same page when it
Yeah.
comes to just
Yeah.
please re-release the original in some format so it's still there.
Yeah. And especially because I'm one of the people, and like, I'll be frank, I really don't like saying this, but if you go by the Metacritic score, generally speaking, on the whole, people like the original version better. So it's rated better. And I know that that's fucked up because I have been one of those people. It may come across as hypocritical, but I think for this situation, it's appropriate because I'm talking about like a consensus, like a consensus of how people feel about games. I think that the consensus reviews are good for that. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think that consensus reviews are good for just saying that, oh, this game is like objectively better than this other game. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that
No, I
on the whole,
understand.
people feel better about this. Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel. I don't know why I feel dot my i's and cross my t's all the time, but
It's understandable.
I've been. People have been litigiously upset with me about some of these things, so I get a little defensive on this stuff. So anyway,
Mhm.
but yeah, like I, I am one of the people who is like, I actually really prefer the original, and I prefer the way the directorial intent of a lot of the CG scenes in the original over the new versions. I also
Yeah.
think that Yamaoka, I love you, bud. You're great. Fuck here. I'm gonna thump my heart for you. That's for you, bud. I do not like the new soundtrack. I am not going to listen to it.
You're not the only one. Like I said, I think in the previous podcast, I was like, it felt like to me, he was just throwing everything he could in, and some of the stuff, like the theme of Laura, it just was like overproduced, like
Oh,
just too
yeah.
much. And I'm like, I actually just prefer the original soundtrack.
And
And
I'll be real with you, Whitney. He's been like this for a while. Like the music he made for this is actually spoilers from a medium video, but medium kind of mistakenly said that. Because for people who don't know, Akira Yamaoka also worked on the medium soundtrack. He did like half of the songs, and then half of them were Bloober's person. I forget his name, but I like the Bloober's guy's version, like music better than Yamaoka's. And Yamaoka's the stuff that some of his songs were really kind of like, oh, you're just making a rock song because you want to play it on a stage live, huh? Okay, all right. You really want Troy Baker to be singing, and you want a guitar next to him. Okay, all right, okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like, do you, man? Like, live your life. I'm happy for you, but at the same time, I ain't listening to this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be real. I'm keeping it real. Like, I just yeah. But anyway,
I ain't
um,
reading all that. I'm happy for you or sad for you.
thank you for your for your
Or thank you for your
for
sadness.
both comment. Yeah, thank you for your middle comment, your medium comment. But yeah, in terms of please just Konami, like, I think so. Getting back to the original sort of reason why we're talking about this, like the person who's saying that, like, this is a bastardization. Um, I I I mean, I wouldn't personally go that far, but to kind of get my head in their kind of mindset, potentially, I don't, again, they're not here. I don't know what they're thinking, but the only way that I can think of interpreting that is basically saying that, like, Konami is trying to overwrite this game with this new version, and the new version has a bunch of really strange takes, and it also is
Mhm.
kind of antithetical to art in general. Like this idea that this original piece of artwork, that because games are art, I think that everybody in the Silent Hill space can agree with me on that. It was not a controversial take.
no,
Um,
it's not.
for a lot of people, like, that's one of the amazing things that I'm debating putting this in my Medium video. I'm trying not to make it so much about Silent Hill and actually more about the medium itself. But one of the really amazing things is that you remember when Roger Ebert.
Yes.
You remember when he said that games aren't art, or
Yes,
he
that
didn't.
was a big thing on the internet that
Yes.
has not gone away. Yes.
Yeah, and it's funny because that's been kind of misinterpreted. I also have another video on that. Check it out on my channel. That is the one for Devotion. It's called "Please Play Devotion," and also "Please Play Devotion." So Yeah, I talk about that quote, but one of the things that I remember the most, and one of the reasons why I remember that quote so much, is because I remember all of these people being like, "You're wrong because Silent Hill 2 is art. Have you played Silent Hill 2?
Yep,
Hey, Ebert,
I
play
remember
Silent Hill
that.
2." Like, yeah, it was Silent Hill 2 was the game to point
Mhm.
at and be like, games are art.
Hmm.
And I think that that's kind of messed up because even like, bad games can be art, like I loathe the medium. However, I would never remove, its ability to be called a piece of art. It is a piece of art. It is just, I think that it is a bad piece of art, but it is still art. So anyway, yeah, so I think that we can all like sort of understand that, like, this game that we were all pointing to as being this like poster child for games as art has been like overwritten by this new thing because Konami decided that they wanted to, make some money off of, copying Resident Evil 2 remake and the remakes that Capcom have been doing of Resident Evil, and which to a certain extent I'm not surprised. I mean, it's Konami, and at the same time, like, a lot of people like it, so I, personally, I don't, really see it as a wholly bad thing as long as they just put the original game out. Like, that's
Yeah, just
literally
put
all
it
they have to
somewhere.
do.
Just put it somewhere, Konami.
Just Konami. Like, I think that all of us
I think
as
Guy he ruined it for
yeah,
us. I
I
don't think
I
we're ever
seriously
getting
think
it.
that that's the case, and I think that that's the thing that people who are saying like this is terrible. Like, I think that that's like maybe an undercurrent to how they feel, because this just means that the thing that they loved is less available, and there's less incentive for Konami to put it out
Yeah, now
because
like,
now they have this new version that they can profit off of
and
instead.
if you want to play the original version, again, you have to go to something called Abandonware and or pay hundreds of dollars to get a PS2 copy and a PS2 that might eventually break down and just not work anymore. I mean, uh, it's
It's
very
true.
frustrating. Like,
Mhm.
because for me,
It's video games too, like no other medium tolerates this. I can
yeah.
get a 4K restoration streaming copy of this piece of shit horror movie that was shot on a camera in 1982, and I might enjoy it because I'm a certified freak 7 days a week. But like, why the fuck can I get a copy of that, but I can't easily access fucking Silent Hill 2?
It breaks my heart. It's like, because this kind of ties in with how I view the remake. For me, when I was playing it, it seemed obvious to me it was a sequel to the original game. I
Mm.
mean, I know people don't like the loop theory. I like it. And it just, the things they put in there, yeah, it might be just like nods to fans, but it seems like they were trying to say, hey, you know, this is play the original. That is the original story. This is if James had a bad end. He chose Maria, he killed himself, he tried to do ritual or whatever. He basically didn't get the leave ending in the original game, and he's still in Silent Hill trying to do it again. That's how I when I'm playing the remake, that's how I view it. James got the Maria ending in the original game, and now he has to do this again. Um, and it's not going to come off that way for new fans because they don't have access to the original game, and it
Mhm.
just breaks my heart. And
Yeah.
come on,
I think
Konami.
even beyond that, like there were certain things I was wondering if it would translate for people. Like there's that kind of clever inversion where you realize that the nice looking of version of the hotel is actually the other world, and
Mm-hmm.
the rundown version is reality. And that's a clever inversion of how they typically use the other world in these games. And if they don't have, both because these issues of access and because they haven't remade the first Silent Hill yet, like I wonder if newer people that are playing this game or interacting with it young or for the first time have any clue about how that's a clever inversion. You know what I mean? Like if that even is like a ooh, like that's an interesting twist kind of moment for them.
I do wonder. Maybe I should. Silent Hill 2 has been in the zeitgeist for like years now, so I just assume most people already knew the twist, which is not true. A lot of people were shocked to the ending playing the remake.
Mhm.
But I don't know. Maybe because I've just been steeped in the fandom, I just feel like a lot of this is obvious and it's not. And I gotta take a step back and view it as a new fan, which I guess because you're here, Josh, um, you've been what the kids have called a quote-unquote Silent Hill tourist for a few years,
Well,
mainly.
I was gonna address the elephant in the room, Whitney, and I have to say, I am shocked at how much your podcast has gone downhill. You're allowing a pathetic tourist that because his family didn't have enough money, never got to actually play the games growing up, and I had to live vicariously through Let's Play streams and everything else. And even the fucking the psycho that thinks the original Silent Hill film is a good movie, like fully like great movie. And I actually enjoy it. In fact, the reason we met was because I did the Hold the Beans re-edit, remove Sean
Yeah.
Bean.
Hmm.
I'm afraid your credibility is nil at this point. You're going to have to resign from Silent Hill. Please turn in your Pachi slot and collection and get out of here.
Nah,
See, that's interesting that you would do the hold the beans cut when you love the original movie so much. It's like
It's
when
called,
you
well,
criticize
see,
something, it doesn't
sometimes when
necessarily
I
mean you
drop
hate it.
something in the mud, I have to wipe the mud off of it.
That's true. There's
but I do want to say, because you've mainly watched playthroughs, and I assume you did the lore video shit too.
Mhm.
What was it like for you to finally step into the titular town for yourself? Like, was it
It was a big deal.
overwhelming? What?
There's 'Cause the thing is that there's 2 sides of consumption of video games, and the other side is, huge, and people kinda know it abstractly, but we don't talk about it as much, because of the nature of it. There's the thing of, like, the frustration, the tension of, like, "Oh, I have to willingly push to go forward." That's why, like, some people can be, 0% scared by horror movies, but horrified of video games. I have to choose to walk forward. I have to hit the button to put my hand in the creepy hole. Like, the interactivity of that really makes a huge difference. It makes it thrilling, it makes you kind of feel wired the whole time. And sometimes that tension is lost because a large chunk of this is like I got to spend my entire time growing up because I didn't have the means, I didn't have the money, and it kind of weirdly relates to everything we're talking about. That I had to watch it all through streaming, and I'd watched Voidburger streams, and then I did. Vivian and I worked on that re-edit of the Silent Hill thing, and that's how I met you, and we've been good friends ever since.
Hmm.
But like I only this is like the first time I've gotten to actually play the thing, even though I want to, because the accessing is hard, and much less I'm an adult and I have like a lot of work I have to do, and I had limited funds until recently. I mean, I'm a journalist; I don't make a lot of money at this shit. And that accessibility is kind of a big issue, and so being able to actually play it is a big deal too. On the other side, I'm like kind of positive to praise it,
Yeah, I
like
was so
when
excited
you
for
make it
you.
access, it makes a big difference. And yeah, it was a lot better. Like being able to hold that and hear the static, especially because I have a PS five controller, and the sound coming through the thing that really enhanced it. And it made it like better in a lot of ways. And I've played many other games, but this one actually got me going. It really had like a lot of tension, so it did very much enhance it. But it's interesting also noticing the stuff that was missing, like the being able to take your time to look at the stupid little details when maybe say you're streaming because you played it a million times, you're going to breeze through that. Oh, you're the one swinging, so I'm not really feeling tense about whether or not you're going to miss this hit until it's like the boss fight.
Yeah.
So a lot of these things kind of get a more visceral upgrade. And that might seem like obvious, but it is kind of in like little subtle ways. It really makes the thing feel more real and more involved when you can kind of do that direct stuff. And so sometimes that accessibility stuff on the other side is also very good because it makes the thing more real. Because I've appreciated for the longest time for the story, and it may be part of why I also gravitated to Silent Hill. Besides the fact that all of its spooky bullshit is exactly my bullshit, is that it is mainly a story game that happens to be amazing at all the other elements too. Even though I have some complaints about both the original and thing for some gameplay parts. And so I could consume it better because of the nature of it versus a game where the gameplay emerges from the actual playing of it, maybe like a roguelike or stuff that I'm a passionate for. That's a very different experience if you can't play it yourself. So it's kind of interesting in that way.
It's always fun for me. Like, if I really like something, I always like to see a newbie's reaction to it. So like I would watch like reactions to my favorite movies, or I'd watch someone like experiencing Deadly Premonition for the first time and getting their their takes on it. And so it's just been so cool, like I was able to be with you during your first playthrough. And it's
And I
funny,
appreciate
like
you
it's
just
funny
like
how
full
many
of that.
times I had to be like, you missed an item. Go back, turn around, because you didn't see it, but I'm like, it's right there.
And it's like I do wish there was more like I don't know how to phrase like a mentorship in video games because if I had missed that item, I might get frustrated because I wouldn't have Intuit away. Because I think they did a really good job on improving a lot of visual stuff, without there being too much visual noise in this game compared to other ones. But there's
Yeah.
other times where it's like if it wasn't for the fact I wanted to break every single piece of glass in the game because that's
Mm.
fun to do in this game in the remake, I would easily have missed a lot of items in a lot of these cars because I wouldn't think to look because there's nothing to indicate that I should be looking
Oh,
for
there's that
this
little
part.
that little dot. You could see it.
I mean, there's times, but I have to be close, looking, wanting to look for it, to even think to even go near the car, because maybe I'm avoiding the
See,
car because I don't want to get too close to this Lang figure, stuff like that.
Hmm.
that's fascinating to me because I was playing initially without any of the icons turned on. I wanted to
Mm,
try to emulate as closely as I could the experience of playing the original Silent Hill 2 with this game.
mhm,
And like, I think you actually would benefit from playing without the icons on because I
mm.
was shocked how well it worked because it really forces you to like become more immersed. You're not looking for a dot, you're actually looking at the environments instead. And so
Yeah.
when you and so it got me in that old like sort of classic survival horror fans sound off in the comments. Y'all know the experience of going
Mashing
clockwise or counterclockwise
mashing the X
wise around,
button.
yep, mashing that X button, seeing what pops up. And I was doing that in Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I was like, actually, yeah, I prefer playing like this. And then the game glitched out and then bugged out and set my settings to default when they fixed that bug that prevented people from progressing past the what was it, the labyrinth? Or was it the prison? And then they
Are you talking about the where the knife wasn't appearing
yeah,
or
so that
yeah,
was
yeah.
Labyrinth, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
then
that was like a new one. That didn't happen for me. Oh, and there was like another game breaking bug in the hospital. The door you could look to see Laura drawing, and then she ran away, and then you
mhm,
had to be yeeted down the elevator shaft to get over to that side. Wasn't
mhm.
there like you could trap
On
yourself back on?
You can go on the
yep,
other side, I think,
on the
is
if you
what
go on the
happened.
other side when you get back to where Laura is, where you were looking through, if you go up to that window, you can, interact with it because the trigger area for that interaction was too big, so you could, hit it while you're on the other side, and when you're on the other side and you click it, it teleports you to the other side where you initially are looking through, and then it'll teleport you back there and you can't get back. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I think they fixed that.
that
I'm
that
pretty
that's
sure
been
they fixed
fixed
I
because
that.
I
believe so.
remember
They
Yeah.
did fix it.
Jasmine was playing and she was able to replicate that bug, and then by
Yeah.
the time Josh was playing he couldn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
um
Okay. Yeah, the reason I brought that up is because the patch that they put out to fix the great knife in the labyrinth not appearing, when that patch went through, it defaulted all of my settings back to like I don't know why, but suddenly all of the little tweaks that I had made, like I didn't even have Whitney, I didn't even put on my crosshair. That's how fucking immersed I was.
oh,
Oh, we
And
got elite gamer on.
who's the lead gamer
it
in
was
this
I
group?
must say, it was super fun until the combat became such that they were expecting you to, like, headshot, every enemy. Like, there were
Yeah.
combat sections in that game where it's just like, if you're just hurting yourself for no real reason. I thought it would be cool because the original Silent Hill 2 is not focused on combat. That's not the draw, that's not the thing you're there for. It's the thing that you do because survival horror games have, as they knew them back then, you had to have the enemies that you hit, and you shoot and it locks on, you hold the button, you press the button a bunch of times and then the enemy's dead.
Yeah, you bonk
But
him on the
like,
head with a
yeah,
piece of wood.
it was never fun, quote unquote, it wasn't like, the Resident Evil games where it was just like that was the draw where you're just like mowing down all these enemies and they're
Well,
jump scaring you when they come out and all that stuff.
this actually leads into one of my things I did want to talk about.
Mhm.
This was Bloober Team's like first game with actual combat, and I thought they did a great job combining what worked across different games in the series. Like in the previous podcast, it was pointed out that it seems like they use the bones of Silent Hill Homecoming combat and
Yes.
Downpour's like health system, like with the dodge.
Weirdly, Bloober Team like Homecoming a lot.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
yeah, like there's a dodge mechanic. There was like combos and the
Yeah,
bloody
and
clothing and just
if
yeah.
you ever get around to playing the medium, Whitney, I would love to hear your ideas on like things that they actually like kind of copied from. There is at least one enemy, maybe two, and the doors in Homecoming where you had to like cut them with the knife.
Yes, yes.
That is in The medium.
That's in the
For
medium?
some reason.
The vagina
Yes,
walls?
the vagina dentata fucking doors. Yes, less dentata on them if memory serves, but also they have an entire section where you go back to your childhood home,
And you need a map?
well,
Why do I need a map of my own home?
why do I need a map of my own home? Oh man, oh god.
But I just want to say, like, I think it's probably the best combat in the series thus far because the combat's always been shit. So, what are your thoughts? I know, Josh, you were bit
Yeah, I
disappointed
was going
role
to say,
playing. So this is your chance.
Strong disagree, but I think but like we've been saying before, I think it's a situation of both, where yes, and you can enjoy that because it is better than everything that's came before, especially with the limitation of the systems.
But you haven't experienced that bad combat.
Yes,
You don't know how
but
good you had
also
it.
for me,
Oh my
and not to put
God.
it too bluntly, I want things fixed, not slightly better, but still a problem. And that was my biggest issue in with the game, is that gameplay mechanics, but especially combat, actively hinders it. And it's not even just a thing, because even with just like the first game, you can have limitations. This is a story-focused game. They made the story better. So I think this game is great. I think everybody should rush out and play it. I think it's like a must play. But
a must play?
Because especially if people haven't played this, I say yes, you should play this game.
Yep, I agree.
But,
over the original?
I feel like that's not if you have the choice, do both. But if you only have the choice one, you should also play this, and it might be more accessible because then you will be motivated to play the original. Because that's kind of that's the problem is with those issues with that one. Just like I have the issues with some of this one, it creates kind of a barrier of entry for people. It's the equivalence of like, go play 5th edition D&D because it's really simple, and then go play the 3.5 or whatever version you end up liking more. Because everybody likes D&D, and then they always move on to another system. So to me, it's the kind of the same equivalence to that. I think they do certain critical things better in the original Silent Hill 2, though, that I'll get into later, and that's more environmental stuff. But yeah, I think the combat is actively bad, but it can also be better than the other ones, and I'm gonna have to rely on the two of you because you're the more experienced. I'm the fucking tourist here, fucking loser, nobody, no money guy. But like, I think
I just want to say,
to kind of reiterate, I want things fixed and good if you're going to give them to me. Don't give me a really good toy, the story, and make it better. Great, oh cool. And then give me a bad toy that cuts my thumb and be like, I can't believe you're complaining about that. I gave you a nice toy,
Okay,
and I'm talking more strongly than I feel, but I
say,
just wanted to be a little punchy with it,
What about the combat didn't work for you? I gotta ask.
Oh, you want me to go into the whole thing? Yeah, because I'll be talking for a little bit. And to be clear, I still think it's a good game, and I
This
still
is
think
why you're here, Josh.
Good. I'm just overdoing this to really kind of explain why this. Because
you're here to talk, so please talk.
And some of the interactive stuff was bad enough that my plan was to immediately play it again and get the other endings after playing this, and it turned me off enough. There's a problem, and I think the fundamental problem is they have some fundamental problems they did with the combat and some other interactive parts of the thing, the story and the puzzles. I think they nailed. But the other parts had enough problems, and more importantly, they had a lot more of it. So it kind of increases the issue. Like, I overuse this metaphor way too much, but it's like a Chipotle burrito. You could make the best meat ever, and if you have too much shitty rice, it doesn't matter how good the thing is. It's going to be kind of an unpleasant situation. And I think there's stuff with way too much rice in this one. I think, and the other kind of spicy hot take, I'm going to kind of do it all at once, is I think BioShock 2 is a better pseudo remake than Silent Hill by a mile. And by what I mean is, both of them got to take somebody else's really incredible work. Like, this is just a wealth of benefits and opportunities. And Silent Hill improved a lot of stuff about Silent Hill 2. So, you went from maybe an 85% to a 90%. So that's a huge number. But when you compare how much Bloober itself improved the game, it's like 5%. That's not much of an improvement. Versus, I think BioShock fundamentally, you've even played this with
5%.
And to be clear, do you mean 5% overall or 5%?
So it went from
gameplay?
80. I'd say more than 5%, but I'm saying it'd be it went from 80%. Let's pretend we rated the first game 80%. Now it's 90% because those quality improvements to the story, the more interactive, the environment's beautiful, these little details. It's some stuff they do as hell to be really hyperfixated. Even the hanging light that swings during the first Pyramid Head fight, I'm geeking the fuck out even now thinking about it. Like, they did some incredible stuff in this game. But I think the amount that they improved the game over the original was thin, and a lot of the stuff that's really good about it's from the original. And I think BioShock, they like Whitney, you hated when you had to play the mini games for hacking. They made that fun and interactive, and they made it more visually. They made the combat better. They took the fact that they got to steal somebody else's work because the original BioShock team was too busy wanting to do something else, so they kind of just copied their work. A different team did BioShock 2, and they used the fact that they had somebody built them a beautiful setting, beautiful characters, great creatures, all this exciting stuff, and they used it to make some of the best level design I've seen. Like, oh, okay, we have a crossbow. Now we can make trap bolts so you can have different tactics to play. Oh, now the hacking minigame's way funner and way more accessible. Like every single thing. And I even think the story.
I do gotta say the hacking was better in BioShock 2.
Yeah, and I think the story's even okay-ish, and they did such a good job in the gameplay that I still think it's the best BioShock, even though I have love for all the other ones, and I like the story of BioShock 1 way better. But like they did such across the board, it's different. And I think Bloober Team did a great job and made this game better, and that's a huge win for everybody, and you should play it. But I think they've made a thin amount of improvement compared to what they had, and especially with how much they had to work with, how much they got even an extension on it. So when all that comes together, is I'm very frustrated with the combat because it is intuitively bad and punishes you over and over again for a thing that you want to do, for the thing that's asking and demanding you to do, and as well as creating problems that didn't exist and blah blah blah. But like combat specifically, I think it's kind of ass, to be honest.
Why?
And the part of it's supposed to be like you're supposed to be in a threaded position. Like you're supposed to having challenges, but it is heavily balanced towards guns, which is different than the first game, from my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong there. And I will say, on the positive side, the handgun feels fantastic. I think the handgun is my favorite handgun I've ever had in a video game. It feels balanced. It feels like it can move quick, but there's still challenges with aiming if I'm in a tight situation. The amount of damage it does, it feels powerful, so it's balancing the lack of limited bullets I get. I think that's great. But they still
Josh, let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead, sorry.
Do you think that they balance the entire combat around the handgun?
I believe that 100%. Because they balance it around guns, but specifically more the handgun. Because I think the shotgun is overtuned to being too powerful, but also weirdly inconsistent. And I think the rifle is actively ass because, okay, yeah, you have like this bullet spray, which any game with guns should have in the modern thing. So like it's not just like a person laser shot. But the problem is there's so little time, they don't reward you for taking time to aim. So it punishes you unless it's a big beefy boss for ever using the rifle. If I wanted to just use it on a nurse because I just felt like doing that, I am not kind of allowed to do that because it will take too long to aim. It will probably miss. I can't afford to miss those bullets because they're much more valuable. A bunch of stuff like that. And to be fair, I'm just trying to list my complaints. I'm not like, some of these I don't care about too much. A lot of the stuff with the gun I think are mostly fine. I can live with. But the problem is it's balanced towards guns. They did a really bad job with the melee combat. The nature of this being a survival horror means you're often limited on bullets, or you got to save them, or you've run out of bullets. So it pushes you back to melee combat that they did not do. And my big issue is the melee combat constantly punishes you for dealing melee combat in this thing. You have no interrupt attack. Okay, I understand. I'm not expecting this to be Dark Souls, Elden Ring, whatever, even though I've played those. But I have no way to interrupt attack. So my hits are not when I want to do them, and I am not rewarded for hitting more often. Okay, I have no invulnerability with my dodge, which is why they include it in Elden Ring type games, because you need to be able to have a sense of control of the combat. Otherwise, oh, I was slightly here and I bumped a box, and now this 3-hit combo instantly kills me. That's not fun. That's why you put in vulnerability, even if it's a couple frames, into a dodge. Okay, I'm swinging with okay, I'm going to take metal pipe. Okay, I got you. I caught you off guard, nurse. I'm going to swing at you. Oh, my very swinging puts me out of position, and now I can't see them. Now I have to spin it around. Oh, that's enough time for her to beat the shit out of me. So even when I attack, it makes me unable to see attack, even when I'm well lined up, if I'm in a weird spot. And then like the stealth doesn't really work. Okay, you can stealth up to them, but at times they'll just turn and notice you.
You have to turn off your radio.
No, I agree. But even when I did that on several occasions, they would just for no reason turn and see me. And now because they got the element of surprise, they will often get a combo off me. So that's an annoying bullshit hit.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that
Then,
I tested that extensively. I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know, Whitney,
what
how
was your
much you
finding?
did, but I tested it
I'd say
with the
medium.
radio on, the radio off, the flashlight on, the flashlight. I think, yeah, I
I
think the
found
flashlight off.
when I played with my radio off the entire time, I was able to sneak up on the nurses a lot easier.
When you say sneak up, do you mean like come up right next to them
their back is to me,
and you're
I
right behind them?
yes, and I bonk them on the head to make them go down. Yeah.
Okay. I tested that by walking slowly up to with the radio off, slowly up to a nurse, and she turned around like as soon as she was in melee combat and immediately saw me. I don't know if and I did that multiple times with different characters. I was testing it out to be like, it's one of those things where I'm in a position where if I'm going to be annoyed with something, I feel like I have to have the evidence that proves that that annoyance is warranted. So I test it over and over, and yes, it is properly annoying. That I'm with Josh on that one, where it's they just arbitrarily like I don't. That's the other thing, Josh. What combat difficulty were you playing on?
Well, so
started on hard for some reason.
That's part of what I want to get to, but I intentionally started on hard
Okay.
just for the memes, and I with the intent of switching it once it became a nuisance to how fast I could progress the game. He got better.
Stuck.
The gameplay
let me
was better
say
on
this.
hard, but I'll get into that in a minute.
He got stuck in the apartment building. You know, when you go up to the third floor, and you have to go through like 3 rooms, and there's mannequins and line figures. He died, no joke, like 25 times in a row, and we're finally like, Josh, you got to hang it up.
Yeah, and the thing is, if it was me, I'd live with that, and I'd make it like essentially I've self-jacked this into being a pseudo Elden Ring. You gotta learn the patterns and figure out how to get it right. I can enjoy that because I'm a weirdo. But like when I have other people, that's just not reasonable. And more importantly, if I'm trying to play this casually, it's just too hard. I think that the hard mode is too overbalanced, and the normal mode is too trivial. But I'll get into that in a minute because that goes into issues I have with the game is kind of monotonous when it comes to combat, and that's the let me finish my thoughts. So stealth is a problem, but normally that's fine. Like, just like combat in the first game, it's okay. Like we were okay with the fact that it wasn't particularly good. The problem is they have way more combat in this, to the point it extends the game and it's a larger chunk of the game.
Yeah, it's like a gauntlet sometimes.
So the handgun feels great, but when I'm not using the handgun, I'm being, by the very nature of the game, so I'm fine with them having no bullets. And for the positives, handgun is fantastic. The inclusion of the dodge was one of the best decisions they made in this game. I think it improves it, it makes it more fun, it gives you more control in a way that was lacking in the first game. I think they made some very extremely good decisions in this combat stuff. But the fact that they did this but didn't work on, and it really kind of almost feels phoned in for a lot of stuff with this. There's a lot of things that intuitively force you towards the bad side. There's like a saying back in the day about you don't put anything on your restaurant menu that you don't want people to order because it's not your best thing. And I think it's a similar kind of situation. The stealth could have helped breaking up the combat, give you a sense of control. So when you're tired of having to constantly button smash down an enemy with a pipe that's not working very well, here's something, I get the advantage, blah, blah. It never worked for me, even when I was trying. So it just made it more frustrating, and it reduced how much. It's like they thought they had included more combat variety, and they hadn't, because it didn't work.
I think what I remember watching you play, what really annoyed you the most with the combat was when you could not, like, the enemies would have like a combo attack. You could not stop their combo attack with your melee pipe, but they could stop you when you're trying to swing. And that annoyed you to no end. I remember that.
And more importantly, it kind of gets into what I think the most damning thing about this. All these things are things that I could live with. Now here's the things I can't live with. Combat not only punishes you for being combat, but it is an obnoxious turn-waiting style of combat. And I don't even think that was intentional by them, but because of these flaws. Okay, first time I'm playing and I don't know the patterns, I'm getting my butt kicked. Understandable. You're supposed to learn the attack patterns and react to them and know when to dodge and blah, blah, blah. But this game is very much about, you're going to dodge the way I want you to. Oh, you dodged backwards? Not good enough. This particular attack, you got to dodge sideways. Okay. So you can't do it any other way. You couldn't position yourself far enough away for it to not matter.
Like
they can hit
the
it.
Mary Maria fight.
Yeah. Whenever they're going to, like, okay, I'm a mannequin. I'm gonna do my long jump that does huge damage to you. They can hit you at any distance, pretty much. They always it's like hit scan weapons back in the boomer shooter era, Duke Nukem stuff. It's like, okay, it's just a laser beam, so you just have to get shot less. You can't do anything about them. Those are extremely obnoxious. They always have laser precision, perfect rotating timing. They always know where you are. If I'm swinging at them, I put myself out of position. I can't see. I'm frustrated, and then I have to wait my turn. Okay, I see. So okay, I'm getting my butt kicked because I haven't learned the pattern, and then I still learn the pattern. That's fun. That's good gameplay. I should get my butt kicked so I can learn that lesson, and then I feel like rewarded when I do it. But there is no reward for having learned the pattern. Okay, I see you. I've now learned the pattern. I see you, mannequin. I can see you hiding. You're not hiding very well. I'm going to run up and I'm going to get you off guard before you can attack. Oh, I swung and the combat decided I was half an inch too short, so I connected with nothing. Now you instantly pop up and auto hit me. That's an annoying bullshit loss of health for no good reason. Okay, you got out of position first, but I know what your attack pattern is. They always attack so fast, you can never hit them before they do their first attack, pretty much ever, unless they're in the hiding position. So I have to wait for them to do 2 attacks, dodge the way the game wants me to, then I hit them. But there's no, I can't hit them like 6 times really fast. I can't button mash and have it make a difference. I can't heavy, and this is the most damning thing to me. Heavy attack does nothing. In fact, it punishes you for using it because this thing's very much about timing. And if you take the time to wind up the heavy attack, it doesn't seem to do any more damage. It doesn't knock them down. It doesn't interrupt them. And it just increases the chance that they'll get a bullshit hit because they decided to cycle into their attack pattern at the worst time.
Mhm.
I can't kill them faster when I'm waited to properly dodge and hitting them. And then often it's not enough damage to kill them before they do another attack. So it's like, I'm waiting for you to attack in a very predictable, and now that I've learned how to do this, very boring kind of way, it's like, okay, dodge, hit, dodge, hit. Oh, you're dead finally? Okay. And it's like there's no skill expression. Not that I need it. Like I said, I don't need Elden Ring. I don't need crazy stuff. I think I'm almost stating more than I really care too much about it. But it's like there is no reward for skill expression. There's no reward for being smart about this. And then by the time I was at the hotel at the end, every enemy couldn't really hurt me unless some bullshit thing where it did an attack at a rate that didn't make any sense. Or like you said, it would interrupt me, but I can't interrupt it. So the only time I got damaged was cheap bullshit hits that I couldn't do anything about. And every time I was fighting the monster, they couldn't hurt me, so they were just time wasters. So I just was starting to get bored with it to a certain point, and that's a bad thing. And then I think, and some of this isn't their fault. Like if you're doing a survival horror, you're going to naturally gravitate to melee. So if they had this much of a problem with the melee, or if they had like more guns, you go guns a-blazing. Not that this is the kind of game for that. These problems wouldn't be in the world, but the nature of it cycles you towards the bad melee combat, cycles you to aggressive waiting and boring stuff. Yeah, and it ends up being very frustrating while also being very trivial.
Well, it seemed to me that they wanted you to like interchange between your gun and your melee attacks. Like use the gun to make them stumble, then run over and beat the shit out of them with your pipe. At least that's the feeling I got when I was playing it.
Because that's like, you have to play this in the way we want you to play this. You can't start blasting with the gun because you can't afford the bullets. And you have to shoot him and like, okay, you missed. Now you're just punished for losing that bullet. You know, it's like, and a lot of this thing is fine. And I'm not expecting it to be the world's greatest combat. But when you increase the amount of combat and you have things that not only don't work, but they naturally cycle you to the parts that don't work, that just kind of enhances. And then like there's even like structural problems. Like the game rightfully kept to the original design where I think it's only 9 types of enemies in the game.
Yes.
Or whatever that number is.
It's 9.
So then what happens is, okay, when I have the idea of the line figures, that's cool. I learned the pattern. Then I deal with the mannequins. I learn the patterns, a little hiding stuff. That solves some of these problems because it's a new pattern to learn. So yes, it might have problems, but every time you have a new enemy, but then you're reaching the nurses by the time you're at the hospital. And then there's no new type of enemy that you're really fighting that much versus just dodging all the time.
They made, when you got to the prison, they made the mannequins climb walls. That was
that's like a long gap before they do that, and then it's just the one section. And that's the problem is because of the nature of the original game. In fact, this is a kind of a structural problem from the original game that's not even their fault. If I had continuously new creatures, that could mitigate some of these problems, but there's not. So now I'm stuck with creatures that I have learned all of them, And I've learned them way before I ever get to the hotel, where they're more trivialized. So, it just kind of creates this natural negative feedback loop. Um, Once I know how to fight them, there is no reward, but there is time wasting and frustration that can only occur. And that's the problem. And that really hurt a lot of what my feelings are.
I definitely had that like feeling when I was playing through my first time through, and I had to go from the hospital to the Rosewater Park. It felt kind of like a gauntlet to me because I was used to the original
Yeah.
game where you leave the hospital and you can just sort of run around the enemies. If you didn't want to fight them, you could just run around them. But in the
Mhm.
remake, that really wasn't possible because
Nope.
Mhm.
every time you try to skirt an enemy, you go around the corner, you get punched in the face by a mannequin or whatever.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
did
you
get
would
that.
break a window to a place at the very beginning and climb in there thinking that you would be able to get away from it and escape like
Mm,
combat, but
nope,
Mhm.
they follow you.
and this was a major conflict for me because I thought simultaneously it's actually cool that the lying figures chase you
Yeah,
into buildings that you but at the
Yes.
same time
There's
it
some stuff they
makes
did
it so
well.
that it's one of those things where it's like technically that's more impressive, but when you follow it there's so many things about this game where it's like when you follow
Yeah.
it through to like its conclusion, I think that's a detriment to the experience. I think that
Yeah.
not being able to actually get away from
but
enemies
you can
is
a
a
little bit.
problem. You can a little
It
bit, but
depends on the enemy type. For example, the line figures, they can only crawl under and over a window and stuff. The nurses can go because they're more humanoid. They can go through the breaks in the wall, but they
Mhm.
can't crawl underneath. There's like limitation. You can get away from some enemies if you know. For example, in the labyrinth, when you had to do the repeating room, the second room you went into with the blaring red light and the enemies that were alive for a little time period, there is a way to for the second room you can keep yourself safe by basically going into a hole in the wall and then keeping the door locked. And the only enemy you had to deal with was maybe a scalpel wielding nurse, and you just had to wait out
Mhm.
the time limit.
see, I just ran in a circle around
Yeah,
that
you
room
can
until
also
the
just do the whole loops, which you end up having to do with the mandarins,
Mhm.
which they made annoying as fuck. Oh my god,
yeah.
they were never a
Yeah.
threat in the original game. In this one, it's like God, the stupid little scream was annoying. Um,
Yes.
And I
Yes.
think that you just tapped into something that I think both Josh and I feel annoyance. I don't think Bloober Team has ever been able to like even in the medium, which doesn't really have
Mhm.
combat per se. There are running sections. There are like chase sections,
okay,
and they've never been really good at understanding what makes something scary versus what makes it annoying or frustrating. There is a fine line that you walk when you do combat like Silent Hill 2 where there is a certain level of bullshit that I think everybody is just like okay with. But when you walk into a corner and a mannequin just decides, "Oh, hey, I'm gonna like use my two stubs and I'm just gonna bop you in like less than a second, and I'm gonna
Mhm.
take a giant chunk of your life." That is just like, okay, I understand it's a survival horror game. I understand that getting damage is a part of like getting like a jump scare. And I think that when people go to survival horror games or horror games in general, they're expecting some jump scares. I have a
Mhm.
problem with that with Silent Hill 2, but that's beside the point for right now. I think that that is bullshit goddamn nonsense, and it's like it's so frustrating because it's like I simultaneously feel like that I understand why that's there. I understand that, that's probably the reason why they throw so many health items at you because they're trying to take your health down. They're trying to do these things where you're surviving. You need to feel like you're surviving. But I have to jive that with the legit feeling of I just every aspect of this is just annoying to deal with. It's annoying to deal with the yell. That is so frustratingly dumb. That
Mhm.
the yelling is just it doesn't even really like my mind when I first had that happen to me, I'm like, What is happening there?" Like it's
It's
yelling
just 'cause they feel
and then
cheap. 'Cause all the problems feel cheap. They don't feel like a good example compared to what you were talking about. It's like, okay, the mannequin's around the corner. Maybe they do something like an Elden Ring or Dark Soul game, and okay, there's a enemy that is just going to obliterate you if you come around the corner. Then you remember that, so next time you come back, you can pre-swing when you go around the corner, and you can knock him out in one hit, and you get rewarded for pattern recognition.
Right. But
This game, if I were to come around the corner, knowing the mannequin's there, knowing where it's going to be, I would swing and it would get punished because it would pop out in reacting to my swing as opposed to staying until my swing connected, and they would instantly do an attack. So I would be punished for doing something about it as opposed to just walking backwards, being cheap, and then just shooting at it at a distance. It doesn't feel rewarding.
Right. I also think that using a game like Elden Ring as inspiration is just kind of like the fact that we're
I'm not expecting that, just to be clear. Like for
no, I get it.
I don't. I don't need them
That's
to
a
be
leap
perfect. I just
to an
need them not
extent.
to be obnoxious.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. It's just obnoxious. There's so many things
Yeah.
about the combat. And when you say that it's like when you said that it was like the best combat in any Silent Hill game, I think that says more about the quality of
Yes.
like classic survival horror game combat
Yeah.
than anything to do with. And also, I would say you are incorrect. In my opinion, the best combat in any Silent Hill game is PT.
But
Exactly. I think that it is antithetical to Silent Hill to be talking about combat at all. I think that there are games that lean themselves to, and I think Shattered Memories, like you can say a lot about Shattered Memories. I know that there are some haters out there, high haters, but I think that there are some things that Shattered Memories really picked up on and thought were interesting, and I think that are perfectly suited to Silent Hill. And I think that stuff like combat, stuff like boss fights, I don't think that those really do anything to elevate Silent Hill above something like Resident Evil, or The Last of Us. I think that, and if we're talking about like pure, I'll finish this thought and then I'll move on. But I think that Silent Hill is perfectly suited for something like a no combat kind of like devotion style, PT style, like no combat, just puzzles, and anything that is a danger is like something you can't really do anything other than use your knowledge of the space to get you out of that situation, or knowledge of the monster to get out of the situation. Like using your brain to actively think instead of react to things is something that I think Silent Hill should play more with and lean more into. That said, I understand that Silent Hill has a fan base of people who really like combat in games, and it's like related to Resident Evil in that way, and I understand that. So in order to marry the two, the entire time I was playing Silent Hill 2 Remake, I was constantly thinking to myself, I am appreciating the combat in The Last of Us so much more, because The Last of Us has a combat system, and Josh, you were saying that like your favorite, this could be Silent Hill 2 could be your favorite like combat in a horror game. Have you played The Last of Us or The Last of Us 2?
No, I haven't had an opportunity to.
You should, because I think you will find that it is perfectly punishing enough while also having like a skill expression and knowledge of the fights, while also leaning into like sort of the sort of gamey aspect, while also, for me, I had the most tense fights in gaming. It has always been with The Last of Us, because The Last of Us, I remember some of those fights they're ingrained in my brain, because the first time you get like one shot by a clicker, it's like, okay, I know where that dude is. I know what I'm going to do to avoid that. But the thing that The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2 do so perfectly is stealth.
Yeah.
Is being able to get out of a situation, confuse the AI that you're messing with.
For skill expression, and that's that's lacking here. And it doesn't have to be like insane, but it's just like, if you don't have skill expression, then all combat is one way. It's all the same way.
And yes, and I totally agree with
these
that.
problems didn't exist, it would be frustrating because it's all the same thing.
Right. And the thing that I think would really help Silent Hill 2 Remake, and Bloober Team, if you're listening, please use this for Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, potentially, who knows. But I think one of the things that you fundamentally missed the mark on is how Silent Hill 2 actually, the original, let you get away from enemies and let you stealth around enemies and maneuver around enemies, because being able to flee a fight and choose which enemies you're going to use ammo on is integral to survival horror. because
Yeah.
those are the decisions that you are actively making that make combat interesting and let you express yourself. So express how you played the game. The thing that you're marking the game with is how you are navigating the space. It is, and one of the things that I've always loved about The Last of Us is that the combat is a puzzle in and of itself.
Yeah. How are you
And I
supposed to get
really,
around that clicker? Oh, I have a brick. I could probably get him to go that way, away from where I need to go, and I'll just hide around this corner. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
so if I think that, that was one of the things that unfortunately got left on the side with the conversion from the original Silent Hill 2 to this one, because you did have the ability to maneuver around enemies. You did have the ability to,
Mhm.
like, not really, but kind of stealth. Like, you could turn your flashlight off and you could move right past, a mannequin. Like,
Mhm.
bye, bud. It was fun. It was interesting. It was definitely, useful on the harder difficulties. But, like, there's none of that in this. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one of the biggest, like, complaints I have with the combat is that I'm forced to do it. Like,
Basically
I
forced to
have
mow
Do
to.
down
it, and
everything to.
it's
Yeah,
forcing you
and they
to
even
wait
do.
so that it doubles up, like, the
Yeah,
problems. Like, it's a
and they
compounding
even
issue.
do that, like, they made the same exact mistake as Downpour, where they have just a gauntlet.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
multiple gauntlets, where, for people who don't know, I don't know why I'm saying this, but there might be some people who didn't play Downpour here. Um, Downpour at the very end, it's a game that's largely about, like, it did integrate some of those, aspects of, combat that I was talking about, like being able to choose your fights, being able to run away if you don't wanna get into the scrap. It had breakable weapons and all these things, and I think the breakable weapon thing really lent itself to, like, the stress of combat. Like, I'm attacking this thing, how long do I have until it's like, this thing breaks in my hands and I've gotta, like, scramble to find something else and defend myself,
Mhm.
but then at the end, it's just like, "Oh, all that tension that in the combat? No, no, fuck that. You kill all these enemies real quick.
All
Just you
these
just you just
any
mow them down."
I will say
prisoners are
I'm
just gonna
very
attack
glad they
you.
put breakable weapons
Yep.
in Silent Hill 2 Remake. That would have ruined this game even more. It would have made it almost unplayable for me.
Yeah, I'm glad there
Because
was
it's
no breakable
because all these
weapons.
problems are enough as is. If I had to, like, constantly be out of weapons, that would be very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
though I know
I
it's not
think
gonna
that
be,
I
but
think that
I'm
there
glad
is
they
a
didn't do
way. Tom Hewlett might be listening to this. Hey Tom, I think there is a
that.
way that breakable weapons could work in a Silent Hill game, and I totally, I do not wholly unappreciate the way that they were implemented in Downpour. However, I think that, when it got to the gauntlet, it got complete. Like, I think y'all lost the plot a little bit, but I think that that can be done in a game like Silent Hill. It just needs to be accounted for, and that's the thing. In Silent Hill 2 Remake, it really doesn't feel like combat serves a purpose.
Yeah, it's
It
kind of
serves,
time filler, just like breaking the
or
glass.
maybe it's not like a purpose. Maybe it's more like, it doesn't have like a, um there's not a reason for it to exist outside of, we are doing to Silent Hill 2 what Resident Evil 2 Remake did with Resident Evil 2. It's not like, being able to, decide whether attack one enemy or another it does anything to say, like, about James's mental state, or, like,
I was just gonna bring
I
that
think
up.
that.
Like, I remember. Oh, one of my friends said it was so weird going back to like Resident Evil 4 and Leon's handling of the weapons. She was overcorrecting a lot of the stuff because she was playing James, who was very like waving his gun around, and then when they got back to Resident Evil Resident Evil 4 remake, they were
Mm.
overcorrecting. Leon's like, nah, I'm like a professional, I know what I'm doing. And they ended up like
Mhm.
missing shots because they were so used to having to
But I think it
wrangle.
should be hard in this game. I think
They
that's a
had to
benefit.
wrangle James to get the shot that they wanted because he was so inexperienced. I think again some of the maybe disappointments in combat was intentional because James sucks.
Well, yeah,
I would
and that would be
say.
fine if it didn't punish you for, "Okay, I shoot badly." That's good. I can say that's a good thing because then it makes you tense, "Oh, am I gonna land the shot?" But then if it cycles you back to the problem with the melee, then it creates a net negative effect versus if the melee didn't have a problem and it had been balanced right, then that would have, like, a lot of these things wouldn't have been a problem if certain things had been fixed, which honestly, that's something I'm most frustrated about because they're pretty easy fix. I could even point out what needs to get fixed.
Well, maybe they'll
And so because of that, kind of collectively push everything downwards when individually these wouldn't be the end of the world.
again, this is their first time doing combat. I think maybe
But they
listening
had
to
so much time to work on it. Like, they had all this free time. They didn't have to make the whole story. They didn't have to make the monster design. They didn't have to make all these things. They got an extension. They could have spent this entire time making this great. You looked at BioShock 2, and they made everything. They even made the gun look, including when you upgrades in BioShock 2, look more rad by a mile. And that's
yeah,
a game where the team doesn't even have as much time as Bloober Team and half the ambition. You know,
but
Got an
it
extension?
seemed well because we thought because of COVID and whatnot. I mean, the game was supposed to
Mhm.
release in 2023 and it didn't.
Correct me if
Yeah,
I'm wrong. I thought they had
that's
gotten an extension, but maybe
no,
I'm wrong.
that's I was just curious if that's an official thing that someone said because I've always assumed that that was the case because of
Okay,
just
well
the way
then
that
I
the
retract my
timeline
statement.
worked
Well, yeah, it
Sorry.
seemed like
and how they announce things and then they put out a combat trailer and like here's a combat trailer. It certainly seems like this should have a release date at the end of it, but anyway.
yeah, yeah.
And, and, and the thing I want to point to is this is the most damning example because I want to move on because I also think it's positive and I think I have solutions. But the most damning thing for me watching the game that really affected my feeling was watching you when we did it as a gimmick where you tried to solo the final Mary fight with just your pipe.
Yeah, that
Parts
went
of it was bad.
badly.
Because of it was frustrating, whatever. Yeah, because you're doing a gimmick. And like, here's the thing: that's the most obvious thing in the world. Once you play this game a couple times, oh, I bet I could do it with just the pipe.
Well,
That'd be
no, it
so
was the
cool if I could.
pipe on hard mode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on hard mode, and you were able to do it because you recognized the pattern. You were rewarded for following the game, and then you got to the final form, and she has a long dash attack followed by a double strike that is intentionally meant because they expect you to be across the thing, shooting with the rifle, using the shotgun, or whatever. That's what's expected.
Yeah.
And to be able to do that and be a threat and potentially damage anybody instead of making that portion trivial, because it's a big open arena where you have plenty of room to run, she has to go really fast, really quick. They didn't do anything to calibrate it when you're meleeing close. So she will just instant turn with zero time to react and then move too fast when you're close to her to not get hit by her hardest attack and really punished because it's meant to have a delay when it's crossing the whole arena.
Yeah, it
And
was
so because of
nonstop.
that, you cannot beat it with that hard mode, even though you tried so hard, unless you want to spend 20 million hours. Because you beat the other parts, even though they were hard, in not too long of a time. You were able to get through and you died a couple times, but you were able to get through it. This one punishes you to the point that you almost can't do it. And like you could if you're willing to spend like 24 hours, because what happens is it doesn't reward you for positioning because these auto target, auto turn, auto attack stuff they do and it's too fast. It's not scaled in a way that lets you play the way you want to do. So you are being punished or outright blocked from playing the way you would want to do. And like I can't think of a more obvious thing that everybody, if they play this game a bunch of time and they really love it, would want to do at some point. At some point, they would try and do everything with the pipe just as a gimmick to like see if they could pull it off.
Yeah.
And the game doesn't even know how to balance and not punish you for doing that. And like to me, that was like the most damning thing. Is because it's like it's not just that it's doing it and it's frustrating and that's bad on a fundamental core mechanic, but also there's a certain point where it makes you not able to play the game you want the way you want to play it, even though it could have. And that's the problem. It's like it becomes no, you can't play it that way. You have to do it this way.
Yeah, it
And
does kind
that's
of pigeonhole you into using a certain
yeah.
weapon with
And if you feel
certain
frustrated with that pigeonhole,
enemies.
well then it's the problem.
Also, when it has the like Dead Space does this really well, and I think Dead Space was also the remake was also a major inspiration for this. But Dead Space has that interesting like play of like because I think the thing that we're not really talking about is tension in combat, and that's one of the reasons why I really like The Last of Us is because being able to stealth immediately innately comes with tension because it's the built-in tension of being found out, of being seen, of being attacked, and you're vulnerable,
Yeah.
and then something sees you and you get attacked. Like I think that there is something to be said about just the way that the game is set up in situations where like yeah it's just a cavalcade of like copy paste enemies, which granted one of the things that I actually and I want to revisit this real quick. I know that the combat is like having enemies in the game is also saying something about James's mental state because he's expressing himself through how these enemies are being visualized. I didn't mean to say that that wasn't the case. The thing that I'm trying to say is that the most interesting thing about Silent Hill 2 Remake's combat is at the very end of the game when you have all of those enemies just lying down on the ground and they're
Yeah.
Oh
not
yeah.
doing
Gives
anything. That was the
me
most
chills.
interesting thing. And if you just want to make the base game more interesting, I totally agree with a lot of what Josh is saying. But the thing that I would stress is that I don't want to be doing that all the time in a Silent Hill game. I'm okay with having skill expression. I'm okay with like a lot of these combat things, being in the game. However, being doing them too much, I think that that's not like kind of at the heart of what Silent Hill 2 specifically, or
Yeah,
Silent Hill
that's
in general should be about. I think that having enemies like the nurses, like just doing their own thing instead of just standing in a hallway being like, next person who comes through here, I'm gonna beat their fucking ass. Like, like if they've actually got things that they're doing, if that like in like that one monster in Silent Hill 3, where it's just like this fucking weird mass in the fucking
Blocking the
on a
door.
wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like what the fuck is that? Like my radio's going off when I get next to it. What the hell's going on there? Like that's really interesting. People remember that. It's memorable. Like of course the mirror room, that's not really a monster, but it hurts you. It's a gameplay thing. So it's like more stuff like that, and express yourself through the combat. Like have fun with it, make it interesting. Have the that's the other aspect of this that I think I was talking to was it Josh or Winnie, was it you, where we were talking about how if there were just like the hospital is a perfect example, because you come up when you go into the hospital and you see that poster or that picture of all of the nurses,
Yes.
and it's like, okay, there are like 9 nurses here, right?
Oh yeah, you told me this, yeah. And that would have been such an opportunity to do something interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so it's like, okay, all of these 9 nurses, they all you don't even need to put this in the game and make it explicit, but in the design of it, you can have it where it's like, okay, there are 9 nurses here. They are positioned in these spots and they have these patrol routes because they are related directly to like the sort of memory of those nurses, or at least how James remembers them and what they were doing. Like you've got one in like one, imagine opening a door and there is just a bubblehead nurse like doing paperwork.
Oh,
Like,
that would be funny. That would be
and
funny.
then it sees you and it tries to attack you, and it's like, and then there's that
Well,
panic,
you
there's
kind
that.
of had that a little bit with like when you went to in staff room, break room, and there was just like
Yeah.
nurse standing in front of the TV. It's like they're on break
Yeah.
and you ruined their break.
Yes, more of that. And it's funny because they got that directly from Homecoming, but more of that, please. I want more bubblehead nurses like watching TV, like doing their routes.
Well, they did kind of do that though. They did have routes.
That kind of,
yeah, because
kind of,
like the
kind of, and even the thing they're doing is kind of copying. Because what I did notice, and this is more in some aesthetic stuff I've noticed, like, and when you compare it to like what I said with the BioShock 2 example. Okay, when they improved stuff in BioShock 2, they not only improved things, but they were like excited to make new opportunities. Like they were like jazzed and looking for what can we do with this toy? How can we make it even more fun? There was like a curious lack of interest in once they made a thing better. Like, okay, the combat is better than the first game, but I've said I've had my issues with it. Well, there was no interest in doing anything more with it. There's no different types of pipe swing. There's no
you think maybe they ran out of time?
new weapons, and that's but that is because it's real easy for me to say a lot of this stuff. But it's like I've noticed this on numerous levels and aspects of the game. It's like once they got it good enough, they just kind of stopped. They seemed uninterested in taking it even further and making a new opportunity and bringing something that they distinctively could have brought, which is like you got this amazing opportunity to do a thing that's kind of in your wheelhouse. You could do exciting things. You could do new and exciting things. And they did some
stuff with the exploration, with being able to.
But it was a real like I'm on deadline, so I just wrote enough to technically get to like a grade. And
again, we don't know the inner workings, but I did think they did take chances.
This is a lot of speculation on my part, so I will.
They did take chances though, with how they expanded the exploring and the environment. They expanded upon that. There was a lot of how they added a little bit more dialogue with Angela and Eddie. Like I felt, I don't know, more connected to Maria too, because she had more dialogue just talking with James during the journey. I think they did take some effort to expand upon
Yeah.
things in the
But
way
I think the things that they
you're
were excited
saying,
about, they didn't
but
try. Like, the
not
they were
with
excited about the
combat.
story,
I
but they
would
didn't care about combat, they didn't care about the stuff, so they're just like, "Okay, enough." And then, like, that's why you have these weird untuned aspects to them, where, like, even the guns aren't consistently tuned because it's like, they're just like, "Okay,
right.
that was good enough," and they just left it, and they never came back.
Josh, I will say, we are getting kind of close to, and I totally get where you're coming from, but I would
Mhm.
caution,
Fair, fair, fair.
um,
I'll scale
be,
that, I'll scale that.
mainly because we're coming close to a Tom Hewlett situation where the man was given a job
Yeah,
to do, and he had a certain he had constraints that no one knew about until
yeah.
after the fact.
And I don't wanna
Like
sound fair because I do think they did a
Bloober
good job.
Team
I'm
was
just
given
I
a
wanted
job
more.
to remake Silent Hill 2, and they did it based on the budget that they were given and
Yeah.
the time they had. Well, they might have gotten an extension, so maybe not so much.
Mhm.
But I think that I totally agree with you, but this is also why I'm more interested in the indie space and the indie survival horror space because
Mhm.
there's way more opportunity for creative expression than what this is. And I think that Yahtzee
Yeah.
also mentioned this in some of his videos where it was basically like, a lot of these games, because of the nature of remakes, like they're all becoming homogenized. They're all becoming basically the same thing. Like Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 4, Silent Hill 2. These are all games that were very distinct in their original forms, but are now you look at screenshots of each of them and it's like basically the same damn thing. And so I would caution against like blaming any individual developer for that unless it's like on their
Mhm.
own dime, on their own time.
That's a fair. That's
Um,
fair. I should be more balanced on my stuff. It just to me, it's kind of the equivalence of okay, I have this squeaky chair and the noise is obnoxious to me.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
That's why I
which is
was
the
like, I
comment.
totally,
And
yeah.
then
Yeah.
before they were going to fix it, a leg broke, and they fixed that leg. So you don't want to feel ungrateful because that made a big difference. But now the squeaking is louder because the changes they
Right.
made enhanced the problem more. And that's what kind of and if like if it's squeaking's not annoying enough for you, then you're like, great, my chair's fixed, and that's why I don't judge anybody for not having the same issues I
Yeah,
have
I
with
wonder
this.
if I'm like giving it more grace because of my experience playing the original games and the frustrations I had with those, and it's like I
Yeah.
don't have that same
Yeah.
frustration. It was like, wow, this is so much. I had a lot more fun. Like for me, like I had that a little bit of that when I was playing Homecoming, but then once the pattern was obvious to me, it just wasn't fun anymore. You could just mash
Mhm.
the ceremonial knife and
Yeah.
take out like everybody once you got that
Yep.
weapon. And
Hmm.
I saw what they improved, and it maybe just colored my whole like thought. Because when I play it, I have fun. I don't see that
Yeah.
frustration, I guess, because all I can think of is, man, this is so much better than
And what I want is I
what
want
I
these fixed
experienced
so they
before.
don't get in my way so I can go back to just enjoying the story because that's what I'm there for,
Yeah.
these it's like get those boxes out of my way, you know what I mean? And I
Right.
actually think there is a solution because what I noticed is when I was playing on hard mode kind of as a joke at the start, that felt great. Because the problem is, okay, the monsters once you do learn the pattern are a little too easy, and they're slow when they attack in normal mode. So they're a little too easy in normal mode, and the rate at which they attack is slower, so that turn waiting thing is enhanced. When I was playing in hard mode at the start, there were very few enemies because it's the start of the game, but they could hit you really hard. I felt tension. I felt excited. They attack more frequently, so it was more like, oh, 2 hits, done. Okay, dodge, and it felt interactive. But then later, because that hard mode's I think a little overtuned for hard, it just became frustrating once there was a lot more enemies. I think the solution was if they had done less enemies, but like about 50% of the way to hard mode in difficulty, it would have worked really well.
Hmm.
Because then you have the tension and you're afraid of getting your butt kicked, and they're attacking frequently, so the waiting problem is minimized, but it's not so over hard that you're frustrated. And I think that's what the problem is. It's just slightly tuned in the one way that enhances the problem because there's a lot more combat. If there was less combat, because I was intentionally watching to kind of compare notes because I knew I was going to be on this podcast when you were replaying the original remake for your charity stream.
Hmm.
And there are so few less enemies, and the areas are tighter. Hell, there's even a problem where they make a lot of these spaces too wide. So yeah, I can get around the enemy, but I can't do anything with that. So it just makes it more. It trivializes stuff. Like a great example I point to is, and the same kind of thing applies for third person and other stuff. is like when I run D&D, I have a love for a very stupid monster known as Gelatinous Cube, and it's a very square-shaped slime monster. But its main thing is it perfectly fills a hallway in a dungeon. So what it creates an interesting gameplay thing. Okay, either I see this monster and it's blocking my path, and I got to deal with it, and it might be dangerous, or I have to make the choice to go on the uncertain path of another route, and who knows if that's worse. That creates fun. If I were to add 2 squares to the more space in that hallway, you could just walk around it, and it couldn't do shit. Um, and that would be boring, but not in a rewarding or fun way. And I think a lot of those same problems happen here. So if you had less monsters in a good tighter space, because not too wide, so you can just run around and they get trivialized, or it's like too tight and you get your butt kicked because you can't move. And they were a little more frequent and a little more aggressive. Even the problems I have with this would be mitigated to some degree because it'd be dynamic and tense. The problem is it's not tense, and I'm waiting for them to finally boot up and do the attack, so then now I can play and do my attack. And that was the problem. So I think if you scaled some of those problems, I think it would solve some of the issues. Much less the things I think like you need to improve melee a little bit. But like I could even live without that if those other things were fixed. I think it would solve a lot of these problems.
Now, I have a question for you. Since you
Mhm.
rewatched, you played the original. What's your opinion on what they did with the quote unquote boss battles? I loved it. I loved that they kind of expanded. Like my favorite is what they did with the flesh lip fight. I liked that,
Mm.
and I liked how they added in the spider thing because there was a through line with how Mary attacked. It seemed
Mhm.
there was a connection there. I liked how they expanded those fights. And I liked it wasn't
Um,
just me in a small ass room, like maybe getting stuck in a corner and then dying because I had nowhere to move.
Yeah,
I
I'm fair on
I
that. They
liked those
they
boss
balance.
fights. So I was wondering if you guys had a similar feeling?
I love the abstract daddy fight a lot better by a lot, and I thought it was interesting and exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even like small things, this is just me being a real nerd, because there's a lot of visual and stuff. Because you've talked to a lot of other people at the positive, so I'm just trying to like bring this other side in.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there's so much shit I love. Just the swinging light in the first Pyramid Head fight that gave me fucking chills. I was like geeking the fuck out because the visuals of okay, you can see him now, you can, and that's not even anything to do with gameplay or story or anything. That alone, holy shit, did that make that fight so much cooler? I mean, my
More
god, I'm geeked the
immersive or
fuck.
whatever, because like the environment was
Yeah.
brought in a little bit more. What about you? What about you, Bob? I mean, you played the original. You know how the boss battles went. What did you think?
yeah, I played the original a lot. Uh, Someone even say that it influenced who I became as an adult. So in terms of the combat, I mean, that's one of those things that I mentioned before. Like this is a pretty standard, like I believe I mentioned it on Voidburger's Let's Play. It's like boss battles really feel like a sort of afterthought in Silent Hill 2.
Yes.
That they're them being there even is just kind of,
Mhm.
it feels like arbitrary just because, well, Resident Evil did boss fights,
Mm-hmm.
so let's do boss fights too. There, like the thought behind it was interesting when you had enemies like Pyramid Head, because when you first fight Pyramid Head in the apartments, it's like what the hell is he doing to that lying figure? Oh, he's coming at me. This hasn't happened before. Oh fuck! And then you avoid very telegraphed great knife swings,
Mhm.
and but that was the other thing. You get hit by one of those, you're done. You're done. Even on easy, I
Yeah.
believe, you're done. You're gone.
Well, just the one
So
where he went over his head.
yeah, the overhead. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Mhm.
that was the
Yeah, the other one where he
automatic.
does the side swipe hurts you
Well,
quite a bit, but it doesn't like one hit KO.
it's also interesting you mention that because there was one thing I had an issue. Because here's the thing, I think the boss fights when we're talking about where like yeah, I get why everybody's geeking out about it because the amount of improvement through the roof, even better. It's like almost all the stuff we're talking about cranked to 11. The improvement is insane.
Like Eddie, the whole
I
I
Eddie
also think they
section.
I
made one really bad decision. Besides, I have some aesthetic preferences, but that's like a personal opinion, so I'm not gonna fault everybody for disagreeing. But they have one critical thing: there is no scenario in any of the bosses where they can just insta kill you. And as long as it's a long telegraph move, like in Elden Ring, oh, I'm doing this big wind up. That well, that's the death move. Meaning you gotta run for your life. Um, it makes them a little bit more trivialized because they can never really kill you unless you screw up. Even the tougher bosses, because if Pyramid has like this telegraph one hit move like he does in the first game, you can do something about it, but if it hits you or you messed up, you're like, oh, so there's a risk, there's a fear there. The hardest any enemy can hit me is down to like a deep red, and then because they have a good sized arena, I can just run, heal. Okay, get back at it. They can
Though
really not
your
get me. So
your
the
heal
risk
sometimes wouldn't get
comes
off
from
though, because they
yeah,
would not
but
let
like if
up.
I keep then I can just keep running until I get that breath. Like it's never like a situation where it's like no, you can't heal now.
Hmm.
And it's like the problem is that it makes the tension is now only on how good am I at navigating when I'm running? Oh, did I mess up and hit a rock and now he hit me? That's the thing that's going to kill me, not the boss itself. I still think they did an amazing job, like going like the lips like going through the ceiling and rippling. Oh my god, I'm geeking the fuck out, and it adds a fun gameplay element where you can't just keep blasting it out the whole time.
Yeah.
But the
I mean,
problem is, it can't hurt me in a significant way that makes me afraid. Only I can feel to follow a pattern. And this is like a minor problem. I could really live if this was like the only problem. I wouldn't even complain about it. But it does kind of impact some of the feel of things. Now I think they improved the aesthetics so much. I think it makes up for that. But like, yeah, it's kind of interesting that lack of thing also makes them less. They just feel like beefy versions of normal enemies to some degree
Well, I mean, isn't that what a
until you get
boss
to like
battle
the
is
last
usually?
fight.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes they can feel more epic, and I've played other
I
games
don't
that have
know. I
that.
thought
I've
these
also
boss
played
battles
would
were
s-
epic in
and
comparison.
I feel bad
I
about even shitting on this game because I played some way worse games. I played fucking Dante's Inferno, and oh my god, I have
I
nightmares
played.
so bad the combat is this. So I shouldn't even be bitching about anything about Silent Hill. But like, yeah,
I
I've
mean,
played
I
ones where
played
like the boss
Homecoming,
feels.
so
Yeah, about
Oh,
to say
sorry.
Homecoming. Well,
Yeah,
so
yeah. Go ahead,
where I
sorry.
was going with that was basically that it really is pretty easy to improve upon the original boss
Yeah.
fights as long as you maintain the same level of interest and intrigue, which I believe were basically copied and pasted. Josh, I would say that like there
Mhm.
is one and there was one boss fight that actually does feel epic, and that would be Abstract Daddy, because the way that it's set up, the
Mhm.
way that it leads into the fight, the way that it's a whole thing that's pushing you to then do the fight, and then you have the fight itself where you're just circling around, easily dodging it, not
Yeah.
getting hit at
but I
all.
think it connects. I think it connects story wise, because her dad is a stupid bully, and now that he has someone who
Mhm.
could actually take him down, it's like
Yeah.
pathetic. He keeps
I think that's
missing
the best
because you
boss
keep
fight in the
dodging. He's
game.
not hitting his
And
like
I think they improved it
daughter.
the most of that
I
one,
thought
but it
that was
also has the
awesome.
great fun of both.
I felt so
Yeah.
cool. Like, how, I mean, you were
That
beating on your
Yeah.
daughter and now you can't even handle me. And look at me
And this
dodging.
would have been a problem
I
if the other
think that
fights were different. So I think that I would be fine with that in this situation. I still kind of am. But if the other fights were different, then that would feel different. I think that's what's also lacking
we're also like this is a death of the author thing. Like, feel how you feel. I'm
there. Mhm.
totally I'm with you. That is a cool read. I like that, Whitney. But um, as to whether the author intended to for you to feel that way, I have my doubts. The way that it came across to me was just a problem with the programming and the way that the abstract daddy turns and the turning radius and all that stuff. Those things, like, there may have been intention behind it, don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
but at the same time, the way that it came across to me was, this is just a programming thing, and
Uh,
it wasn't programmed properly so that it could be a threat in, melee range,
hmm.
and so you
I
can
think
just easily, like because and the reason I feel
mhm.
like that is because I've played other games where I literally do the exact same thing, and so I'm setting all this stuff up
Yeah.
to basically say, I did not like a lot of the boss fights. I thought that they were not while
Yeah.
they are better than the original, I do not think that that is a high bar at all. And also, they took away some of the more interesting things, like the abstract daddy fight. Absolutely, I agree. That's really interesting. It fumbles in some areas, but I think the thrust is there. I like the idea behind it. The thing about the pyramid head fight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but can you in the Silent Hill 2 remake, are all the pyramid head fights such that you can win by not doing any damage?
The first one, but the second fight, you always have to fight them.
You always
Mhm.
have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Because in the
they
original,
kept the original. They kept it where you can just dodge them. It'll take a little bit longer if you don't fight him, and it actually contributes to the ending. If you do fight him, it shows that you're more, I guess, suicidal, and you don't care about your life. It will
What?
lead you to the.
Wouldn't that be
Yeah.
the opposite if you're fighting for your life? Like what?
No, but you
Well,
don't.
that seems
And
arbitrary.
it's hard to get too. Like I actually
But they.
tried to get that ending, and it was hard because I healed too much.
No, I'm talking about the apartment thing. So they kept in the thing where you don't have to fight him. You can just loop him like you're playing Dead by Daylight.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
not talking about the end.
No,
Oh,
the
okay,
end
all right.
fight, you have to fight them. Even in the original
Yeah.
game, you have to fight them. So
Well, in the original game, if I remember correctly, like let me know if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I looked this up, but I don't think you have to fight them in the end at the very end.
I thought you
I think you
did
can.
because you know, I'll have to test it out myself. I thought I was pretty sure I tried it back in the day, and I was forced to fight them because time never ran out.
Mm.
But I'll have to double check. I mean, I'm not super confident. I knew the first fight you could wait him out. The second fight, I felt you had to move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that I looked this up a while ago, and I'm looking it up now. I can't seem to find anything, but well, the point I'm trying to make though is basically that the boss fights in general are not as interesting as the original. Like the new ones are like with the single exception
Heavily
of
disagree with you, man.
Abstract Daddy. Well, here's the other thing.
And I'm
This is
half and half
probably
on both of these.
this is
I'm halfway
probably
between two
more
of you.
this is probably more on me and my perspective on things and how that's kind of influencing my opinion because I when I did the fleshlight fight, it was just less interesting to me mainly because I just love the perspective in the original, like the way that fight is structured and how you can get lost and it's actually like kind of difficult to like maneuver. It's actually difficult, which makes it feel more like a boss fight. But in the new one, it's just like, oh, that sure is a spider. I do remember Homecoming with the fucking spider boss Amnian at the very end of that. So
Yeah, and I think the
it's
overuse
fucking
of the
okay.
spider hurt that.
Yeah,
too,
what
'cause
the hell is that?
I felt the
Did
same
I
way.
miss something? Like,
If
why
it
are we all
had been a
spiders
spider, I
now?
wouldn't mind it, but they use
I
spiders
think
too
because
much.
I think it's
Is it because Mary's got you caught in her web of deceit and
Wah,
lies?
wah.
I think it's because they wanted a way for Mary to move, the
Yeah.
last spots to move, and the extension of the bed to have kind of like spider legs made sense. And then, like I mentioned earlier, there's that through line with, we see a bit of that with the fleshlight fight. So you see that, you kind of have an idea of what you need to do when Mary starts doing it. I like that. I felt like the boss battles in the original game, what made it hard was you were stuck in a small ass room, you couldn't go anywhere, and you were fighting the camera, and you'd get hit. Like for me, the Abstract Daddy fight in the original game sucked ass because he immediately glomped onto you unless you knew to back up, and then do like a small little circuit in the room. I don't know. I thought it was a great improvement.
It's cool. It's fine. You know, different strokes for different folks.
Exactly.
But for me, it's like I actually got a challenge when I was streaming it to do the fight without my glasses on, and I am blind as a bat when I don't have my glasses on. I beat it first try. That's how like banal that was to me. And that's why I said
the remake fight or the
in the remake.
Oh, okay,
fight.
okay. I'm like the original game, really? Okay.
The original, that would have been a much bigger challenge, but I think that also speaks to like in terms of sheer gameplay, which one's more difficult. I think that in the remake it's really just by the numbers, like, oh, this is just a bigger enemy with a more obvious weak point, and it's funny, but at the same time, like I play World of Warcraft, and so like I'm used to like these kinds of like phases, and it's rote to me. It's just like, oh, shoot it in the weak spot here. Oh, wait for this phase to end. Here's the new phase. They're gonna get some new attacks. It was just like, oh god.
And I'm of the opinion that's not a bad thing if you're putting it in the right spot. Like some of these things I think really work in the Abstract Daddy fight. Like, oh, first you're running away from him through these hallways, and that looks cool, and that's resonates with the story. And I think they do such a fucking good job of that. And then later, you're kind of turning the tables. And I agree. I don't know to the degree it's intentional, but that one, intentional or not, fits for that part of the story. But when you're doing similar stuff, like you said with the flesh lips, it feels out of place, and it then because I kind of check out the spider part, and that's a personal taste thing. It kind of makes me go, okay. It makes me kind of feel a little bit more about it, even though they do
Yeah.
stuff I really like, going through the ceiling and stuff. But the problem is there's not a lot of combat and gameplay expression for the aesthetics. And yeah,
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize that I think I'm speaking for you, Whitney, but neither of us think that either one or the other is wrong
No,
here.
no, no.
Like I do
Mhm.
not
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
like you're
yeah,
wrong for liking, hating the original and liking the new version. And I think that you would feel the same way toward
Oh
me.
yeah, of
Uh,
course.
like this
mhm,
this is just like matters of opinion. We're just
yeah,
like we like some things, we don't like others. Like I'm not trying to objectively say that like one is better than the other. Obviously
yeah,
subjectivity is huge, especially in like I think as Silent Hill fans we should understand subjectivity by this
Yeah.
point. But
yeah.
yeah, for me it was just like, oh, there's a spider. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. That's why I mentioned this. Sorry, I had a little bit of brain fog. Haha. um the this room for some reason had like, okay, so I feel like I'm gaslit like all the time when I talk about this game because I feel like I'm the only person who has a major issue with the ghosting. The ghosting is nuts in this game. It is the worst I have ever seen in a video game ever. Every time I look at it, this is one of the reasons why I mean there are many reasons I don't want to play it again, but I can't stand to look at it because there's just ghosting everywhere.
I noticed that a couple
Everywhere.
times
And
myself when I played.
in
I
this
don't
fight in particular,
notice.
for
I don't
some
notice.
reason,
I'm sorry.
the
Well,
ghosting
we
is
had it a couple
so
times
bad.
where the ghosting made us think we'd missed something because it would drag the light that's on his chest across. It would make us think we were constantly looking for things we missed. It's like, oh, it's just on his chest.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, much less the side body. And there was some parts in the fog where it's like I think it was towards the apartments towards the swimming pool where it was kind of disorienting.
I think
But the rest of the time it
some
was
other people when I was doing the podcast mentioned like what bothered them was like hitching. I think Kyle said it was like the
Yes.
hitching. I still
fine.
can't see it. I cannot see it, guys. I
And
feel like I'm
I
so
totally
blind.
get that. That's one of those things that's also influenced by your rig and like what you're actually playing it on. I think hitching is
Mhm.
much more obvious on, and especially certain monitors. Well, you'll be able to see hitching like way more on like a higher frame rate
a new
monitor.
monitor, like a high tech monitor, and I was playing it during my charity stream. I still couldn't see it, and I don't know if it's because I was
No.
tired or what, but
No, and that's also totally like a personal thing because that it also has to do with your eyes. It's like, the dress thing. There's a lot of stuff about like our eyes that we don't realize until like other people are seeing stuff and we don't see it, or they're seeing something and like completely different. Like the dress was a situation where a bunch of people who have experience taking photos in like taking photos on bad cameras or just seeing really bad like color representation in photos would see that correctly for what it was, but then other people will see it in a completely different way, like almost inverted.
mhm.
And so it's kind of the same situation here, where some people are going to like they're able to see. It might even be like a thing with their eyes, like they're able to see at a higher. Like I would have no like I think there are just personal differences, like biologically even. That
Mhm.
can make people more like perceptive of
Yeah.
pitching and things like that. I also think that if you're a person who deals with like games like regularly, or like a person like me, I think one of the reasons why I have such an issue with the ghosting is because I have been trained for years upon years upon years with my profession to notice hitching and glitches like that. And I hone in and I immediately think bad. I need to do, like, if I saw that in a project of mine, I would be like, fuck, I gotta re-render everything. I gotta get rid of this somehow. And so every time, I think that's one of the reasons why when I see it, my brain's like, no, stop. This is a problem. This is a problem.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
it like I've been trained to see that. And much like that, I think other people, when they play games, they've trained themselves to like notice it. And the animation hitching is one of them. The Medium had something very similar, but I think that was way more obvious because the animations were actually cycling improperly, if I remember correctly. But like here, yeah, I can I totally, like, if you watch the what was their name, Digital Foundry,
Yeah.
they did a video on it.
Mhm.
And that's also another thing where it's like I don't necessarily think that that's even a Bloober Team problem. I think that that's
Yeah.
more of like an Unreal Engine 5 problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Because some of these problems
there's
aren't their
so
fault
much
at
you can.
all.
Right. But yeah. Anyway.
Well,
So yeah, and yeah, the boss fights. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, I think I tried a bunch of times to kill Pyramid Head on the first fight with my melee weapon, and that was
how'd
tough.
that go?
I think I eventually did it, but it took a few tries. It took a few tries. I thought I would be able to do it better, but I just really wanted to kill him with a wooden plank.
I ended up killing the two when I was doing the meme thing with the hard mode. I was able to take them out with the pipe. It just took
Yeah.
knowing the
An inordinate
And
amount of time.
if you didn't have other things to do, you could have eventually got it. But it's just like it was demanding that you spend 10 hours because the game fucked up to do that, and that just you had better shit to do.
the thing was the Pyramid Head fight. You had two of them, and like
Mhm.
you had to get them in the right like spot where you weren't going to get overwhelmed immediately going in with your
Yeah.
pipe. And it was sort of you had to find their pattern, and once you did, you were kind of I was able to push through. It was just that
Yeah.
last Mary one I could not do it. Yeah.
And that's the thing is a lot of these things are like accidental things of not thinking through what they were doing to some degree. Because it's like, you know, they weren't trying to prevent you from being able to finish the last part of the Mary fight. They just didn't tune it right, you know. And so that's why I want to vocalize my frustration, because if they could fix this or be thoughtful about it in the future, then we don't have to have these problems. We don't even have to have any complaints, and we can just be all smiles and sunshine. You know? But yeah.
Also, real quick, just to go back, I just looked it
Mhm.
up. There are people who are saying that on the Silent Hill subreddit that you do not have to fight
The twin
the Pyramid
pyramids.
Heads in the original.
Okay, I need to try
Someone's
this
saying,
next time in my
yeah,
playthrough.
someone's saying that it's just like Silent Hill 1 with the bad luck protection. So if you don't have any
Oh,
bullets,
that's
you can just wait it
no.
out.
I don't count that then. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I thought it was.
I thought you could.
Well, that's what these people are saying. I don't know if that's true. I would love to know
So
the
you'd
actual
have to empty
the solution to that.
your bullets and whatnot, but you still have your melee.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't.
So there's no reason to put the bad luck protection in
Yeah.
there. So some people are saying that you don't have to fight.
I'll have to test
Yeah,
it. I'll have to test it because if it's like, because I've tried to do like a oh my god, what's the word? What's the word when you don't want to fight anything or kill anything?
Pacifist.
Yeah, a pacifist run with Silent Hill 2, the original. I'm able to do it for the most part. It's just until I can dodge all the enemies. I can wait out the first Pyramid Head fight, but I'm forced to fight Mary and Pyramid Heads. Oh, and the Fleshlet and Abstract Daddy. It's mainly the bosses. I have to kill them to move forward. But like all the other enemies, yeah, I can run around. I did try not fighting bosses, but I would just die. So
yeah, I think they did balance the not fighting part really well for the first Pyramid Head fight. I generally felt like I had options and maneuvers and things I could rely on to not get hit. I never felt cheap and like I was getting screwed for taking that approach. So I think they did a really good job on that too. I'm gonna give them a compliment on that too for that first Pyramid Head fight.
I just found another thread saying that it's from 7 years ago, saying that you do not have to fight the Pyramid Heads.
And is it because you don't have any ammo, or
no? Apparently, you just wait them out.
how long?
Oh.
They didn't give a time, but there was they said that the first fight you have to wait like just over 3 minutes, like 3.5, something like that. But yeah, apparently, yeah, and you're totally right. Like, if you have the melee weapon, why would they have bad luck protection? I think that they might have been misremembering that because I can definitely see the Mary Maria fight being like having bad luck protection because I don't.
She's
Yeah,
in the
you can't
air.
melee her
Yeah.
because she's up there. Yeah.
Huh.
So anyway, neither here nor there.
We've been talking kind of like technical stuff. I do want to dig into more of the story elements and the performances. I thought they were really well done for the most part. I think weakest for me was Mary Maria, but again, I don't think anyone can top Monica Taylor Horgan's 2001 performance.
Obvious, yeah.
And there's no way that they could copy that. But I loved Luke Roberts' portrayal of James Sunderland. He actually came across less of a weirdo, and what's the word I'm looking for? I felt myself actually empathizing with him more during his journey, even though I know what he did, but he just came off more of a. He came off better than he does in the original game. Like it's easier.
Whitney, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Is it because he's prettier?
No.
Okay.
No. It's not because he's
Because
prettier.
that's one of the.
I'm gonna run to Twitter now. All I heard was her saying I empathize with him, and we're gonna go cancel.
No, but
Yeah,
like
that's a problem.
That's
Problematic.
what
That's
we're
fucked. That's
trying to
fucked.
break here.
Some
'Cause that's the thing,
Whitney,
you're bringing a lot of
Whitney. Oh
important
my God.
nuance. I really
some of his like I got his mannerisms like with interacting with, for example, the way he interacted with Laura in the remake. He came off, yeah, she's a brat. He was annoying with her, but that moment in the hotel where you meet her in the bar and he sits down and he gets down to her level and they're just having a conversation. I don't know. It felt more. It came off better.
Intimate?
Yeah, intimate. It didn't.
Yeah.
He comes off so badly in the original game. Like he's just.
I wonder why. Hatsune
wonder
Miku. We
why.
really need to talk to Hatsune Miku. This is...
But I really enjoyed his performance. I still think what he did was a terrible thing, but I find myself giving him a little bit more of grace because of these extra conversations he's had with Laura, Angela, Eddie, whatnot. You could see he's still kind of the world revolves around me, and I don't know, the performances. I ended up liking Eddie a lot more too. Angela, I thought she did a great job.
Yeah,
I think the weakest was just the Mary Maria, and I think it's because they decided to go a little bit of a different direction with her. Especially, I did not like my friend Kyle. I thought the weakest part was the scene in the cell. Like she did not come off as in the original game. You do immediately when she switched to that Mary persona. Like you could see it just in her vocal performance. I wasn't getting that so much with the remake, which I thought was a little bit of a downer. But she still did a good job overall. But I really enjoyed the performances, and I thought the expansion of the lore through his drinking problem, we saw it in his face in the bar. I thought that was great. We don't have that observation text anymore, but you could still see that he had a problem with alcohol just from his acting performance in that one scene. Like you could see how much of a struggle it was not to take that shot Maria offered. So I was just wondering what you guys thought. Were you into the performances like I was? I liked how they. I do want to say I did like how they Eddie's kind of hatred of James, how it kind of starts off right from a slight, this minor slight from the beginning, where he doesn't want to leave with him, and he's just like, oh, you could see the hurt in his face. Yeah. I know, it took the story to another level because we had those cool facial expressions and whatnot during the game in some of these small scenes, and I was just wondering if you guys felt they were good as well, or was that part of the reason why you were disappointed in this remake?
No, it's my favorite part of the game, and I think they did a fucking phenomenal job on it. There's a couple like aesthetic things that I think kind of go against stuff, but they're like minor quibbles. I think this is the reason I say you got to play the game, because this thing has an incredible story, it has incredible stuff, and everything that it does well gets more room to breathe, more filling in the details. And there wasn't really anything in the introduced that really was obnoxious to me. However, there was a couple aesthetic things that undercut good work they did here. But I'll talk about those another time. But like, yeah, like it's so good. I think they improved everything across the board in a substantial way. That this is why I say you should play this game.
Okay.
And even if they never fixed any of the combat stuff, it's so good. I still recommend the game, despite having enough problems that it makes me not want to play it. Because what I'm doing now is like I'm frustrated with the combat, so I don't want to just play a random level of this game on the fly because of that problem. But I do want to do is I want to play this later when I'm in a desire to play through the entire story and experience it like a long movie. And I think they did such a good job. I was like immersed. I was in it. Even gameplay and aesthetic and exploration stuff is integrated into it in a lot better way. I mean, just even that little bit like that you told me, like I still geek out like crazy about, where like you read the poster and it's skipping over that one
Oh,
word.
yes, yes,
Uh,
yes. Um,
that makes that makes you like so much more into the story, and that's like the smallest thing. Like that doesn't change the plot. It doesn't do ever. That little thing makes like it raises all ships, kind of thing.
did you know about that, Bob?
What?
So in the game, there's a poster you can read in the hospital where it lists like all these like symptoms, like depression and stuff. And there's a line that says hopelessness and guilt. And if you could read it on the poster itself, but if you go and hit the read and you get like, I guess James actually reading it, it just says hopelessness. He doesn't. He's in such denial of his guilt. He doesn't even read the word guilt. There's like little
Mm.
things like that. There was another little thing um I recently
And it makes
found.
you feel smarter noticing it too. You know what I mean? Like it rewards you for paying attention.
There was like another little thing where it was pointed out that in the group photo in Brookhaven, you could see a ghostly version of Mary in it. But I found out that she's not there. That ghost of not Mary, Ghost of Mary is not there if Maria is with you at the time. You only see it after Maria splits off and goes and takes a nap in the room to work off her hangover or whatever. Uh, that's when she'll appear. And it's sort of like kind of a cool way to say, like, hey, Maria is distracting James from his purpose in Silent Hill. She's working real hard to make him not think about Mary anymore. But now that she's out, away from him, he starts seeing Mary and things again. I don't know. I just thought stuff like that that's
Mhm.
not in your face, but when you're replaying it, I
Right.
had so much fun like finding these things. Another thing was the newspaper headlines having pieces of Mary's letter in the
Mm.
end that you visibly see if you have a good enough monitor. There's so many little details in this game that they put in they didn't have
Mhm.
to, which made me go,
Yeah, I like the guilt thing. That's interesting. But the vast majority of the things that they're doing are basically just setups that to stuff which they're allowed to do because they know the story. They're
Yeah.
copying the story directly from the original. So it's like, I think that their way of like, I think they heard that a bunch of people said that like Silent Hill 2 is really subtle, and so they were like, let's add a bunch of subtle details all over stuff, and it's all over the game. Like
Mhm.
the shotgun is a reference to what was his name, the guy who the writer, the old man in the sea, I forget his name.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hemingway, I believe.
Yeah, it's a Hemingway reference, which and then
well, that works out
uh,
because there's references to Ernest Hemingway and the Silent Hill
yep.
and Silent Hill 2, and yeah.
Yeah, so that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's not that the original didn't have like subtle little things in it that like they were all over the game. It's just that some of them were more overt than others, and some of it was, yes, the game is subtle, but it's also sometimes it's more about inference rather than the Maria switching from Mary to Maria mode is like that's one of those things where it's pretty blatant the switch, but the implication and what that means is subtle. Like it's like sometimes people use subtle as a synonym for like inference, and it's a little frustrating. But anyway, that's neither
Mhm.
here nor there. The thing that I was more talking about is that it really seems like Bloober all over the game basically was just like, hey, let's put in a bunch of references to, or like let's seed a bunch of um let's set up a bunch of the ending of the game like earlier. Let's reference things, and I think that sometimes that's interesting, but I also think that at some points it distracts from the impact. A good example of what I'm talking about is the 3x3 grid of the save tiles.
Mm-hmm.
You see that earlier, like you see that in the apartments, where it's
Mhm.
a chalk outline when you go into that one weird room with the puzzle in it, and I think it's a safe.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but yeah, you see that on the door, like when you're walking out. It's like, oh, that's the grid, and then you also see it as the save icon. I don't know about you, but it really feels like that kind of takes the wind out of the sails of the coming up to the wall with all of those with the grid up there, because the setup for that in the original game was just the save icon itself, right?
Yeah.
And then seeing them stacked like that in a grid like
It's like, oh
that
shit,
so
maybe I
purposefully.
should save.
Yeah, not only that, but like what the that's weird. Like that's
Mhm.
that's interesting. But now it's like, oh, that's referencing the thing that I saw earlier. Oh, that, and I think that you can apply that kind of idea to a lot of the things, the references that they're making or the foreshadowing. That's I've
Mhm.
been trying to remember the word foreshadowing for the past 15 minutes. Yeah, so they just added a shit ton of foreshadowing, and yeah, I think that's interesting in some ways, but in some ways I think that they maybe went a little hog wild with it.
Oh, I
I
know. I
also think that
disagree. I think they were still pretty subtle because a lot of stuff I pointed out, people did not
no,
notice.
no, no.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're not
Yeah,
subtle.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there sure is a lot of foreshadowing. It's
yeah.
like a kind of comical amount. Like the original had some foreshadowing, but it wasn't nearly to this extent. And I think that
Mhm.
that's one of those things that I think Bloober was just. I think that that was an mo, like or not an mo. I think that was a intentional move, obviously, but that was a design like philosophy. Like let's foreshadow a shit ton of stuff, and then that way, things will be more interesting on repeat playthroughs.
Yeah, I mean, it
But
seemed
I
like
would say that
they were doing a lot of environmental story, using the environment to like leave hints.
Mhm.
And so when
yeah,
you're
sure, yeah, yeah,
replaying, it's like, oh, I
The
didn't
ones that
notice
were
this earlier type
thoughtful, I think
thing.
are good.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
Like the yeah, the I didn't notice it on my first playthrough, but at the end when I was watching my footage, I realized that the hotel is like degrading
Mm-hmm.
like
That was
bit by
so
bit. It's
cool.
like
That was so
Mhm.
cool. I love
Yeah,
yeah,
that.
and stuff like that's
this is
interesting. I like
exactly
that.
my bullshit. I fucking
And
love
that's
that.
why I was saying that like Bloober, this is playing to Bloober's strengths. Bloober are really good with environments. And if they just had
Yeah.
more intentionality in those environments, I think that they would just be better across the board with their games. I think that their games would be
Did
better.
you like
Yeah, and I
how they
think
hinted to the fire too in weird ways at the hotel? Like you go in, there's a sign, special place burning in your hearts, and
Oh,
oh,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the fan theory that the fire in the hotel started because of Johnny One Hot Guy. In the employee lounge area, whatever, you found the heater
heater or
again, and
Mhm.
you noticed in the corner it was in, the blinds were all messed up and burned. And then when you finally see the real hotel, you go back in and you look at that area, you can see the fire started in that section because that whole wall is like completely messed up. And the caution tape. I just thought it was cool that they took some
Yeah.
fan theories and I don't know, expanded on it. Like I don't know. I just felt like it seemed to
yeah,
me they were real big longtime fans too, and putting the stuff in, it just made me happy playing it. Like, oh,
Mhm.
that's so cool they
Well,
did this. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah,
It
and
made me
to an
happy.
extent, I'm cool with some of that, but on the whole, I would advise like Bluebird not to do too much of that. Like
yeah.
especially for the upcoming, if they're doing it, Silent Hill 1 and 3, because they're like fan theories are cool because we have a lot to mentally chew on, and one of the greatest things about Silent Hill is that it leaves a lot to your imagination, and that's a great thing to be said about a lot of
Mhm.
great horror, because horror is playing with the unknown, like playing with the idea of inference and intention and what how you interpret something, because I think that Silent Hill 2 in particular is perfectly suited to lending itself to your interpretation, much like the town
Mhm.
itself changes for the people who are in or who are inside of it. And I think that like thematically that's like perfect. The what is it? Ludo narrative is
Yeah.
like on point there. But I would caution against canonizing too many fan theories, because it just makes things like, I don't know, answering too many questions it's one of the problems that I feel like Silent Hill 3 had some issues with like the cult,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like we don't need to know the particulars of everything, and not
Mhm.
saying that we got all of the answers, but the order was more interesting when their intentions were completely like muddied, or like the operations, and knowing that they have a financier is like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's fun, but it's also like, do we really need to? Anyway, but I think that horror just does better when it lets you infer these things, and when something is a theory, I think it's more interesting than when it's like just lore outright
Yeah,
or
and like I
canon.
say, they don't like come out and say it. This is
Right,
me.
right,
This
right.
is
Yeah.
me just
Yeah.
making an observation in the
Uh-huh.
environment. I'm like, oh my god, it's
Yeah.
still
And
like,
that's
yeah.
cool.
So they're
But they
not being
also, in the
blatant.
process,
Mhm.
they took away the writing, right? Like, there's no longer, I'm Johnny One
No,
Hot
it's on
Guy.
there.
It's on there
Hmm.
still? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Mhm.
I thought that you were saying that it
No,
wasn't
no, no,
there,
it's there.
but
It's
okay,
there.
all right.
We could
Okay, cool.
actually read it without our flashlight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah. It was
yeah,
kind of
that's
obvious.
perfect
Yeah.
then, because that
Yeah.
leaves inference, but it's also leaving a little bit of evidence in the environmental
And
details to say
Yeah.
what
the origin point of
one
the
other
fire.
little thing I loved, and I brought it up like multiple times, like in my other podcasts, but when we got to Heaven's Night and Maria came out and started stepping on that stage and did like a little slow walk around the pole, I
Yeah.
laughed my butt off because I was like, oh my god, I didn't have to input the code. Because you remember back in the day,
Mhm.
the fake,
Yep.
like you put this code in,
Yep.
Maria, it was like stuff like that that just made me so happy. It's like, yeah, new players might not pick up on that. They're just like, okay, she's walking out on the
Mhm.
stage. But for me, it took on a whole new meaning. So I'm like, that is fandom lore, like bullshit posts type things. That and like on the newspapers with Gillespie house fire, arson, or whatever. It was funny to me because it was like the debate about the boiler theory, like the weird fandom things. But
Mhm.
it won't be noticeable for new players, but for like people like me who's just obsessed with this series for so long, it was really fun for me. I enjoyed that aspect, and I was wondering, you're a longtime
Mhm.
fan too. Was there anything in the game that you saw that made you kind of giddy and happy, or was it all just kind of like a disappointment while
I
playing?
mean, it wasn't all disappointment. I mean, just seeing like the intro, the overlook, like just that scene not looking like it's fucking obviously like a backdrop, like really like like a big fucking
JPEG.
2D PNG. Yeah, that's the compression artifacts on that. That's definitely JPEG. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But like that obvious like thing of being replaced with this a really good rendition, rendering of these trees in this environment, even
Mhm.
ghosting notwithstanding, it just looks good. And it just, I've been playing this game for so fucking long. How could I not have an emotional reaction to that? How can I not have,
Yeah, I had tears in my eyes.
how can I not,
Mhm.
how can my vision not turn red when I see that in the early screenshots, the car, the door to James's car was closed? How can I not
Oh my
get
god.
frustrated? I'm kidding.
Oh my
I
god.
did not care about that. I did think it was weird. I thought it's more interesting to have the door open, but I wasn't going to be one of the
You
people who was
can
like, game ruined
you
because of
can
that shit.
close it, so I'm wondering if like when they took the screenshot, he accidentally closed it.
Yeah, maybe. But
Mhm.
but yeah, to your point, like, it wasn't all bad. Actually,
Mhm.
I would say a lot of it was good. There's just some stuff that like, oh, it got so cheeky at a certain point where it was like, open, you remember this puzzle box? We're gonna
And
open
there's
it, and
nothing
there's,
inside.
oh,
Mhm.
you were expecting a hair, but there's actually nothing. And then it cuts to James, and he's like, oh,
He's like, oh fuck.
I was really expecting a little hair.
I
Oh.
don't know. I liked that. It was fun because we got those little like memory shit and like, hey, this is what the original
Yeah.
puzzle was. And I thought that was a
Mhm.
neat way to kind of
Oh, I love
celebrate
that.
the original game and still kind of doing their own thing, which is again ties into my whole it is a sequel to the original game because you got these echoes of the past in the game that he's like kind of when Maria is hesitating about seeing the Baldwin mansion or doesn't want to go down the stairs, it makes me go, oh my god, like on some level, it's like she remembers. Like her body's having this reaction because she knows she's gonna die over and over again.
Right.
I
And
liked that. Those
I like that
differences.
too.
Yeah.
I wish they leaned more into it. I wish that they, and I think that that's one of the
Yeah.
things that, because Bloober Team have, if I remember correctly, they came out and said that like Yamaoka and Matsuhiro Ito were pushing to like do really big
Yeah,
swings
yeah.
and sort of the creative like ideas that Silent Hill 2 Remake would use, but Bloober Team pushed back against those.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if like like that's the thing. I'm totally with you, and I, as the person who kind of like, you know, started talking when some people were getting advanced streams of Silent Hill 2 Remake, I kind of put some puzzle pieces together and realized that maybe this was going to be a secret sequel, and I made a tweet about it, and that kind of blew up. And you
Yeah.
know, as the person who did that initially, like the reason I actually really like that, and and it's because it allows the developers to basically it doesn't explicitly say that they're going to do it, but it invites this idea of commentary on the nature of memory, on the nature of uh why can't I remember words? Oh God, getting old sucks. Don't do it. Um, uh, Nostalgia.
Mhm.
And so it's really interesting. It would be really interesting if there was more to that. I'm not saying that it should have gone like Final Fantasy VII remake route, but I do think that if you're going to make a remake, I think Final Fantasy VII, the remakes are much more intriguing to me than just like an outright like remaster. Like, at the same time, I think that there is something to be said about remasters. I don't wholly like, I don't think that they shouldn't exist. But at the same time, I think that in this specific instance, it would have been there's a lot of meat on that bone to provide commentary and introspection about just, I mean, because if you think about it, like Silent Hill 2 is largely about like memory and how James remembers Mary,
Mhm.
and like basically um, uh, jiving those memories with who he is and what he did. And I think that that would pair very, very nicely with a game that is infatuated with the memory of Silent Hill 2, the original game. And I think that there is like a sort of like the sort of meta narrative aspect of that is really intriguing to me, and I think it would be really cool. But you know, they didn't really go for it. They didn't swing for the fences. And while I understand that to an extent, I think it would have been
Mhm.
a much more interesting, even if it meant it was a bad game. I think it would have been much more interesting to chew into.
I think
It would have made
more
discussions
people
of
would
it
have
much
been
more.
more disappointed because they.
Yeah.
And I think it would have also provided more of an opportunity for Konami to push out a actual, like, you know, like, here's Silent Hill 2 on GOG, or like here's a remaster of Silent Hill 2 alongside the
Yeah.
remake. So
Mhm.
and because really it is a sequel, so
Well,
here, you play this one first and then play
do you think
the new
that
one.
maybe they might push more once they get like the Born from a Wish remake version?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I would definitely love to see that, and that would be interesting too. Because yeah, if thinking about it, I, it would be better to swing to make a little bit of a swing first toward the idea that this is a secret sequel, and kind of hint at that pretty overtly, if you ask me. I mean, anyone who doesn't think that it's like not a loop, I mean,
There's a lot
it's
of
pretty
people who
much
don't.
canonic. Like, why is Maria remembering that shit?
Exactly.
Why did she react the way that she did
Why
in
are they
front of the
having
Baldwin
deja
Mansion?
vu moments?
Yeah, exactly. Like the nature of those deja vu moments means that they like canonically, like, does James ever react to those?
Yeah.
Does he ever comment on them?
He actually does he?
Because if he does, that's 1000% like that's canon. Like loop
Yeah, he
theory
does.
happened.
He does. His reaction to Maria coming into the bowling alley. I thought you might not want to. Just like, why wouldn't I want to? Like, he thought that she doesn't want to go into the bowling alley because she hates bowling. He had a vocal
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a
And I
vocal
think
comment.
that could be a
Mm.
cheeky thing, but it also is, yeah. For me, I'm with you. Like loop theory is 1000% a thing, and I think that it would behoove Bloober Team to investigate that more, or like bite more of that off in Born from Wish, because let's
Mm.
be real, Born from a Wish is pretty bare
It
bones.
is.
There's really not much to it. It's it's nice to play as Maria. It's nice to learn all that stuff.
Nice to see Maria before James, when
Yeah.
she had more agency and whatnot. And I think it would be really cool if the DLC, you might have a chance to change her fate. Maybe she'll stay and listen to Ernest, what he has to say about James. Like, I don't know, that might be a cool thing, because, I don't know, I always feel bad. I feel so bad for Maria, because she's, like, forced to be this dude's, like, perfect version of his wife, and he doesn't even want her in the end. And, yeah.
And even if he does want her, it's her fate is sealed.
Yeah.
Like, even if he goes for the Maria ending, I mean, she immediately gets sick. So you gotta do something about that cough.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. Okay, so we were talking about acting and stuff, and I will say that I totally am on board with Luke Roberts. I totally get it. I will say that it is very fucking weird to go from people thirsting after Pyramid Head to thirsting after James Sunderland himself. It's like, one of them's way more problematic than the other.
There's nothing people like more than a poop head, man.
Oh my
I
god,
guess.
that just still makes me just.
Like, he does the grossest things in this movie, much less the murder stuff, and like that's so you.
Ugh. He likes putting his hand in
They even
things.
keep the visual effects throughout the game, so you don't forget.
Yeah, I did think that was cool.
Let me a good stink hand.
Yeah,
Saw the
I
dirt
just
under
think
his nails
pretty
and
funny.
his jacket getting all messed up and
Oh, daddy.
the bags under his eyes. Yeah, he looked wrecked by the end of the game. I loved that.
That's funny. But yeah, Luke Roberts did a great job with a lot of that. It took me a little bit to warm up to him, but I eventually got there. And I think that that's one of those things where I realized, like, as I was playing, that like I think nostalgia is getting the better of me in some of these situations, because like as good as she was, Hatsune Miku like really kind of fumbled a lot of the reads.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Vocaloid
Too
stuff
much
can
when she
only
was
go so
talking,
far.
I think. Way too many broken into song moments that really kind of totally fit.
Yeah, really, but to be real, like Guy he did have a bunch of really nice takes that I liked, and I actually prefer some of Sihi's takes better over Luke
Like what?
Roberts's. Like what was it? It was like, don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so. But some of them are clear improvements over I am looking for someone like a fucking robot, man. Like just 1000% robot. Oh my god. But yeah, like at the same time, like these are ingrained in my brain. So
how could you
pizza?
sit there and eat pizza?
Yeah, we lost pizza and the replacement is I mean, we still have pizza, kinda, sorta. It's not the same, but but we have pizza back home, so it's okay.
Yeah.
But like
I think the worst change
it was
the
replaced
elevator scene
with
the game show.
Oh,
well,
Like they played it way too straight.
we'll talk about that in a second, but the pizza scene was replaced with the most baffling like animation of Eddie eating a thing of pink ice cream I have ever seen in my life. It is so wild and weird, and I laugh every time I see it.
It kind of makes sense though, because when you meet him,
it's fine.
The breath, he has like a cold breath like the entire time. So for him, it's not this melted tub. It's like actual ice cream he's eating. But to us, it's like, what the fuck are you doing, you weirdo? Like, what's wrong with you?
It's not that my reaction is to him eating melted ice cream. That's an interesting thing. My reaction is purely in the animation quality and the fact that it's just like the ice cream is like it's like a bump map on his hand. Like
I did notice that.
It's like part of his flesh, and it's weird, and I hate it. It's
He's
so strange.
He's more ice cream than man now.
Oh, did you
weird.
see that the Campac people, like they zoomed in on the label of that ice cream, and it's making fun of him. It's like something like for gutless fatzos and the ingredient list was like saying, like, poking fun at his weight, like little things that he said in the original game. I thought that was really cool. It was showing that Silent Hill is messing with him on a micro level as well. I thought that was neat. But
And I think some of
Yeah,
the
like
small things that
the
Bloober added that you feel more of a sense of like the two psyches meshing in certain spots
mm-hmm.
than like when I watch you play through the original. Like there's more of like, oh, I can see where we're starting to gradiate together again. I kind of expect this person's going to show up soon, you know. So I think they did a good job on that part.
Yeah.
That was a major
yeah, and I think that I see this is one of those changes where the more that I think about it, the more it's like I just don't know how to feel about it. But it definitely is a change. I think in the original Silent Hill 2, Eddie is much more like overtly bad, and so
improvement.
like he's clearly like hiding things from James. He's clearly like he never really has a moment where he's like I mean, when you first meet him, he's puking because of what he did to the dude in the refrigerator.
We talked about it.
But
That was there when he got here.
oh yeah, all right. I'm sorry. Yeah. And I love the people who don't realize that like those are manifestations by the town, just like Maria is for James.
Yeah.
And I think that like I don't even know what they think. I talked to someone on Twitter who was really mad about me even insinuating that, but whatever. Twitter fights. I don't have them anymore, but um,
No,
the
these are
change
all the
of
men that
just
got
having
circumcised.
Eddie, the change of Eddie like going from like this person who's like who is hiding his true self from, because that's the thing that's interesting about Eddie is that the town is kind of like I don't think the town is of Silent Hill is actually giving like I don't think it's I disagree with Downpour. I don't think that the town is necessarily trying to rehabilitate people
Mm-hmm.
in Silent Hill 2. I think there's evidence for it just basically feeding into um
Their own delusions.
traumas
Okay.
and delusions of the individuals caught within it, and it's not really doing it like cognizantly. It doesn't have any intention. It's just doing it like
You don't think it's
like
sentient? The town is not sentient type thing.
I think the town isn't sentient. I think
Okay.
that the town is doing things much like
A mirror.
uh
It's just reflecting your own
exactly.
thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the
I'm with you
Solaris,
there. I'm with you there. Yeah.
kind of like
And
the movie The Solaris, kind of like that. Yeah,
I have not seen
I
Solaris.
have not
I
either.
will check
So
that out.
I highly recommend.
I have well, there's a movie night for you.
Mhm.
But like I think it's more compelling, and so that might be flavoring my perspective on this. I just think it's more interesting than if it was like God or someone coming down, or like Satan or something like, or whatever, like coming down and being like, oh, let's fuck with people or
Yeah.
let's fix
I
people.
mean,
I
that's
think it's more interesting when it's like an animal that's just doing shit, or like a force of nature
Mhm.
that's just reflecting.
And I always got
Um,
that feeling too. I mean, just with the kind of the lore they put in with the original Silent Hill 2 that Sato did, that he expanded the town where it was just like weird shit happened and there was no explanation. Like people would go missing, like a town full of people would go missing. A ship would sink in the middle of the lake and they can't find the ship or their bodies. It's like you don't know how this town is working. Why does it only affect some people and not every? It's a
yeah,
it's a tourist town, but yet.
yeah.
Well, the thing, it might be enhancing people in subtle ways, and maybe because these people either they're more susceptible to it,
Mhm.
or because they have more trauma or whatever. They're in charge of a car they don't realize they're driving, and it's cranked to
It
11.
made me think that, like, okay, the events of the first game just exasperated the town's stuff. Like the shit that Alessa went through just sort of opened the floodgates where it's now a little bit more in your face than it would have been before those events.
Yeah.
That's
That's the way that I've always felt. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited. If Bloober Team does remake 1, I am just I'm like vibrating in my seat because I love Silent Hill 1. I can't wait to explore old Silent Hill, Central Silent Hill, the tourist area, just in high definition, and be able to break windows and maybe
You're really excited about breaking windows.
maybe like the expansion of the drug side plot with Kaufman and stuff. Oh, I am just so pumped for that because so many people miss that playing through the original game. Like, oh, anyway.
I'm excited to get a high def version of Kaufman blasting
Harry?
Harry point blank multiple times.
Yeah.
I
Bam,
fucking
bam,
love
bam.
that.
Why'd you do that? Bam, bam, bam.
Hey,
Oh,
don't
sorry,
shoot!
my bad.
Bam, bam,
Oops,
bam.
oops. Oh no, well, it just went off. Bang, bang, bang.
Bam, bam, bam.
But yeah, just to kind of fly through the rest of it. But basically, like I think that Eddie is very interesting in the new version. It's not necessarily. I wanted to say it's like better or worse, but really, the more that I think about it, it's just different. And I think that that's a lot of the game where it's just different.
Mhm.
I think that there's a lot more to be said about the actual like the cinematography and the choreography and the animation in the new version versus the old version. I think that the old version is far, far, far superior in terms of art direction in general, and the in the cinematics. I think Sato did not get nearly enough credit for the work and the intentionality behind a lot of those scenes. I think that people are kind of saying they're kind of like it's really frustrating because I want to give everybody their sort of credit in this situation, and I know that there are people who did mocap sessions. You know, Luke Roberts and everybody. Luke Roberts is just the one person I can remember the name of, but all of the actors and actresses who did all that work, like they should be given credit for the new version. Like they should absolutely get the roses.
Mhm.
But at the same time, I think that there is something to be said about an artist sitting down like Sato did and hand animating a lot of those scenes in the way that he did, with a specific intentionality, with a specific idea for how the shadows are laid down, a framing. It's just night and day for me. And it's really frustrating to have people kind of write that off as though, like, oh, I think that that's a problem with just viewing games as like code to be improved upon that has
Mhm.
kind of infiltrated. And a lot of, and one of the major problems with remake culture is just like, oh, this is just you know, it's like an older version of the game. It's just being updated now. It's got a 2.0 in front of it instead of a 1.0. It's like,
Mhm.
no, it was art, and it is art. It like it was art then, it's art now. Like, and Sato did so much work. There was so much thought. There were so expressive in very specific ways, and like probably one of the greatest examples is if you saw Sato's drawings of Maria when she's yelling at James,
Yep.
and then compare that to the final CG scene in the original Silent Hill 2. It's like, so like the way that she's pointing her head and like accusatorily, and the way that she goes after James, like the physicality of that, and it's just wonderful. It's so expressive, emotive.
Mhm.
It's just, oh, there's so much to chew on with that. And then, you know, compared to the new version where there's something there, but it's also one of those things where also that scene in particular is a combination of Monica Taylor Horgan like doing a fucking fantastic job
Mhm.
with her role as Maria. And then you have Salome Gunnarsdottir. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm probably not. Apologies, but yeah. I think that you know, there's something to be said. I don't think that she did a bad job
It's
at
just
all.
different.
Like I think it's not only is it different, but I think the direction is different. I
Mhm.
think that there is something to be said about the way that the everybody in the game was being directed. I think that there was probably something that the director of the game was telling the voice actors in terms of like subtlety, and I think that that got kind of misinterpreted, and that major problem with the new jail scene is that I think that the direction was, okay, you're Maria and you're Mary. Here is where you're letting those two sides of you sort of like flip between each other, but we want it to be subtle. Because that's the key difference between the new version and the old version is the subtle way that she shifts between being Maria and Mary. It's not subtle. It's pretty glaringly obvious in the original. And that's the thing that makes it interesting, is because suddenly she's shifting like pretty clearly between these two, and then you pick up on that, and it's like, what is happening
Mhm.
here? This is weird. And even James picks up on it. It's like, what are you doing? This is weird. Well, stop it. um but yeah, I think that especially with that scene, I just Salome, you know, I think she got some bad direction on that scene, because that's one thing that Monica Taylor Horgan just fucking killed. That's one of those scenes, in addition to the final like letter read, which is just literally like
Perfect.
like just perfect, just
One
perfect,
take, one
point
take,
blank.
done, and it's
Yeah,
like
just
some of the best
absolutely.
voice acting in any video game I've ever heard.
And yeah, and it's so real and raw, and that's the
Mhm.
thing that sticks out about it. Whereas the new version, it's not even Salome's like, it's not her fault. Because it's the way it's edited, the way the in the original you hear Monica Taylor Horgan breathe, you hear her swallow her spit,
Yeah.
you hear her throat, you're it's
Mhm.
like you're there with her, like, and that's one of the things that makes it so impactful. It's real, it's raw. Whereas the new version, it's very professional. It's very like
Mhm.
buttoned up. You know, the levels are such that, you know, you can hear her perfectly. We need to, you know, de-breath everything. And it's like it just doesn't it doesn't have that physicality, it doesn't have that rawness. And much the same with the scene where Maria's yelling at James. Anyway, what do you mean anyway? You know,
Mhm.
like in Monica Taylor Horgan's version of it, she's screaming. She's like fucking pissed. You know, she goes for it and she fucking
Mhm.
nails it. Whereas Salome in the new version, it's just like it's like you know, she's been limited. It's like they put a limiter on her performance, not like sound wise, just like sort of as a metaphor for in general, they limited the emotion that she could like
Yeah,
go
she was
for.
more
Mhm.
like she was like a puppet. She came off more like someone else was pulling the strings in the remake than the original game. Like you
Mhm.
could tell that she was not her own person a little bit clearer in the remake than you could original game.
Yeah, it didn't it made her, yeah, and that was kind of the interesting, that's an interesting difference you pointed out, because in the original I felt like she was made to be more like the manipulator, but in the new one it's like she's the manipulated.
Yeah.
Um and yeah, that's an
And it
interesting distinction.
kind of makes sense again if it's a sequel because she doesn't want to there's part of her holding back because she doesn't want to go through the trauma, the pain again. Like
Right.
maybe there's that you could look into it that way, but
Yeah, and that's why I think that if Born from Wish comes out and expands upon this idea, I think I'm going to enjoy it more.
yeah,
I think I'm going to actually like, yeah, I think that a lot of these this creative decisions will make more sense. So,
it's a shame. It's
but
a shame that we have
Mhm.
to wait. I mean, I assume it's coming out with the Born from a Witch DLC, eventually,
yeah,
just
we're
because of
all
that
assuming that there's even going to be DLC. So,
like if not, why have that moment, that vocal moment in the game where you see her being like hesitant to like even go through the threshold of the gate towards the mansion. It's like, why put that in if we're not going to see her point of view from an earlier point in time? It just seems like such a waste, a waste of an opportunity. So please, please,
Mhm.
please put out a DLC. Please, please, please.
yeah, I'd get it.
And
Um,
especially because that's got even more room because Let's Go, and like you said, it's a little thinner. So they have more room to express something, and they do more unique stuff that would, like, like, let them shine at what they are good at Bloober, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because for as much as we have frustration with this, or I might have complaints with that, they also are very talented people, and they have opportunities, and it's like that's why I wanted them to do more because I think they're up to the task, you know?
yeah, and
I'm
I
criticizing
just want to
because I think they're good, not because I think they're trash, you know?
right, and I wanted to say that I've always maintained that Bloober Team have very talented people on their team, and I never wanted
Mhm.
to explicit point out any individual person and be like, "Oh, you suck," except with the singular exception of the head of Bloober Team, just because he's the head of Bloober Team, he's the one who calls the shots. I have some fundamental disagreements with not only decisions he's made, but also with well, to be quite frank, political stuff. But that's neither here nor there.
Mhm.
It's, yeah, when he was on Twitter, he was following he was following like the Trumps and stuff, and
Oh,
yeah. But you know, he also said some incredibly dumb shit to Voidburger. If
Oh,
you remember,
yeah.
yeah, they got into a little bit of a tiff, and I didn't that
I don't.
the shit that he said,
I remember,
which
but I
was
don't
basic.
remember the context. What?
Yeah, so the context was basically Voidburger was saying was being critical of Bloober Team and being like, I don't know if they're up to the task. I don't, I really don't like the medium. The medium's like really not good. And then Peter Bobbiano, the head of Bloober Team, at messaged her or quote tweeted. I think it was an at message.
It was a quote tweet, I
Replied
think.
to
It
her,
was
or
public.
was quote okay, and said like, be careful of the things you say because I forget exactly what he said.
Yeah, it was fucking weird. It
Yeah,
was a weird thing to ever say to anybody
So
ever.
he took it personally, which
yeah, he took it very personally.
Yeah.
So hold on, I have it in my Medium. Here, I'll scan. I'll scroll through this 57-page document to find. Where is it? Yeah, I also followed J.K. Rowling. So, anyway. So Voidburger said, "Hey, at least I didn't see Bloober Team's The Medium anywhere on these Game Award lists, so there's a major victory for taste. Was very worried they were gonna be mistaken as a game for Impact or get an art direction nom for cribbing Beksinski's style." And Piotr Babiano said, quote, "Watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny." Unquote.
so she didn't like tag them or anything, did she?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
You had
I
to
was
seek
name
this
searching
out,
and
and instead of just, okay, that's how she
That
feels,
is
had to go
kind of
all the way to
creepy.
write something that fucking weird.
Yeah, I'd be yeah, that's weird. Like, okay.
Also, it's like, you're not allowed to say this, kind of attitude to it. It's like, just
yeah,
let them feel how they feel. It's fine.
I think that I think that Piotr, I forget, I don't know how to pronounce his name. I think it's like Peter, but I think that he just, you see people talking mess about your
baby.
creative output, and honestly, I think that he's protective of his staff, and I think that he kind of reacted in a way where he was very defensively, like most people do when they see criticism. And I want to say that like I don't think that he feels that way anymore. Like given the way that the entire company is reacting to criticism now, or basically like taking it on and realizing that like criticism can actually help you
Yeah.
like make better work. I think that they probably changed the way that they think about that stuff. So I don't know if he would necessarily agree with doing that. He also deleted his Twitter, so
Oh.
and he deleted those tweets. So
Okay. Maybe he
I
realized he
also
You could
overstepped.
re-ask the question.
yeah.
That's good. I'm glad that like I get
Yeah, it's weird.
People are human, they're gonna lash out, especially if they feel like maybe they felt like she was dogpiling on them or whatnot. But yeah, it's still a little weird, I think, to
it's a little weird.
someone out like that.
It's more than a little weird. There's a
Yeah.
lot of like, you have to go out of your way to write all that.
And so that's why I'm like, if I do criticize anybody individually, it's going to be the head of the company because obviously, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just didn't want anyone to like sort of misinterpret kind of what I'm saying. And I think that like I did make the mistake in the past of specifically highlighting one of their writers as like doing a bad job, but I did that more in the context of this person said that the medium is literally about how sometimes the line between the victim and the perpetrator is blurred, and this is in the context so that everybody knows the context of this game is that there is a trigger warning for CSA, but there is basically it humanizes a pedophile, and it makes you like goes through a pedophile's traumatic past in order
Seriously?
for you to there's so much about that game that is just dog shit terrible.
Oh.
I literally this is why I have a 60-page document that is going through all of it. I've had to deal with so much stupid crap when it comes to like researching like childhood trauma, but in particular like this fucking pedophilia shit, and it's like awful, and it gets me in a really fucked up headspace, and that's why I have to kind of dip into it and then step away and dip back into it.
And I guess it is kind of interesting to like see, what would drive, what sort of things in the past could drive a person, because it's like a cycle of abuse. A lot of times
Right.
pedophiles were abused themselves, and then it fucks them up,
Yeah.
and then
Very
they
common.
they continue it. But
Right, but put that in the context of the cycle of
Yeah.
abuse that hurt people, but in the context of someone who never did anything, who was just a pure victim, and then is treated like a foregone conclusion, like you
oh,
are a lost cause, like you are going to cause harm, because that's what the Maw is in the context of the game. It is an entity
Yeah.
that's running around that was specifically brought into existence from Lillian's trauma of childhood sexual assault, and is this physical manifestation of that, and is running around killing people and causing a massacre, and that's treated as like, oh, that's actually Lily's fault, that's Lillian's fault, that's your
uh,
fault. So it's
Wow.
really it's a game that and for me it exemplified Bloober's problem with understanding metaphor. And that's the other thing I forgot to mention at the beginning. There are other games in Bloober Team's history that that also exhibited this mentality that sometimes when you have too much trauma, it's basically like it's a horror movie curse, and you're doomed basically to become a person who commits horrible things upon people, and perpetuates the cycle of trauma and abuse. One of those games would be the Blair Witch. That game is basically entirely about um, uh, uh, how you cannot escape the trauma of what was it? What is it? Wartime? I forget the word. PTSD.
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 How you cannot escape the horrors of PTSD, and
I
basically
didn't get
it's
that
literally.
when I played. I didn't get that feeling, but it's been a while since I played it. The thing that
Do you remember how?
sticks with me the most is they wanted me to put down the dog, and I
Yep.
refused to put
Mhm.
down the
Yep.
dog. I was like, no,
Yep.
you cannot make me put down this puppy. I'm gonna
And then they
kill
force
you.
you to do it anyways. It's
Yeah.
just like that's like, ugh. Like,
Yeah.
wow, don't even put that option then. Like, take it out of my hands so I don't have to feel bad about it.
Exactly. And that's, I think, one of the things that people had a really big problem with The Last of Us 2.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And I know,
I went
yeah,
throughout. I did not kill a single dog,
yeah,
and
same,
then because they're all good boys, they're just doing what their
yeah,
masters want,
Mhm.
and then
yeah,
I was forced to watch Ellie kill that dog in the cutscene. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
yeah.
I
Yeah.
was so pissed.
It takes away your agency on top of being like a frustrating story beat, you know?
Yeah,
And I think that's I understand, like, not that people don't understand, like, why that had to happen in that particular scene, because that's like a real, like, if you know what happens right after that scene, it's like almost setting that shit up so that you are, accidentally doing these awful things, and you really feel as a person playing the game like you've made a mistake,
yeah.
like something bad has happened and you do not feel good about it. And I'm one of those people who think that games shouldn't just be fun. They should be like art. They should be able to explore these feelings and make you feel
Mhm.
bad in some kind. And sometimes they don't have to need to be just like all like fun shooters and stuff. And I'm having a great time. And if I'm not, I'm turning the game off anyway.
Yeah,
But
sometimes a
like,
gut punch is really good. Like, oh
yeah,
shit, like when you find out you've been playing a piece of shit for the 20 hours who killed his wife.
completely not related to that. Please play Mouthwashing. It
Oh
is
yeah, it's
a
a good game.
fantastic game.
Yeah, I'm fucking obsessed with that game.
It's a good game.
That was my game of the year last year. It overtook Silent Hill 2 remake. I'm sorry, but but yeah. So yeah, there are other games that did that, like Layers of Fear, Inheritance also had some really interesting ideas, specifically on the idea of being able to like the line in that game is like I was told insanity runs in my family, let it run.
Hmm.
So that it's kind of like this really and don't get me wrong, like I think that games can be like problematic in a way that inspires conversation, but if we don't have that conversation, it really kind of makes the problematic media kind of like more problematic, because it's like it's just existing without any pushback, and it's like it has. And that's the thing, like Silent Hill 2 taught me that like games can really influence you, who you are as a person. They can really like guide you to being a better person or a better version of yourself. And that's one of the great things that I will be forever, thankful for Silent Hill 2 for, is kind of instilling in me this desire to just be a better person, be more cognizant of the world that surrounds me and the people that are in it, rather than being so like kind of um, selfishly like focused, or solo focused, and
Mhm.
kind of tunnel visioned on that. And I think that games like this, much like art in general, can influence people. And I think that propaganda is a perfect example of that. If art couldn't influence people, then propaganda wouldn't even be a thing. So,
Yeah,
uh,
exactly.
the point being that I think that that Bloober Team have had some really, I don't know what they were going for exactly, but they definitely messed up in how they presented some of these ideas, where they didn't couch them in a way where it made sense for the metaphor that they were going for. I think that that's just a problem with writing in general, and that's why I had a problem with the lead writer of Bloober Team saying that, actually, if you think about it, pedophiles and their victims are kind of the same. And it's like, what are you talking about?
Mm.
Like,
Mhm.
I'm being extreme, but I'm also, there is a little bit of that there. But anyway,
Well, I got
so
a similar problem with the movie Smile, because I think they did a good job and they intended better, but they make a little quick inversion at the end of that movie that takes it from being a thoughtful thing about dealing with your trauma to like, no, actually, you can't beat it. And it's just to have like a little like silly little twist, like gotcha, scary twist
yeah,
at the end.
and
But it's so bad. Plus, they did such a good job of depicting things that like everybody I know that had PTSD got triggered by watching a movie from the music they used happened to be this thing that kind of sounds like a person's voice moaning, and it's like cool. But
mm,
that is very triggering for people. It puts kind of people on edge, especially with PTSD. That's like the number one trigger thing. To a bunch of other things, I won't get into all details. But so because of that, I actually do not recommend that movie to people, even though I think it's really good and had good scares and I think it's criminally underappreciated. But it's like because they fumbled the bag, even if there was no malice involved, it still has an impact. And this thing is like detrimentally harmful to people.
yeah, and
But
I think that
they
that's
fixed them
further
in
serving the
Smell
point that
2, and
art,
now I don't have to make excuses.
right, and that furthers the point that like art and media matter,
Mhm.
because they actually
Yeah,
can affect us, like physically, like they literally
yeah.
can. So yeah, and so that's not to say that like we're trying to diminish, what Bloober Team has done or the work that they have done, but we're just trying to say that they should be a little bit more sensitive about these topics. And key point among them that they did not have trigger warnings in the medium. Their trigger warning in the medium was like utter dog shit about. I think someone said that it was similar to uh 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 uh, what was it called? Assassin's Creed,
Oh,
where they had
yeah.
a where it's like,
Oh, we-
hey, there's some shit in here, but like we're this is a game made up of a team of various people from various backgrounds, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. And I think that
Wow.
the reason why I'm bringing this up, I think that the point that the point that I'm trying to make here is that I don't think Papiano feels the same way as he did before, or at least some people on the team have gotten him to see things in a different light. And I think that there has been a fundamental shift in how they, as a group, as a developer, have changed how they think on things, because Silent Hill 2 and Layers of Fear, the remake, both have a very good trigger warnings. Like
yeah.
they're good, they, and even it may have influenced Konami, because if you remember Silent Hill short message, that had a trigger warning that was very specific, and was very and it had a lot of, it had a link to the website where, yeah, it had a trigger warning, an honest to God trigger warning that worked. So
Mhm.
I think that on the whole, I think they're starting to get it, and there's a shift in how they feel about these things, and I
And
think that
that's where this thoughtful
they should.
critique matters,
So,
because it helps give guidance and communicate, because it's hard for us to communicate with them as a company, as an individual. But if we are firm and thoughtful and not just doing things on knee-jerk reaction, then that gives them stuff to use and to learn. So that's why
Right.
being thoughtful and critique while still praising things that do work, well, then we can all together work to do better. And if we just kind of want to glaze over it, one of the things you're frustrated with, they might not realize you were frustrated with it, and it could get worse in the next one or whatever.
Mhm. So yeah, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring that up, because I wanted to specifically say that like these are criticisms that I've had with the company in the past, and they have actively worked to fix them. So
Yeah.
they deserve all the credit for that. Like, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to ask
If
you,
I had
like, hey,
known,
like, comparing Remake to their previous games, like, there is a big leap in, like, the care what they've done with the warnings, the listening to criticism, like, adjusting things because of what people said. I mean, it seems like they want to learn and be better. So I have, like, high
yeah,
hopes for any of their, like, they're putting out that Chronos game. You know, I'm excited to see what
yeah,
happens.
I think that will be the real test. I think that a lot of the things that make Silent Hill great are story related, and they were already, like, as I said before, they already, this was the best case scenario for them. I think the thing that's always been Bloober Team's thorn in their side is the writing. Their writing is just the I'm sorry, I'm gonna be blunt. It's just fucking bad. It's like they don't even understand the metaphors they're deploying in the medium and in Blair Witch, and it's just like that's why I think that one of their best, I think their best game is probably Observer, and that's why that is a sci-fi like game. Like, it doesn't really it has metaphorical depictions of things, but it's not really couched in that. It's not like really representational. It's more of just, here is a story about something fucked up that could happen, in a dystopian future. It's really just Blade Runner fan fiction, but that's fine. And they did it. It's their best game. So I'm really interested in. I think the real test is going to be with Chronos, and seeing how that turns out, and because it also seems like Chronos is basically going to be their version of Dead Space. It looked very Dead Spacey-ian. So we'll see. But yeah, I think I'm going to keep an eye on that one. We'll see. But yeah, I think that will also influence, like, what we might see in Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, potentially. But yeah. So yeah, in terms of the Silent Hill 2 remake, uh, ghosting, and to Josh's point, clear downgrade, like 0 out of 10, return the game. The fucking quiz show voice.
Yeah, that was a disappointment.
Yeah, the problem is, and this is the problem sometimes with even with remakes, even separate, is if you do it a little bit more improved, you also make it more bland, and that can hurt a tone way more than doing it wrong in a lot of ways. And I think this is the prime example.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kyle mentioned this during our last podcast. It's like maybe they should have just taken it out because it didn't do it any favors. And what kind of pisses me off is they don't tell you where the prize is, so a lot of people miss the box. Because in the original, it's
they tell you.
They
tell you where it is in the original.
They say third floor storage room.
Yeah.
And this one, it just like look around, and it's like.
I never would have found it if it wasn't the fact you were.
And the fact, I wouldn't have found it.
I'm not the guy that will look at every nook and cranny.
Someone said to me, it's in the pharmacy.
I would assume that that's not how it works.
And I was like, no, that was locked, and that door unlocks after the
it's the only one that unlocks the whole freaking game when you don't use a key.
Yep.
So why would you ever think that?
So I think I thought that was a downgrade, for sure. I was like, I chopped into pieces with an axe.
With an axe. And the blood, the way he goes into detail on, like, the blood, the guts everywhere, and then the audience in the back. The sound design is so phenomenal because the audience in the background, like, it's normally cheering, and then you hear just it get like really quieter, and then you hear a couple people like,
it's such a nice moment. It's so good.
Woo.
Yeah.
Because they're memorable in its thing. If you take it out, it becomes less memorable. So, like, it's just a time waster. And then B, it's not funny because you didn't do the weird stuff. The humor was that it was weird, that it was like unhinged. This is just a guy rambling, It's the only thing that actually really got me, like, out of the game. And I think they did such a good job that even when you would have problems or the mannequin would do something stupid, you wouldn't mind it. But this, like, fully pulled me out. And I'm somebody that knew it was coming and knew the context, Imagine somebody that doesn't have a clue why the fuck they're doing this,
And the fact you can't skip it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
you could skip it in the original.
Could you skip it?
Yeah,
you
in
could?
the original, you could skip it.
Oh, yeah, you can go to the elevator, right? and
Mhm.
then open the door?
You can just hit a button and it just stops.
Oh, okay.
This you can't skip. You have to listen to it each time.
Mm.
There's something I want to ask.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
real quick, I was curious. I got I haven't really been keeping like in touch with like the Silent Hill community. Um, you know, at the beginning of the game where you're going through that little apartment complex,
Mm-hmm.
and then you open a door, and then James goes like reels back
Yeah.
because apparently it stinks, and there's like black like goo on the doorknob.
Yeah.
Is that a Death Stranding reference and a PT reference? Is that
I don't know.
has anyone like, because in Death Stranding, for people who don't know, the handprint is like a major thing. And if I remember correctly, one of the original like print ads for Silent Hill 2 was a handprint, and it
Yeah,
was
it was
like
that.
this magazine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like,
Some.
is it a reference to that, or is because the black
I don't
tar
know.
in specific is exactly like Death Stranding, like 1-to-1. It's
No idea.
what what is that there
But
for?
also,
Like
it
what?
could be just a generic thing. We're just seeing, patterns where there are none. It could just be like, we need more goopy stuff on the wall.
I think it's just to be gross and also be like a what the fuck moment.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Josh, it's a cutscene. It's not like it's. I would say that I would say
Good
maybe you
point.
shouldn't think so much about it if it wasn't a cutscene. It's like a.
Yeah, nah.
But you
Yeah, that's a
don't.
fair
You
It's just
don't
a
point.
have to
thing
open the
that's
door though. It's something you interact with. You can skip it.
you don't right, but when it's a cutscene though.
Yeah,
So
if you go towards
Yeah,
that
so
door
they
and
gotta
do
look
it,
at it
but you can
for a
like
reason.
not. You can like not go and observe the door, and it won't happen.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that its importance is inherent because it's specifically called out by a
Mhm.
cutscene that initiates when you interact with the door. If the cutscene didn't, if there was no cutscene, he tried to open the door and then he kept walking and nothing was different. It's like, okay, well, you know, there's a door. PT reference, you know, it like fucking
Mhm.
like kind of makes you nuts at a certain point. But the fact that it is a choreographed cutscene where and then he also, I don't know if you noticed the black stuff on his hand, it stays there like after the cutscene and it gradually fades off, but it's there.
Yeah, just like the poop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the poop.
His poop in.
Yeah, I got kind of a question for you.
Okay.
So like obviously like you really love this game, and I agree with a lot of what you love about the game too. Is there anything that you didn't like or rubbed you the wrong way? Anything particular that stands out in your mind that you didn't like about it?
Well, I think I mentioned I didn't like. I felt there were too many enemies. I didn't like that I was
Yeah.
forced to have to fight them all. I couldn't just walk around them if I wanted to, because
Mhm.
that gets a little tiring.
Yeah, and if they'd like balance that, then it wouldn't be in the world. But then by the time you're at the hotel, it's like it kind of lowers the specialness of the individual enemies because it's the 50th one I've killed in this level alone. And then also it kind of like slows down the tension of the story plots because it just increases the length between when you did the last thing. That's not like a life or death kind of thing, but it does add up over.
And I did think that some levels went on a little bit too long. Like it's
Mhm.
not a big deal. Like the second time you play through it, like for example, the prison just seemed so long with the labyrinth right after.
Oh my
It felt like
god,
never
yeah.
ending when I first went through it. But once like I knew
Mhm.
where I had to go, it didn't seem that bad. But yeah, I definitely got fatigued a little bit.
Mhm.
So th- that and the whole like I missed Monica Taylor Horgan's performance. That was like another thing, and that's not the fault of any
Mhm.
of Salome or anything. It's just like she was
Yeah,
just
just
so
the nature
good.
of it.
My nostalgia is sort of
Yeah.
hindering that. Um,
Well, also that's on.
yeah,
I think it's a combination of nostalgia and Horgan did a fucking phenomenal job,
Yeah, it
like
can be
to the
both.
point where
Yeah.
literally like that is the quintessential like let her read. Like from in my mind, it's just there's no there's no comparing it, and to try to do it with another actress, it's just like why even try? You already
yeah.
did it
And we
perfectly.
wouldn't. And
Like
I'm glad that they didn't try to have her emulate it. She had her own spin on it. So I thought that was a plus. Like they didn't try to replicate it 1-to-1 because I think it would have come off worse. I
I think if you implement the same style, it could have come off better. I think
Yeah.
if you basically do like a one take, or not a one take, maybe that's too extra, but keep in the breaths. Don't de-breath her. Keep in add some extra like here. Okay, swallow your spit
Yeah.
here. Like some directions that make it feel more real.
Hmm.
But overall, I really like it. I know it's blasphemy, but I like it
Yeah.
more than the
No,
original.
it's not blasphemy.
It's much for me, and I like it too. I mean, you're not alone. I mean,
That's
controversial opinion. You like Silent Hill too. I mean, only a very popular
Oh my
top-selling
God.
I was
game.
gonna ask what.
Does Whitney like Silent Hill 2? Oh, stop the fucking presses.
I
We
know.
got
I
some
mean,
fucking
I am
news.
shocked. I'm disgusted. I'm leaving.
But like
Hey, Sihi. Hey, Sihi. He's sitting right next to me. Hey, you were right about Whitney. He's
Yeah.
just here. He's just watches everything I do.
But yeah, I prefer the remake, but there's like parts
Mhm.
of the original I like a lot more. Like I'm sad that we don't have more of like a special weapon. We just have the chainsaw.
Mhm.
I'm sad that we couldn't pick up the great knife and have.
Yeah, 'cause there's such an opportunity. You could have done that because they have the free time because they don't have to make the core game. They can just
Oh,
they're just improving it.
and
I wanted them to do
a
that.
complete downgrade. A
Mm.
complete downgrade is where's my dog ending
Mhm.
credits?
Oh my God.
I know.
You had to
I wanted
remind me.
riot.
Oh
I wanted to
no.
throw.
Right in the trash. Throw it in the poop.
I was like,
the
There's
poop
even stuff I
tube.
like. I like that the dog was scarier, and then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you're taking the best thing. And it's like that's what I felt for like a lot of the other stuff too. It's like there's a lot of unforced errors they did because of
Yeah.
like it just felt like either because they didn't have time or they just didn't have an interest. It's like you could have just done nothing and that would have been better. And instead you installed this thing that's more of a problem. You know, it's distracting
Yeah.
because of the difference. And then I'd be like, I won't cry. It's an ending. It's still funny, but it's just like, why would you take something that works and just do nothing?
I did like the endings they added. I thought they fit in really well.
Mhm.
I'm sad that stillness. There's like such a hurdle to get to that because you have to get the in water,
Mhm.
then you have to collect the item and then figure out the code. So a lot of people probably aren't going to see it. But I thought the stillness ending I thought was better than in water, and I wish. Because Luke Roberts acted the shit out of that scene, out of that ending.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
where
that
like
was the
their
best.
it was the best.
He
the
shined
acting
there.
really
Yeah.
enhanced. Like this is where the remakes things they was doing right really kind of took off.
So I really like that. I like that they try to
And-
do new endings too, and I did like their little workaround for the UFO. I guessed it.
Oh
I
yeah.
was like, well, a lot of people don't know Harry Mason because Silent Hill 1 has not been
Yeah.
put on anything else in a while.
Yeah, and kind of like
So
what I
does
was
that
talking about
mean
earlier. Like, did they know the context if Harry had showed up? They'd be like,
Yeah,
who the fuck's this
yeah,
guy?
they would have been like, who
So
the
does
fuck's
that mean
that?
so does that mean that when we get the UFO ending in Silent Hill 1, it's going to be James coming out and saying hi to Harry?
I don't know. That might be actually kind of funny.
That'd be kind of funny,
But-
yeah.
All I'm saying, Bloober, please, I've said it multiple times. If you're doing Silent Hill 3, cat ending. We need a Minmo ending.
Yes, Minmo.
Please.
Oh, and
please,
I
please.
was also very sad. Farm Ideas was not in the room with the
God.
Jack poster.
Fucking terrible.
I was like, 0 out of 10 right there. But
So many. They had Jack.
mhm.
They had Jack, but not farm ideas.
And they missed out. They missed out putting the Minmo cat food in the pet store.
Right.
I would have lost my
My
mind.
loss is inconsolable.
I would have lost my
Also-
mind if I saw Minmo in that pet store.
That would have been fun. They do get points. While you're saying things that you don't like, there are some things that I really appreciated. The reference to the HD collection fucking
Yes!
sign was
That was
very
fun.
cute. Very, very cute.
That was
I also like how that was hidden in the code. So yeah, that wasn't a thing that was like readily available to just anybody.
Mhm.
It was just a fun
Yeah.
thing that if you dig around in it, you'll find it.
They did a lot
But
of things. Ooh, like the different dates for like where when
Yeah, that was
when
neat.
is it taking place? We saw 1983, 82, 1993, 1992. Backs of TVs were saying like 1989. In the record shop, there's like decade like 80s music type of compilation things. So you never really got a firm when it took place. So depending on what the player sees and interacts with would date the game for them. For me, I am still it's a 1993 truther here. Like, I don't care what Ito says.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It makes more sense
Yeah.
that he has a home video camera if it's the early 90s, because
Yeah,
that was a
that's
thing.
like,
Yeah.
that's the one hallmark that most gives it away. So it would make even less sense if it wasn't. Like, it's just
Those computers,
the
all the
technology is
computers
kinda
in the
advanced, yeah.
hospital, I'm sorry. No.
It's
Yeah.
just it's one of those things where I'm sorry, Ito's just straight up wrong about a bunch of shit. I
Yeah.
do not agree with the changes to Pyramid Head. Like like Sato said it perfectly. Like the like Silent Hill 2 is like exploring death and sex. Like that's the MO of the game. Like the entire design philosophy is death and sex. So it's like what to remove that aspect of Pyramid Head in particular is like, what are you doing? Like this revisionist history shit is so fucking annoying,
Yeah.
and it just whatever.
We did
Maybe I'm getting too bent on
talk
shit, but
My
like,
we
loss
did
is
talk about it in my
inconsolable.
podcast, but
it's just like why it's so frustrating because it's like this is the dude who had hentai for his fucking background image
yeah,
on
he
Twitter
did.
for like years. And not even like a tee hentai, like, you know, like from softcore shit. No, this was pretty fucking
Yeah, it was a nurse
like
without like a bottoms with a vibrator stuck up her wahoo.
Mhm.
And I was like, wow, I cannot look at this at work.
I'm
Close.
sorry. Whenever someone refers to a vagina as a wahoo, I just hear Mario in my head going, wahoo! Wahoo! So anyway. But like, and yeah, and this is the dude who like did Fukuro. Like, what are we doing? Like, what?
So
no,
it kind of
no, Pyramid Head's not like that. No, how could you, fans? How could you even think?
Why do you think he's
How
raping?
could you imagine?
I'm
this
sorry.
You
situation
are all
happening?
nasty.
He was eating that
Oh.
that line figure's butt before the fight. What the?
Yeah.
How else am I supposed to see this? Yeah.
Like what? I don't
That's
even
kinda
like
related,
even
but the thing
pure
that I'm most
visuals.
curious about, and I will die on this hill forever. This remake is unacceptable because he doesn't have the weird little tongue, and I'll never stop being.
Does he not?
Give me my goddamn weird
I
little
don't
tongue,
think he
you sons of
does.
bitches! You sons of bitches!
He ends up, instead of like strangling him with the tongue, it's just his hand.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's like,
well, he uses
even
his
have
hand
the
in the
technology,
original,
you can do
and then
weird
his
things
little
like
tonguey
heal with
comes
it.
out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, the tongue's gone.
I'm so angry because it's
Tongue's
my
gone?
favorite
What?
stupid
I think it
aspect of
is.
it.
I think it
It's
is.
so goofy, but it's
See,
so fun.
But
I didn't go into depth in looking at it, but if tonguey gone, that's frustrating.
Tonguey
That's
gone's bad.
one
bad.
like, I guess, like a fan theory that could maybe explain why Pyramid Head is a little bit more subdued is, again, loop theory. He's tired of doing this, and he's like, he's still not getting this. That's why he just stares.
Are you saying that Pyramid
Yeah,
Head
he
is
actually
suffering
retracted
from
the tongue
post
and
nut
did it.
clarity?
He's just like, why am I still doing this dude? He still hasn't learned his lesson. That's why he just stares him down in the closet. It's like, come on, dude. And he's like,
Yeah, see,
it's like lost its luster. It's like, it's just not fun anymore. And he's like tired of doing this. So he's like,
see, that's why it's frustrating that they didn't like go whole ham with the loop theory stuff, because so many of my issues with this game would have been completely like thrown out the window if this was a secret sequel.
It
and
is,
it was
though.
like, no,
It
we're
is.
actually saying things about this. And I know I am agreeing with you, but at the same time, it's like, because they didn't go whole hog with it, it's like, you know, there's that plausible deniability.
Yeah.
There's like that this is also supposed to be like kind of, see, the secret sequel stuff and the loop theory stuff would have perfectly worked to make it so that people would want to play the original game
That's
more.
how I see it.
And so, yeah, and that's how I want to see
Yeah.
it. But at the same time, it's like there's the reality of the fact that, you know, the game just isn't available. So like you're referencing something that some people have no context for. And it's just, anyway, the whole thing, it would have really tied everything together. And that's why I'm kind of holding my breath
Lost
for
potential.
Yeah. There's a ton of lost potential with this. And I think that
Well,
that's,
I wish
it's
they'd
also
been more
frustrating
ambitious
because
with silly
like,
stuff, you
what's
know,
that?
What?
the endings. I wish they'd been more ambitious with silly stuff like the endings. Like, oh, okay, you have that different version of the alien ending. I agree with Whitney. I'd like that change. But what if you have the technology just now? Why didn't we switch to James' old skin? I mean, I get it. It's probably a lot of programming for nothing 2-second thing. But how rad would it have been if you played like old school looking James for the rest of the game if you get that ending?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that seems like something that might be coming down the pipe. I really don't know,
Mm.
but yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't lose my mind if you know. I think that that's a pretty solid option that might happen in the future. But yeah, it's just imagine a version of, and this is one of the things that is kind of frustrating about this because I don't know as a creative person myself. I have a bunch of ideas about how I personally would have handled a remake, and I think that those might be getting in the way of me like appreciating some of the aspects of this game.
Mhm.
They might be like my idea I think is better, and so that's kind of getting in the way of me like truly appreciating some of the changes and stuff. But
Yeah.
imagine a version of Silent Hill 2 remake where it's just like, yeah, it's more overtly a not at the beginning, but imagine a version of Silent Hill 2 where you're a remake where you're playing it. The game takes like roughly 8 to 10 maybe 12 hours to play on the first loop, but it's designed so you keep playing it over and over, and it leans into the randomness that happened in the original game where certain things would happen sometimes and not in others. you
Yeah,
know
almost roguelike. Yeah, hey, that would
yeah,
be rad as fuck.
and that way you could also provide commentary on the nature of memory, and things would be changing as you played, and certain characters would be changing, things would be inferred,
Fill in
and
locations,
just
you can even have them
yeah,
infer
and
your own locations, like, randomly, you know?
yeah, and making it so that there's more meat on the bone of every individual like every new playthrough, kind of like some of those what are they like a roguelike but more like story oriented. Kind of like
Yeah, some kinda hybrid, yeah.
Higurashi does this really well. Higurashi is
Mm.
basically a visual novel that the Ryukishi '07, the writer, is actually working on the new Silent Hill F.
Isn't it
So
Forte? Forte, Silent Hill Forte?
is it F or Forte? I have
I
no
thought it was
idea.
supposed to be
Well, let's
Forte, but
is it just an abbreviation for 5? Like, can we just say 5?
maybe
Or is that Homecoming?
that's Homecoming.
You remember that? Oh, that fucking original trailer where it's like the
Yes.
V has come to. God, I remember that. Oh man. Anyway, but yeah, like just imagine a version of Silent Hill 2 remake where it's like it leans into the new things happening every loop. And Higurashi is like this where it's like it's actually I think it's inspired. I think Rikishi may have said misspoke. I think Ryukishi may have said that Higurashi is actually based on Silent Hill because it's basically the same premise. Weird shit's happening in a town, and you have no idea why, and people are acting weird sometimes, and it's just a mystery. If you haven't played it, it's a fucking trip. Anyway, but the premise is when you play the first chapter and the second chapter, you realize that it's a loop story. It's happened like you get to the end of the first chapter, and it's like it resets on the second loop. But the second loop has you going a completely different route, seeing different sides of people, and leaning into that aspect with like Silent Hill 2 remake, making it more interesting on every loop, and then leaning into that sort of like the dynamic nature of that stuff, and making it so that by the end, when you get a final ending, and then you restart the loop again, it's like suddenly you're like actually like you're older, and suddenly loop theory is like 1000% confirmed. There's no denying it at all.
Hmm.
And like
Mm.
and suddenly you're seeing things like completely differently, and there's way more commentary from like Maria, like outright basically like goading James for like not being able to fucking get over this shit, and or maybe even his version of Mary.
Or it could have been like,
There's
"Oh, well,
so
she's
much
gonna try and catch him this time," something like that. "I'll get you, you wascally wabbit."
there's so much like the potential there. There's so much interesting stuff. And also, it wouldn't take the place of the original Silent Hill 2. It wouldn't act as an overwrite. It would act as like a
Mm.
complementary piece,
So
a true sequel.
is that why you're disappointed because of the they didn't go full hog with the loop, and you felt maybe they played it too safe? Is that why you're disappointed
No, no,
with the
no.
remake?
I'm disappointed for a don't get me wrong, Whitney. I am disappointed for a multitude of reasons,
Okay.
but I think that the point that I'm trying to say is that I understand the creative like thrust that Silent Hill 2 remake went for. I get it. I am appreciating it for what it is, and I criticize it for what it is, and I think that it is a fog standard remake. Can I copyright? Can I mail
Waka
that to
waka
myself?
Yes.
waka waka.
the copyright me.
Boo.
Do original content. Do not steal.
Boo.
But but I think that it plays it very, very safe, and I think that while it is a perfectly adequate remake, I have no intentions of ever playing it again. Simply because it is just not interesting in any way. And that's the thing that would be really interesting about a version of Silent Hill 2 that leans into that sort of like, a progression of time, that commentary on it could even provide commentary on remake culture. There are so many missed opportunities here
Yeah.
for like, really kind of digging in and saying something. And I feel that like that's kind of the problem is that Silent Hill 2, the original, said something with its full chest. It really, kind of did something that at the time, no game had ever done for me, which was, really kind of have its own ideas of the nature of trauma in life and, coming to terms
And
with,
unreliable narrators.
yeah, and unreliable narrators and terrible people with pillows.
Mm-hmm.
And it had so many ideas and
Because
so
he's
much
the victim.
interest.
She was abusive,
Oh, God
as
damn
Twitter
it.
has told me.
As
Okay.
Guy see he has
Okay.
fucking
Well,
Even
we
if
have to
he's
we
mad
have to
at
go we
something.
have to go into this now. So
Oh,
there
God.
are a lot of new players to the game, right? Who did not play the original. A lot of them had no idea. They're like coming in blind. And it's interesting some of the reactions to Mary and James. Guy Seehee famously responded on YouTube saying that Mary was the real bad guy because she was mean to James. She was verbally abusive to him. And it seems like some new players actually agree with this. Now, I don't see it in the game, but I did have a Twitter conversation with someone who agreed, and they were accusing me and others of making Mary a one note character. She doesn't have faults or whatever. Honestly, I cannot see how anybody can play this game and think that Mary is verbally abusive to James. Because the one time we hear her yell at him, she immediately takes it back and just starts sobbing. It's like, please
Oh no,
tell
I
me
had
I'm
an
not gonna
instance
die.
where
Tell me
Spot
I'm
was
gonna be
fucking
okay.
dying of a disease. God forbid.
What is your guys' takes on this? Like
It's
about
very
Uh,
stupid.
I
I mean, I don't know if it's because I'm
I
like
want
so steeped into this game and I know the story that I literally cannot see this viewpoint.
Yeah.
I think that viewpoint is misguided, to put it lightly. I think that person who was talking to you needs to replay that section of the game. I think this is one of those media literacy moments where it's just like
Mhm.
I can see someone thinking that if they weren't really like being critically, they weren't thinking critically about this. But if you watch that scene again, and James is going through, and you can just blast past it, and I think that influences the ending that you get because there is a way of viewing Mary as the bad things about her, and I think that's one of the things that makes Maria who she is because it's really James in his mind conjuring the best parts or the things that he lusts after in Mary. So it's like this sort of like beautified version. Honestly, it's Maria is Mary yassified. I think we can all agree.
Yep.
Um, so like so it's all of those things like sort of amped up to 11, and I think that one of the things that makes Silent Hill 2 such a human story is how it depicts grief, and in particular Mary's grief is so heartbreaking because in that moment, yeah, you can blast through it. You can just hear Mary yelling at you, I don't want no damn flowers. Didn't you hear me? Just go. And I think that's serves a gameplay aspect because if you do leave, that influences the ending that you get, and it kind of reinforces the idea that James really does want to replace Mary with Maria in his
Mhm.
mind. He's
Mhm.
done with her basically. But I think that's a not like good version. I don't think that's good. I think that's a version of. I think that's the kind of thing that you do to yourself if you're basically um, deluding yourself, which is something that James has been doing the entire game. I think that if you stay though, you get a more whole a holistic view of the situation, because then it's Mary just sobbing and saying, "Don't go. I don't want to die."
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
Tell
it's
me I'm
making
gonna
me
be
emotional
okay.
even now. It's like
Yeah.
it's so real and raw, and it it's so fucking sad. And you realize that, like, just because someone in this situation, and like, people, the person who said that, I'm gonna be just real. That I don't think that person has ever like had to deal with the kind of grief that Mary is dealing with right here,
Mhm.
because it's very human, what she's going through, and it's for someone to say that, like, oh, that's manipulative. Really, a person who's like about to die is getting emotional. Like, have
Mhm.
some fucking empathy, have some understanding, have some, like, and just because someone says something like that's mean in the heat of the moment when they're feeling really fucking upset doesn't mean that they're an abusive person.
Yeah, they're not an
It means that
abusive partner. Yeah.
right. It's
They're
like,
Mhm.
human. That's what it says. They're human.
yeah, they're human, they're flawed, they make
Mhm.
mistakes, and that's really a big fucking point about Silent Hill 2, and that's why I question this person and how they, like, what they were getting from the game, because the game is so, like, explicit about how Mary is just flawed, but in her flaw, like, everybody in that game is
I
flawed,
mean,
but, like, in their flaws,
Mhm.
they are so fucking human. Even the game itself is flawed, but it is so perfectly human, that it is really something
and
special,
that
and
makes
that's,
it
I
sad
think,
that
the
Guy
reason why
Seehee
it's
thinks that too. I mean, he voiced James.
Well, I think besides the fact that he's a fucking insane weirdo, um, is that like sometimes that's like what I call the Dexterification, where you get so invested in a thing you don't want that to be the case, so you start making excuses because them calling out the characters get in the way of your fun, and so you start making these wrong choices. Like the whole point is Dexter is a bad influence and effect on everybody
James
else
is
because he's
baby
a fucking
girl.
serial killer.
You can't yell at baby girl.
But like, after a while, people started getting rooting for Dexter because he's the main character. That's what happens if you put somebody in the front of the
Or
narrative.
like the guy from You,
So they
Joe.
start making
Joe.
excuses, and it's like he's literally the
I
worst example you could come up with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
And so
cannot
like
watch
it's the
you.
problem.
I watched the shit out of Dexter. I don't know about
Mhm.
the prequel series. That's weird to me. But I watched the shit.
I haven't
Dexter
tried
1 and
that
2
yet.
are some of the best, like, TV.
And season
Oh,
4 is fucking banger as fuck.
oh,
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that Lithgow?
yeah. I fucking love that
Oh,
season so much.
Lithgow. Oh my god, he's so
Yeah.
good. He's so
Well, not
fucking
only that,
good.
but like it's like, yeah, if you don't solve this, you are going to make everybody else pay the price. Like that's his whole thing. And
Yeah.
then they chicken shit
So
out, and then it gets bad. But the other part too is also I think there's like we said, there's low media literacy, but some of it's not even their fault. I think a lot of mainstream film entertainment stuff has gotten like there's like tons of art stuff that doesn't do this, but there's a lot of mainstream stuff has gotten to what I call signposting or directional emotional things. Like it's kind of think about like if you got like a Lifetime Christmas movie. Oh, I've met hunky young guy in Christmas Town, and then I had my other fiance, and then at the last second he has to completely change his personality. So there's a reason I'm leaving him where
Yeah.
I'm not the bad guy, and it's the same kind of thing. A lot of show mainstream movies, blockbusters, and mainstream shows have started doing that, where it's like we're gonna do this. Okay, we need him to be the bad guy so we don't feel bad when we kill him in 5 minutes. So now, when we're saying this, you're supposed to take this and turn your opinions on it. And so like a lot of people kind of take stuff when they hear stuff like that. Oh, this must be the game telling me I'm supposed to think negative about her because and I think like we said earlier, like where because of the differences in the performance in this one, he's less obviously creepy and weird and less kind of off. And so if people don't notice some of the more subtle stuff, they're like, oh, we're not supposed to think of him as bad, up until we get to the tape. So this must be to tell us Mary's bad too. This must be like they're trying
Yeah.
to solve it like a puzzle instead of interpret, if that makes sense.
And that's one thing I did like about Luke Roberts' performance is like you could see times the mask slip and he just like he got violent. Like
Mm,
when he punched
I agree.
Eddie because he was waving a gun in his face. It was like, oh damn, yeah, you know.
but didn't kick the gun away or
No, he
grab it.
didn't.
Yeah.
But it, there was like no
Once guns hit the ground, they don't work, Bob. Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot.
there was like points in the story where you could see kind of the darkness in him come out, but it wasn't like
Yeah.
in your face. Like
They
him,
should crank it a little bit more, I think. Like it wasn't too bad, but like if they cranked it a little bit more, I think it would have been like a nice little juicing of the moment.
But it still just throws me that people could see Mary as the bad guy in this situation. Was like, she did not
Yeah.
deserve to die because she yelled at him about flowers. I'm sorry.
Right. And then I think that this might also be coming from a misinterpretation of the letter, because Mary apologizes for
Yeah.
dying. And it's like,
hmm
I'm sorry, but that's so fucking human. That's so raw. That's so like
hmm
someone just being like, even though like, I just want to hug her and say, it's not your fault you
Yeah.
got insert disease here. Like,
Yeah.
it's
It's not your
it's
fault
not
you
your
died
fault
young.
that you fucking died. But I feel like people might interpret that as like, oh, she's apologizing for being abusive. And it's like, yeah, she might have said some like awful things and been kind of annoying or frustrating to be around because she's fucking dying. But like, there's just no grace being given to her. Like, oh, she's abusive. Oh, yeah, like,
hmm
Yeah.
gee, I fucking wonder why she's being a little emotional on her deathbed, you idiots. Anyway,
Where she doesn't
it's
even get to
just
die, she has to get fucking murdered on top of that.
It's like when
She can't even get that dignity.
right.
it's like when the people say that, like, what's the big deal? She was dying anyway. And it's like, we are all dying. What the fuck are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
god.
We're dying right
Oh my
now.
god. Oh god.
Um,
What's the big deal? She was gonna
Then
die.
just be like, well, then let me show you this pillow, please.
Bruh, we I think if you say something like that, I mean,
mm,
I'm not a psychiatrist, but
yeah.
you should
But
talk
no,
to
it's an
somebody. My
argument I
god.
have seen over the years about, like, hey, she's dying anyway. He was doing her a favor. And it's like, what?
What are you
What?
talking about?
Well, I think
Can
you
you
only hear
repeat
that from the type of
that?
person that only sees other people as being subservient to their needs.
Yeah.
So that just doesn't compute to have any other thoughts past that. You're no longer useful to me, therefore,
Hmm.
why would
They
we make
might
this longer?
they might also be viewing it in terms of like zombie like movie logic, where it's just like,
They're
Yeah,
already
are
a
you
goner.
that's a
yeah,
good point. That's a
you
good
got
point. Yeah.
bit, so yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird fucking thing that people. That's the thing that that's a little bit frustrating about Silent Hill sharing a space with Resident Evil, because it's like there's this really in-depth conversation to be had here, and then some people are coming in and being like, oh, but she was gonna die anyway. Whatever, who cares? Not that
Yeah.
Resident Evil people are all like that. It's just like applying the zombie logic to this because they're
Well, because
games, and some
usually in a
people may play
story beat,
games in a mode like that. So
usually in a story beat, that's the signal. Yeah, you're supposed to hand wave this. That's the problem. Because for every good movie, media product, whatever, there are 20 shitty ones. Because that's just the nature of it. Like even if everybody had like we were in a communist utopia, and everybody could spend all their time on art. Just some people are just they're not going to be up to the snuff as other people. It's just the nature of the
Hmm.
world. And because of that, they kind of collectively teach lessons when they're being lazy, especially if they're like doing it for commercial purposes and they're just kind of repeating other people. So it kind of teaches this idea that we're show you this so you can ignore it so we can move on because we didn't want to write a reason to get rid of this character. So it's just like they're dead anyways. You don't have to think about it. Move on. Let's get back to the fun. And so it kind of teaches the people to have that when they see a similar sounding thing, to assume that that's what the story's trying to tell them. And I think it's the same kind of situation. Like I said, like zombie logic. It's only telling me this for a reason, so I would ignore this and assume that there's no hope, as opposed to
yeah,
what the
I
story's actually
I
trying to
just
do.
weep for media literacy. It's kind of
Yeah.
gone down the drain.
It's a larger problem. Yeah, of the media literacy. That's true. It just all kind of goes back to that.
But I do want to ask you guys, this game got tons of praise when it came out. Everyone loved it and whatnot, and it's been like the best received Silent Hill game in quite a while. Like,
mhm.
I was in the majority opinion for once. I was like, yeah! I was so happy. But anyway, I wanted to know, what's your reaction to that? Like, being that you were disappointed, like,
Mhm.
what do you, how do you explain, like, this, like, disconnect with, is it because the fandom is so hungry for, like, a good Silent Hill game? We finally, got Silent Hill 2 again after Western developers tried to put that lightning in the bottle a couple times and it just did not work out
Mhm.
with the surprise, you are a bad guy, you are a killer. What was your reaction to the public reaction, I guess, considering, your disappointments?
Yeah, I was with the general sentiment for the previous two projects. I thought that Silent Hill: The Short Message was not that good, kind of you know
Oh, really?
middling to be quite honest. And then I think everybody universally the world the shit game heard round the world, Silent Hill Ascension.
Oh, God.
Everybody's on the same page with that. Everybody.
Excuse me, that's the best Silent Hill game so far. How dare you?
Oh my God.
I
I would
can't, I
need to
can't, I
pick
can't
your
go a day
brain.
without talking about being unbirthed by the Purifier.
Oh
Or
my
the
God.
I'm
Berry Man,
offended.
the true
The
villain.
Berry Man
Who
binds us
wants to
all
have
through his jams. Okay,
who
and
wants to
frankly, it's
have an all
offensive because
clothes
I've joined
orgy?
the Berry Man religion.
I
So
still
this
find
is
it
a
funny
religious
that
offense.
I've only seen one episode, yet you both have watched the entire thing.
Yeah.
We did the wrong choice, Whitney. Don't do it. Viewers at home, do not watch all of it. It is not worth it. It is not funny enough. Just do anything else, and it's a better use of your time. Live your fucking lives. Don't do it.
Just watch highlights on YouTube.
Not
I
even
don't
that.
want
Just
you.
skip.
No,
Just
no,
skip next.
don't skip. I need more people to experience the wonder that is the
We
Berry
can't draw
Man.
them into our hell, Bob. We can't do
But
this to people. We have to be
two,
better.
two words. Barry Mason. So go up and look up the Berry Man. You need to see the Berry Man. It is the wildest shit. It is the most baffling nonsense. And then there's also the play with me, and then the little
That one
girl
was pretty good.
slapping the
That one
shit out of
almost
her
makes it
mom.
worth it.
Oh my God. Just watch that and nothing else. You're good. You're good. And if you wanted a little bit
Phenomenal.
more, it is the only like product that is like fully like pre-rendered that had visual glitches in it that I've ever seen. It's kind of
Yeah, it's
wild.
wild.
Like
Like,
a
it's
shadow of a
Guys,
character didn't
it
render
won
her
an
hair.
Emmy. Come on, that means it's great.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is probably a good I think that people
Well,
who
and I
are
gotta give a shout
upset
out to my
about
Seth,
Silent Hill
my friend
2.
Seth, who's gay. It's so infuriating that it's the first like on-screen canonical gay sex in Silent Hill has to go to this piece of shit. Like, so it's such a destructive value for that. It sucks. We deserved better. We deserved real gay representation, and not this shit.
What are you gonna say, Bob?
I forget.
The Berry Man's got him. He's being
Yeah.
unbirthed.
Oh fuck. I'm being purified. Oh no, sorry. I was just playing this.
Reception?
I was just playing this little Silent Hill Ascension mini game where I'm playing a song by renowned composer Akira Yamaoka.
Oh yeah.
In a shitty little fucking
Yeah,
mini game.
the mini games were so inexplicable. I
Oh
can't
my
even.
God.
God, it was so unconnected. It was so unhinged. The whole thing was just so unhinged.
But yeah, to be serious, it was interesting. I think that it would have been better if generally we viewed games as art that we can all have disagreements on and have a conversation about. I think that there's a lot of people out there who are really into like sort of justifying their purchases, and to be a fan is to be someone who does not question the direction of the property they are a fan of. To be critical of
Yeah,
something
I
is
hate that. I hate that trend.
to put yourself outside of that fandom. I think it was very frustrating because I got a few people, and then the whole sign this document if you didn't believe that Bloober Team would make a good Silent Hill 2 remake. I think that's just antithetical to the just having a conversation about any of this stuff. I think it's even how dare you have a fucking opinion? How dare you? It's like what are we doing? Like what?
Yeah, I mean,
Is
the
that all this
fears were
exists for?
warranted,
To
I
just
think.
homogenize our opinions to be like yes or no's so that we buy product?
Yeah.
It's like, come on, we're the Silent Hill community. We should be a little bit more have a little bit more nuance than that. But that being said, like I'm totally like fine with people liking. Like I had no problem. I had no problem with people liking The Short Message. There were some people who thought that that was a good game, and more power to them. If you got something from that game, I legitimately, genuinely Great. That is great that it connected with you, and I am happy for you. And I am a little bit sad that it didn't connect for me. It's one of those things where, I can see a lot of Silent Hill 2 going a bunch of different ways, and to a certain extent, it's nice to see that, it going this way. And I think that I just worry that Konami will take some wrong lessons from this. I worry that they're not going to focus a little bit more on like new games in the series, because I'll be honest, I'm not really interested in remakes. Like, give me Silent Hill F Forte, whatever the fuck it's called. That's what it stands for. It's Silent Hill fuck. Um, just give me. I want new properties. I want new thinking. I want new ideas. I want like
Yeah.
a game that is trying to say something. I don't want the same shit reheated over and over again. Even no
Yeah,
matter
don't
how
become
good it
Star
is.
Wars.
I don't know.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm just like,
I've been waiting like
what was
20
that?
something years. I want that Silent Hill 1 remake. I could give a shit about anything else. I want Silent Hill 1.
Yeah,
She will
and
kill
that's
for
one of the
this.
things. Like, and you're totally valid. That's
Yeah.
totally fine. Honestly, I would have been way more on board with a Silent Hill 1 remake anyway, because that game. I'm sorry, but some games age a little bit more, and that's one of the great things about Silent Hill 2, the original, is like it aged so well. Like Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition does such a great job of really highlighting the fact that really it's just a few like game like enhancements to like the way that the game like functions that will really make it like stand the test of time. And Silent Hill 3 as well. Like Silent Hill 3 looks phenomenal. It's just beautiful to look at. And it works so well. I think that a lot of people who say that like Silent Hill 2, the original, and Silent Hill 3 are like unplayable. I don't think they've played it in a while, because I think that those games, especially when you have the indie scene basically emulating that exact gameplay style and doing gangbusters, it's like I think that there's absolutely like a reason to go back and play those original games. But
Mhm.
I just, for me, I just really like new thinking, new ideas. I want to see new representations of the media, and I'm really, really, really excited. Because I said it before, I played Higurashi. It was phenomenal. I'm really excited to see what Ryokishi does with Silent Hill F.
Yeah, that's like,
And
I think
that,
that's the one I'm most looking forward to. Out of the
yeah,
ones
the
coming down the pipe.
trailer itself was so
Mhm.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Although it made
And
me kind of queasy at the end because I got that trypophobia, but whatever.
yeah, fair. And because they go pretty hard on that one in that trailer.
Ugh,
What about you,
makes me
Josh?
sick.
Are you looking forward to any of the new Silent Hill?
Oh, I am, and it kind of answers the other question you asked too. I think this game is good, and I think people should play it, and I think it's great actually. And I think it takes the part that's most important in the story and makes it better and rounds it out. And even though we have crippling things and stuff, however, I also think it's kind of like a yes, both kind of is what I always feel. I think if Bloober keeps improving like they are in here and some other stuff, we'll also look back on this one and be a little more judgmental, a little more inexplicable about the things that they just didn't do or didn't try harder on for certain things. I should say try harder. They just didn't get done. It's like, because I think about like in film, there's often a phenomenon of like, well, you'll have subgenres where they're not represented groups or demographics or types of movies, and then those will like somebody will come in from outside and make a really great version of that. And then later, once Hollywood stops being a little less racist or whatever, like if I were to point to like say black exploitation or whatever, when you look back at some of them are kind of lacking, but they were kind of accepted because at least you were getting what you wanted. And I think it's the same kind of thing here. I think this game fixed a lot of what the problems were for people that were frustrated with the gameplay and other stuff in the one, and it's a major improvement, and they did good story stuff, and I think that's phenomenal, and I do think it makes it a game that should be played and it's worth it. But I also think they have so many structural things that when we start getting these better games that are coming down the pipe, which I'm very excited for, or if Bloober does a Silent Hill 1 remake and fixes some of these problems, you're going to look back and be like, oh, that one was kind of lacking, and I guess we were just kind of excited because finally we're getting something that's good and not only good but improves instead of it having to be a frustration. But so like because that's what I think it is. I think it's a little bit like, oh, all these things are way better, so like it's a net win for me. But it's like when you look back, it's like, well, I wish they'd done even more beyond that because they could have, But like, yeah, I'm excited for the future though because I think this is a good start to like great stuff coming down the pipe. And if they keep going in this direction, if this is like the worst case scenario, this is a win, you know.
No, we
And
already
if
know
it's
what the
even better
worst
than
case
this,
scenario
you
was.
know.
Called Ascension.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know what? You got a point. You got a point. But I think like, and I'm saying that sarcastically because I think this is a great game and it's good. You know, even I just wanted more because I thought it could do more. And so if the next ones are doing better, I want it to be a thing where we're looking back at this one because we're getting so much better. You know, we're getting such more quality and like Bob said, like new ideas and stuff. You don't want to do because I am a lifetime Star Wars fan. I've always accepted Star Wars, even in the stupid parts. That's what I liked about it. Uh, but if you keep repeating the same thing, then you get bored out your mind. You hate it even when you have good content. And then everybody tries to overexplore the lore of everything. So you go from, oh, the cantina scene is cool because there's just a bunch of random aliens in it to like, oh, now I know that the music they're playing is called jizz music. And I hate my life because people just can't let things go alone.
Yeah,
So
I
don't kind of
forgot
go
about that.
so it's like, for the love of God, please do not Star Wars this. Just go in new directions because then you have multiple things to play with instead of just repeating the old stuff. But I think, yeah, I'm excited for everything going forward. I think Ascension and some of these other stuff was the bump, and I think that like going forward, we're gonna have great stuff. And I even stuff I liked. I fucking love the Sakura monster. Um, like in the short message, it's like one of my favorite new designs I've seen them make in a long time, and I really really fucking love it. And so I'm excited to see like a very optimistic future. And I think this game's good. I just wanted more because it's things that were unforced errors that made it frustrating. And if you had eliminated this, then I wouldn't have anything to complain about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like my opinion is like it's overtly bad. It's just that
Yeah.
it's just not interesting. And
Well, I
yeah,
give that example
that's
of
my
like the
biggest
squeaky
complaint.
chair. Now it's squeakier. So if that was
Yeah.
enough to annoy you, or you got like, you know, like I think it's called mesophobia or whatever. Now that makes it
Misophonia, yeah.
unfun for you. You know what I mean? And that's like, and that's okay if it doesn't make it unfun for some people. That's perfectly fine. But it would have been better if this just wasn't there. You know what I mean? That problem wasn't there at all. Because then everybody could enjoy it.
Yeah. I'm just happy because now people are talking about Silent Hill again.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a
And hopefully it creates
it's not a
momentum.
dead franchise. We
Mhm.
got like games coming out. It's wonderful.
If people were talking about Silent Hill after Ascension, I tell you what. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, I'm for one and most looking forward to the new Apache slot. I mean, I've been waiting
Oh man,
years
I'm
for
so
this.
excited.
And I think it's bullshit that they've been disregarding it for these fucking games. If you shoot a person, why don't I hit flashy buttons? Okay, come on. What are we doing here, people? This isn't real Silent Hill. Real Silent Hill is James doing a Matrix dive while shooting Pyramid Head by hitting 6 flashy buttons. Okay,
Exactly.
can't believe these revisionists.
Was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about in regards to the remake or just anything?
Well, can I say my smallest quibble ever, and this is just like me being like way too idiosyncratic.
Sure.
The draw distance and the fog drives me nuts in this game, and I hate it so much. Now I don't actually care, and I don't care if it ever gets fixed. But it's like in the first one, the fog is there in you, so like if you're just chilling somewhere, you can't. It's harder to see where the enemies are, and you don't know if they're going to be wandering up on you until you get closer. In this one, and I get it, they did it because they made a really fucking beautiful, gorgeous game. And I think it deserved a lot of love because all the little details they put in are so fucking great. And they wanted you to be able to see them. But the problem is the fog is never in your way. So when you're sitting still, you can see everything around you, and you can definitely know there is no monster. And most importantly, when I was walking down, I remember getting creeped out watching Voidburger the first time, and even times later when you played it, Whitney, when they're walking down the hill at the start and you hear the monster noises. I'm like, ooh, this is cool. And then when I'm doing this, I can clearly see there are 0 monsters. I can clearly see everywhere there's 0 monsters. And if that draw, I guess you call it draw distance, was shorter, or if there was a lighter infill fog around it. But the problem is, it's almost like you have a cone of no fog, and the fog is just like an effect at the distance. Even though I think the fog they made looks great, I think the effects on it were really sweet, and the way it flows is awesome. And I think they made a lot of other visual improvements. But just fill in the middle. Just like, don't, this is such an unforced error, just fill in the middle. And then it's cool, because then I don't know for sure that there's no monsters around me.
You know what's weird?
But then, you know, it's a me thing.
You know what's weird?
What?
That it actually works like that in the apartments. When you are in the apartments and you're in that little section that's outdoors and the fog is there, you don't have that little circle around you.
Yeah, that's true. Like,
so I think it's a I think it's a performance thing. Also, there's some,
Oh.
or it might not be because I think there's some stuff on the ground that you have to be able to see that you can pick it up.
Well, you can have
So
lighter
the
fog in that
fog,
cone, just not
it's
no
true.
fog
Yeah.
is the
I'm not
problem.
saying that that's not a fixable issue. I'm just giving out ideas
Yeah,
because it
yeah.
is completely different in the
And I
apartments
assume there's a
versus
reason.
outside.
I assume
And
there's a reason. I'll give them the benefit of the
yeah,
doubt.
I assume there's a reason too. I also am one of those people who really does not like the way that the fog works in a Silent Hill 2 remake. I just
Oh, yeah?
it doesn't look the way that I feel it should. And to your
Mm.
point, like walking through the fog, it would be like talking about like, a visually impressive game. How much better would it be if the fog was like this volumetric thing that as you walk through it, it like wisps around you, and it was this thing that's like like kind of a simulate of the fog, like a fluid simulation where you're walking through it,
Mm.
and it's kind of like swirling around you. Like that would have been fucking impressive as hell. But right
Yeah.
now, it's just kind of I don't know.
Maybe that was like
And all I'm
too.
asking for was within what I know they can do, because the fog that they did make,
Right.
I at
Yeah.
least know they can make that. And
Maybe
if
they
they
would
just
Yeah.
be
done
too
And
that,
demanding
it's because who knows?
it, yeah.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
just too much programming. Because sometimes little stuff like that is such
Well,
a
I'm
pain
just
in the
thinking they wanted it on the PlayStation 5, and maybe just it wouldn't be able to handle that.
Yeah. Totally
ass.
true. I have
I
no
mean, yeah, my
idea. All I
PlayStation 5
know
chugged it
is
a
if
couple places. I noticed that. Yeah, definitely.
all I know is that if they leaned like extra hard into ray tracing, the lighting, the way that that works, and the sort of fog like dynamics and the way that that worked, it
Mhm.
would have been way more visually interesting. Because I think that this game works really well when you take screenshots of it, and it's like it holds up really nicely. It's a very screenshotable game, but in motion, there's some
No
stuff
photo mode
that's like
though.
kind
What
of
the
lacking a
fuck?
little bit.
Why isn't
Yeah,
it?
what the fuck? Like that's what I'm talking about. Unforced error. Why would you not? You went out of the way to cut the fog so I could see things, or because of some kind of performance stuff, and then you don't include a photo mode when everybody does that, and it's not that it doesn't require that much more programming.
Yeah, that was a disappointment. I
Crazy.
wanted a photo mode.
And that's what I'm saying with these things. It's like they did a great job, and the things that they're good at with the story and the atmosphere, they crushed it, knocked it out of the park, and they enhanced the story, which is the most important thing. But it's like it's a lot of this like unforced errors and like underwhelming things. It's like you had all this opportunity and time, and you just didn't make a lot. You didn't make anything really new, and you didn't do the things you did do as well as you could have. But I don't want to, I don't want to overstep that, because there might have been something I don't know about that occurred. So I don't want to pass judgment on that.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's that's why I say I'm underwhelmed with what they did, but I still think it's a great game and you should play it.
Yeah,
It's
and
exactly
that's why
little small stuff like this that individually I would not give a shit. But when you have so many of them, they kind of pile up.
I would remind you that this is Bloober Team working for Konami.
Yeah, and that's probably the real answer, because I give them a lot of compassion, because that sounds like a nightmare to work with them.
Yeah, everybody who's worked with Konami has either been, ingested and then let go, or found other jobs, or completely went down. Like it's rough working for them. I do not envy anybody who does.
I mean,
Bloober,
and
But
look how
we
they almost
appreciate and salute you for your hard work and your sacrifices.
fucked them over with releasing that combat trailer, and they're like, "What the
yeah,
fuck?"
Yeah, and that, I felt really bad for him, because it's like it's not done, so it's like that's not even fair. People will be critical of them.
Yeah. You could tell Bloober Team
They did
was
the same thing in the
pissed.
movie, even. God damn.
that's another thing that I forgot to mention. Great accessibility options. I was very impressed. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed that stuff. So
Yeah,
good
I
on you,
thought that was
Bloober.
great.
Also, thank you, Bloober, for crediting the original Silent Hill 2 team.
That was
you did,
really cool.
yeah.
Glad they did that.
Kudos. I gave them kudos on Twitter. The director said, yeah.
In multiple ways
What
too.
did he
Like they
say?
went way out their way for it, which was pretty cool. Like we can see the picture.
Yeah, he said, yeah, he responded to me praising them for doing that, and he said, "This is the way." So, and smiley face.
And
So yeah.
actually,
Anyways,
that's another thing that also I should give them a little like fair thing on. Part of some of these changes might also be like they have such a bigger team, because that's what's required to build a game of this style, compared to the small. So it's a lot harder to make individual artistic choices. So I'll give them like some leeway on that, because when you're original Silent Hill team, you're like a smaller team, and so you can communicate with each other. But when you have to it takes like 5 people to program this thing and this thing. It's just harder to communicate and have a more singular vision.
that
And
just means that,
that's not even them doing anything wrong or their fault or anything. It's just the nature of having that bigger.
well, I would say that that's a problem with your direction. If you don't have a strong direction, then there's problems like
Mm.
that. Having a larger team will kind of make that problem more noticeable. But if you have really strong direction, the stuff like that wouldn't be a problem. I think that if you have a vision for what you're trying to do and you have sound reasoning to yourself and to the team, you can kind of explain like, hey, this is why we're doing this. This is what we're doing. Get to it, and then So I wouldn't necessarily say that just because you have a bigger team, but that's just me. Who knows? Who knows what happens on the inside of those Bloober Team walls? But I just know that like if they had someone with a really strong direction, like someone like Kojima, like you're getting you're not gonna have a problem with direction. You're gonna have
You don't have a
a
problem when you
very
get, you know,
pointed,
like, quite easy to
very
believe.
weird direction.
And I think if they take this and they build on this, I think they're on their way to being a really great studio and fixing all the complaints we have with them. And if they take this and they kind of half-ass the next, if they say they do get the remake and they don't put as much effort as they even did into this one and the next one, then these minor problems will become major problems. And if they keep building on them, then these things will disappear, and the next game will actually be something that like is really like super impressive, praiseworthy.
Yeah, and that's why it's interesting because they've talked about Bloober Team 2.0, or was it 3.0? I forget what version they're on now. But like, they're talking about moving out of the psychological horror space. I think because they realize that writing is one of their weak points, and sort of
Yeah.
merging their sort of design philosophy of Observer with sort of the gameplay stuff and some Dead Space inspiration from Silent Hill 2 a remake. And if they go that way and they just and they get better with their writing, because for me it was always the writing, it was the message behind the stories that they were telling, because innately in psychological horror you have to have the thing that you're saying comes to the forefront when you deploy metaphors for certain situations. And it really seemed like they fell into the hole of psychological horror means trauma, we're going to say something about trauma, and every time without fail they would show their whole ass with their sort of like terrible views of trauma and the people who have it. And if they just move out of that space, or get someone who who's better, or have what their writers sort of like figure out the problems and address those things, because it's always been writing. If they figure out the writing and if they solve that issue, I don't have a problem. I'm interested in what they're doing. I don't. It's totally fine. It is what it is. It's. I don't expect them to make like the next Layers of Fear. I don't expect them to make the next Last of Us, but I don't know. Who knows what the future holds? I have realistic expectations of the quality of their output, but who knows?
I mean, because you could fix problems. They could slowly learn
Yeah.
and hire new staff, and then
And if they were going to be able to get to that level, this is the first step. So
yes,
who knows?
yeah, I'm optimistic, and I'm rooting for them in a way, but I'm rooting for them to do better. And if they don't, then I judge them for
Josh,
not.
you just showed everybody you're not an actual Silent Hill fan.
I know, right?
You're optimistic. That's not how we roll.
I know, I'm such a fucking tourist. I come in here with smiles. That's not allowed in here.
True Silent Hill fans are pessimistic to their fucking core, okay?
That's why I'm an untrue fan, guys.
We're good. Silent Hill F, I'm calling it now. Make a prediction. Silent Hill F is going to get canceled, and we're going to get 2 more Ascensions, and they're somehow going to be worse.
You make a joke, but you realize that you're talking to people who were really excited about Silent Hills.
Yeah. And then that got taken away. And we were very sad.
I'm just being realistic here, okay?
Nah,
and then after that, we're going to get like a pay-to-win hero shooter for Silent Hill.
Hell yeah.
So that was the thing that frustrated me a lot.
James like turns into Pyramid and does like a big slice across the map.
That was the thing that frustrated me a lot with the conversation surrounding Silent Hill 2 Remake. Because like, I feel like a bunch of people came in and either they just forgot or never had to experience like, the whole Silent Hills debacle. And it's like, there was a bunch of faith in Konami that, in my opinion, was completely fucking unwarranted.
That was their first mistake.
It's like, okay, well, Yeah, it's like I can't believe anyone would doubt Konami. I can't believe anyone would have doubts about this project. I don't know.
I
That's a
just
red color and a Konami
decided
font.
to
So,
be positive and to stay positive.
Konami? The business game?
well, that's
No,
Whitney. That's because you're a shell. So,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
for anyone who for anyone who doesn't know, I
nothing but
didn't
your
just call.
she invited me on this. I mean, clearly she's lost the plot.
Mm.
I love that out of context. That's just me being extremely like fucking mean to you. For people who don't know, Guy he famously we talked for an interview on the Great Debate, and right before I start we started having a conversation. It was just me and him, and I was recording him, and he was like, you know Kemiro, you know that Whitney person? She's a shill. Don't believe anything she says. She's a Konami shill.
Mm-hmm.
You can't trust anything that comes out of her mouth. Her whole site bought and paid for. Like he did the thing that Elon Musk is doing right now with fucking Asmongold.
Yeah,
It's
like
just like
he tried to
you
say that Tom Hewlett ran my fan site because the only reason he said that is because I took down a post on the request of Jeremy Blausting because he felt like it was in igniting the flames of the war between them, and I was like, "Oh, I want the HD collection to come out with the original voices, so yeah, I'll take it down." You know, I did it.
You gotta take how high praise that is. That like the fact that he said that instantly made everybody suspect Guy C. was on at the time,
Well,
and then
he said
everybody
it to
else.
people who were my
We're doing
friends,
big
so
Silent Hill, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that they attacked you was like he attacked God. You know, and like my favorite thing I've ever done with Silent Hill was when we were watching the stuff previewing Ascension, and you said you weren't interested into it, and they're like, even Whitney didn't like it.
she likes everything.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I'm not into this Ascension. Yeah.
No, you're so good at this, and you have such good thoughts and thoughtfulness. I think you should really feel proud of like that's like a
I'm
sign of
waiting
how
for
much
my check,
you're supposed to
Konami.
do.
Come on.
I know, right?
You're like 10 years, 12 years too late. I need my check for
So are we getting paid after this for saying all this bullshit to be like safer kind of criticism of the game? Is that what's going on, or
Yeah.
you're gonna mail it to us, or
Mm.
what's
Yeah, your check's in the mail. Actually, your prize is in the mail, so hopefully you get that in a couple
Oh
days.
yeah.
Yeah. Josh won my grand prize for my charity stream.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Which means this is a great opportunity, listeners, to go donate to her Extra Life, a wonderful cause that helps sick kids.
Yeah, I
You
do
could
it every year. So, I mean, yeah, what's going on with you guys? Do you have anything cool coming down the pipeline that you want to promote? This is your chance.
I'm just plucking along. A lot of my stuff is journalism is my main job, so that doesn't matter to a lot of people outside my coverage area. But we do a fun movie nights, horror movie nights, every other Saturday in Whitney's Discord. If you would like to join, it's really fun. We watch 2 movies, we talk, we laugh, kind of goof around like this. I highly recommend it. And my friend Vivian, who did an incredible job working on re-editing the Silent Hill movie, and I helped her with that. I have on my Twitter Josh_Moniz. That's Moniz. I have a link to that. If you guys want to check that out, I highly recommend it. I think we did a pretty good job of changing that film. A lot of people complimented it. And I think Vivian's work was amazing. So I always love promoting stuff she did.
Yeah, it is really good. Hold the beans cut. What about you, Bob? We know you're working on a medium video. Hopefully that's gonna come out at some point.
This year, yeah, I would love that. I would love to have this project just
2030.
finally done. But yeah, I'm always working on stuff. I'm constantly like brainstorming things. If you want to see anything that I make in the future, go to bobvids.com. That's where you can find all links to all my stuff, all my social medias, all my various channels and stuff. I am bobvids on YouTube. Yeah, I've got a couple different videos coming down. My passion project right now is I have a podcast called You Can't Scare Me that I host with my pals Brandon and Mario, and we are going through all of the books in the Goosebumps series by Jovial Bob R.L. Stein. And it is a hoot. It is wow, those books are bad, but some of them are good. Which ones? Listen to the podcast to find out. But yeah, it's a whole blast. You should definitely check it out. It's available on all podcast platforms, and if you subscribe on like Apple Podcasts, you get the channel art whenever there's something visual that we reference, it shows up as the icon. I did a lot of research in order to figure out how to do that. So
Nice.
enjoy. But yeah,
For me, nothing really going on right now. I need to start streaming at some point for my Extra Life fundraiser this year. You can find me. I'm still on Twitter, and I'm also on Blue Sky. So just look up Kemi_Row for Twitter. On Blue Sky, it's just Kemi Row, all one word. Yeah, I don't really have anything going on to share. I guess
and
we've been
5-hour podcast in the bag.
I don't think it's going to be that long, but
Yeah, it'll probably look 4 or
And
3.
somehow it's
Yeah.
still shorter than your podcast with Goosebumps, Bob.
Somehow. Who knows how? No clue.
but I want to thank you guys again for joining me. It was really great talking with you because, like I said before, I love this game, and I can never understand what people didn't like about it. So it's nice to hear like an opposing view.
And it's not disliking; it's just wanting more.
Yeah.
We're wanting
It's
something
not
different
hate.
sometimes. Yeah, like disagreeing with the direction or vision of something.
And that's
Yeah.
fine, like one thing could be scary to somebody. I famously love plant-based horror movies, and other people are like, a plant? Yeah, right. buddy."
Yeah. But
Well, Whitney, do you feel like you understand the criticism more, or
yeah,
do
I
you-
still think it is a really great game. But
Okay.
I understand a little bit more, yeah. And I hope my listeners maybe will understand a little bit more as well if they had no idea. I am thinking more about the loss of potential for some things. Like I really like that idea of loops changing if you replay the game and getting different ending. I thought that would have been really cool.
Yeah, it just naturally like fits with the multiple endings of that the game has, and keeping the replayability to the point where that inspires the game to not be as bloated in certain sections, even though on repeat
make it better.
playthroughs, it's gonna
Address a lot of the
But-
combat problems ahead because it's less combat, but just repeated in variable ways.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great things about Devotion is that it's a solid 2.5 hours, and it's like a movie. You get in there, you play it, you experience it, and you get out, and it's just fantastic. I love short form horror games like that, and I think that while Silent Hill 2 didn't need to be like 2 hours, I think that it benefits from that extra time with the characters. I think that one of the things I've always liked about Silent Hill 2 is that randomness of when are you going to get the knock? Are you going to get the
and the
scream?
the scream, the knock, the whispers, they all happen every time you play.
Yeah, and that's kind of disappointing. And if they had leaned into that, and that's the other thing, I think more horror would do really well to like sort of be inspired by PT in that way, where it's just like, what's going to happen this time? Having Lisa be this entity that you don't know where she's coming from. You don't know really what her logic is unless you play the game a lot in order to figure out her coding and what triggers her and all that other stuff. But anyway, when you first encounter her, it's like a mystery. It's like, where is she? That's kind of the threat, and like that's why you're scared in the first place. Like there is that aspect to her where it's just like, oh fuck, what's gonna fucking happen? And I think that leaning into that horror in general would do them quite well. Anyway, yeah, I'm making the podcast even longer.
No problem.
Now you know why all of my You Can't Scare Me episodes are 3.5 hours.
Hey, I mean, my podcasts are usually like 3 hours, so
There you go.
I have no room to.
I mean, the takeaway for
judge.
me is that everyone needs to go play Dante's Inferno, one of the best games I've ever played.
Oh Jesus Christ! You're just saying that because there's a dick in it.
Duh. That was
I
the
wish
case.
it was
Just
more
play
than
Outlast.
because
It's
the thing
dick and
gets
balls
so
for days.
shitty by the end. I wish it was like the crazy dick part.
But yeah, I guess that's it for now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out again. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Bye.
Sweet dreams.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Voices in Static, the podcast of the Silent Hill fan site, SilentHillHistoricalSociety.com, was recorded and edited by me, Whitney Chavis. I want to give a big thanks to all my guests and you guys for listening.